of gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big
We thank you for being with us. You can't go there because, I think it's mislabeled. All right, so as we roll on, we are getting ready for another day. We have Mike Lindell, if the guys will help me remember. We have him scheduled on the show today from MyPillow. Mike has been a big part of this show, and we have partnered with MyPillow for years now. And as Christmas is approaching, you want to make sure that you're set up. So we'll talk that. We'll talk a bunch of stuff with Mike. That's a little bit later in the show today. And don't forget as well, you can always call 866-WE-BE-BIG and be a part of the show. Now, there'll be unscreened calls this hour, so we'll answer live, but you can always participate if you choose to. All right, well, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Good, boys.
Boys, what's a-happening? How are y'all?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Look, it's
Kinda?
not bad.
It's not bad.
Not
That's
bad.
good.
I'm
Not
awake.
bad.
I got a good bit of sleep last night.
Did
for
you?
me, about 6.5.
Yeah?
I'm chipper, man.
Look,
Six and a
it's
half.
funny you say that. 6. If I can anything less than 6, and I'll get a 5.5 every now and then. If I can get 6, that's
I
my.
want more than 6.
Yeah.
But I'm like you. I can go 4.
Right.
And you go under 4.
I can't.
I'm in trouble. I'd rather not go 4.
No.
But that's worst case scenario. If you go below that now,
I can
tough.
do.
I got 5:57 last night.
Okay.
There it is, 5:57.
Is that from you got to sleep in that silly watch to get all that?
Yeah, I forget it's on, but
How
yeah,
do you
it's,
sleep in a watch?
I don't.
I know we've
I
had
forget
this
it's
discussion
on.
before. I know.
5:57. I wish I. Oh wow, I didn't. Get,
I can do 4.
I got some deep sleep.
No
looks
more than a day in a row. Like I can't.
No, that's true.
I
You can't do it well.
I can't.
Guys,
do it
when
a couple
and
days.
I know this is dumb and it's on me, but when I was fooling with them dogs,
Oh,
Yeah.
I was
bet.
getting about 3 hours sleep. By the time when you had to feed them every so
Yeah.
often,
Yeah.
that was miserable.
Miserable.
Mm.
I need 6, 7, and 8's the magic number, but
Oh, yeah.
I need 6.
Oh, if I'm
6
at-
to 7, I'm
Oh,
golden.
if I'm in the 7 hour and at 8, I'm like, this is golden.
Yeah, and there was a time, especially in the summer, it's hard because it gets dark late.
Yeah.
But there was a time when I was like, I'm not going to bed. It's too, but
Yeah.
I'm starting to get where it's around 8 o'clock. I say, look, you need to go to bed.
You know what?
And I hate that because I'm a night person. I loved watching the news late and then watching. Used to watch MASH when it used
Right.
to come on, but
It
I
was-
used to love all the late night stuff.
Amanda was oohing me last night. It was about 9:15, and
Hey, easy.
she went, ooh, so I'll stay up late tonight. She
Ooh,
gave me one of these, and I didn't realize it was 9:15.
Yeah, it's a
Normally,
lot-
I'd have already been asleep.
Oh yeah.
All right, so I'm breaking down my sleep analysis, and so I went to bed at like 9:05. That's not bad. That's good. And then I woke up.
Does he talk to himself?
Yeah,
Yes. I woke up at like 11:05, and I had to pee, and I hated it. I couldn't believe it. I know you call it the 2 a.m. tinkle,
Yep.
Helmsy, but it happened for me at 11. One thing that I loved is I looked over and I thought it was time to get up, and I saw it was only 11. I got excited, and I think that got my heart rate up a little bit. And I went to go use the bathroom, came back, and I couldn't go to sleep. I was just sitting there, and I'm like, no, this is not happening to me.
Yeah.
It cannot happen. Well, I'm sitting here looking at my analysis. It took me 45 minutes to go back to sleep. And then I went
45 minutes to go back.
Yeah, I was just sitting there tossing and turning and looking around. And I knew Reese had his night classes, and he was home. But I started thinking, let me check, is he good or what? And so I stayed up till about 11:40 something, and went back to sleep. But then I was deep. Look at that, boy! I was way down in there in that purple.
Yeah, I usually during the week I don't have a problem falling asleep.
Well, it's me. If I wake up and it's in the middle of the night, at some point I will struggle to get right back to sleep.
You know what?
If I get up, if I just turn, I'm good. But I get up, I'm awake kind of a little bit.
See, mine, I think it's because of that side benefit from Caltrans. Better sleep.
Better sleep.
It does help you sleep.
Now, when I'm sleeping, I'm good, but if I wake up and use the bathroom, I'm not.
Oh, I'm going to have to do that at some point, normally. Or the worst case scenario is about 15 minutes before the clock goes off. I got to get up and go to the bathroom. And you go, do I hold it?
Right.
Do I get up and then lay down? The clock goes off.
Yeah.
That clock going off is terrible. It's terrible.
I have. He's on the TV right now. I'm talking about Deshaun Watson, he's the quarterback for the Browns. He has played 12 games in 2 seasons. The Browns announced that they will be without Deshaun Watson for the rest of the season as he undergoes season-ending shoulder surgery. I think he's got some type of fracture or something in the shoulder.
Investment they've made is really not looking
Since
great.
signing a 5-year, $230 million deal with the Cleveland Browns, he has played a combined 12 games over 2 seasons, earning $92 million in cash, $7.7 million per game, and he's back out.
Unreal. Now they did say that he can't have massage therapy on getting his shoulder back.
Right. Yeah.
They suggested
no deep
he stay
tissue
clear
massage.
from that.
No deep tissue on the shoulder.
Yeah. Nope. I'm sorry, buddy.
Well,
we're not going there.
Right. But I mean, he's really outdone Fisher on this one.
No.
Jeff Fisher Jeff. I keep saying Jeff. Jimbo Fisher. He is. I'm thinking of Coach Jeff Fisher. That's my buddy.
You got mad at yourself.
I did.
You were so close.
I know.
And he called himself.
I know.
Yeah.
Because we were about to pound.
Oh, y'all about to look at each other like a beagle see something. Look at me. Hey, he's outdone him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Listen, first of all, it was the worst contract ever. Let's say he was never injured or never even had to sit out because of people massaging him. None of that happened.
No.
He still was not worth that kind of money.
No, not at all.
Based on what he had done to that point.
All.
But you throw the other stuff in there.
You kidding?
Like they must have the same agent, him and Jimbo.
I guess.
Because
I don't know.
that you talk about if you can make a deal like that.
Yeah.
Listen, don't forget he made that deal while he was suspended.
Yes.
Don't forget that.
I don't know if y'all heard those numbers I just read.
Have I missed him playing? Is he better than I just in my mind?
know.
He's what, middle of the pack?
I think he had one
best?
good year, maybe 2. and that's it.
How long is a football game now? 3? 3 hours?
About
3.5 maybe. If
there.
they kick off at 12, probably
Little
about
less.
3:20.
Yeah.
So it's
You're glad
wrapping
if I
up.
bet you made an hour?
Well, yeah, I won't. So if it's $7.7 million a game, all right, I'd love to know. And some of you that can do this here, I need to go by minute or by. All right, so let's say how many possessions do you think? I know just in an average game, how many possessions do you think a team has? If you would just go, okay, I'm guessing here. What do you think? Maybe 4 a quarter or 3
a quarter? No.
More.
2,
probably 2 to 3.
A quarter.
2 to 3 a quarter. Let's just say 3.
Okay.
You want to say 2 or 3?
2.
2.
Yeah, it's easier.
So 8 possessions per game. Let's divide that up. What he's getting per possession.
And there's probably more. It's just, again, I never understood, even if he'd had none of these off-the-field issues or none of that, I never understood the money there. But when you add all that in, and then now, of course, you can't foresee this coming.
Yeah.
But, my goodness.
I'm gonna
Browns.
say that I'm gonna say that he makes about $650,000 to $700,000 a possession in the game
Oh, yeah, easy.
for a series.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Why not take care of your holiday shopping now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds and save now because you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, the code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll into Protection Plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code Bubba for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
There's never a wrong time to protect your family, but this fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new Simply Safe home security system. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit Rick and Bubba under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to MyPillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. It is the kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us today. Mike Lindell with MyPillow. He'll be with us in about 3 hours from now. It will be on the main show, and we look forward to Mike Lindell. Y'all got to help me remember. Yesterday, Dr. John Maxwell, we had booked and just blew right through that time block.
Sure did.
And I totally forgot about it.
How'd you like that?
You know, but I got to have y'all flying cover for me today. Ryan Greenwood, you know how he loves things like this.
I figured I would have heard from
He
him.
was beside himself. yesterday and said he was trying to catch his breath. He was laughing so hard.
Oh, he loves when
And
stuff
he's
like
mad
that
at
happens
you.
to you.
He's mad at you.
Why?
Because knowing that I was coming back to the studio
Didn't film
unaware that you were not rolling.
I know. I'm mad at myself.
He's
for that, too.
absolutely furious.
I don't know
at
what I
you.
was thinking. And it would have been great because you were first of all, you weren't just strolling along, had a little story to tell us, and Rick mentions it, and you're confidently, you said, no, that's at 8:30, and you look up and it's 8:50.
Yeah, I know.
And your face, it was like somebody slapped you across the face.
All right, so there's a couple of things here that we want to talk about. Let's see here. I want to make sure I got this right. Yes. Okay, good. All right. So College Game Day announced that they're going to be in Virginia this weekend for James Madison App State. And it says here that Kurt Herbstreit sets record straight on College Game Day snub of Oregon State because people wanted to know why are y'all not at Washington, Oregon State? That makes more sense. But they said that they've done many Pac-12 matchups over the years, and James Madison, if you do not know, is 10-0, 6-0 in the Sun Belt, and so they're rewarding them. They're number 21 in the latest AP Top 25 poll. They host Appalachian State Saturday, and they had made, along with Jacksonville State and Tarleton State, an appeal to see if they could be in a postseason bowl game. And Helmsy, you say they have been denied. Is that right?
Yeah, I saw an article yesterday. So you had, and I think I'd never heard of Tarleton.
I hadn't either.
And Jacksonville State and James Madison.
Texas, okay.
Now, I think the rule is still at play that if there's not enough teams above 500, that they can get in.
Okay.
So if there
were spots open,
if there's spots open, they can still that's still at play.
Yeah.
But just hey, we've won 6 games and you're eligible is not the case with them. And I don't know if it's a 1-year ban or 2-year ban. I know with James Madison it was 2.
I think,
and they actually tried to appeal that, and they denied that.
So they're in their second year now.
Correct.
And then if that's the case, Jack State will have another year.
I think so, and they'll probably appeal it and get denied as well. So
and to your point here, it says that I didn't realize there was 82 slots, but James Madison and Jacksonville State could still play in the bowl game. As Helmsy was just saying, if there's not enough teams at 500 to fill 82 spots in 41 bowl games at the end of the regular season. Now, James Madison says the Dukes also aren't eligible to play in the Sun Belt Conference Championship game, despite being the only team that is still unbeaten in league play.
And that's because they're in their second year suspension that Greg's talking about.
Yeah.
Just like Jacksonville State can't for the Conference USA because of the ban.
How about if James Madison were eligible to compete in the bowl this season? It says they might be the highest-ranked team from a group of 5 conference in the college football rankings and in contention to play in New York's 6 bowl games, New Year's 6 bowl games, the Super 6 there. Last week, the Dukes won their 13th consecutive game, beating Georgia State. No, they're good. Jack State, 7-3 overall, and 3rd in the league of the Conference USA at a 5-1 mark. So they both have really good seasons going on.
And those are big paydays for conferences when you get to go to those bowl games and go to postseason. So that's why it affects these schools.
Now,
and Tarleton is they're in the FCS and 8-3 overall, 4-2 mark in the United Atlantic.
So they must
Athletic
have come up
Conference
from Division II.
Yeah,
and they actually have a playoffs in the FCS. So that's really they would actually if they would have won their appeal, they would get to play in the playoffs and try to win the thing.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. They're FCS.
So the story is that the 3 teams have been denied football postseason waiver that they were trying to appeal and get a ruling on.
No soup for you.
No.
And I don't know how many times that we have these situations where there's that many teams below 500. I don't know the answer to that. Mm-hmm. Does that happen every year where we have a team?
Was it last year they were thinking we may have to drop from 6 wins to 5 because they didn't have enough? It was or they thought it was going to turn out that way and maybe it didn't. I can't remember, but that has come up before that they didn't have enough and they would go to some 5 loss. I mean, 5-win team.
Yeah, but those out west are pretty mad at College Game Day for not being out west for the Oregon State Washington
You would think
game.
that would have been the choice, but of course now they've done this. They've been to North Dakota State a few times. They've been to Jackson State last year, didn't they? Every now and then, lately they'll do that.
So
They'll
they've
go
never been to Corvallis for
They haven't been there since 2010.
Oh, okay, since 2010.
It says, yeah. And most in the Pac-12, so they felt that the Bees were locked in to host the traveling pregame show, which is College Game Day in Week 12, as they host Washington.
Washington could have a time with them.
Yeah,
They're
Herb
not
Street
bad.
said that he'll be on the call. It's going to be a 3:30 Central Time ABC game. No, or is that 2:30? 2:30, excuse me, 2:30 Central, 4:30 Pacific. So there's your quick update. And matter of fact, I got an email from one of the listeners. I believe they must be a James Madison alumni or something. They said they're going to actually be at College Game Day, and that whole community there in Virginia, they're beside themselves. They're actually coming. So this will be James Madison's last home game against App State. So be a big celebration there. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be the hype's crazy.
There's a little sting knowing they can't go postseason.
Yeah.
And that's why.
But maybe, to your point, maybe there's not enough teams to fill the bowls, and there's an
They would
outside
be the
chance.
first one sitting there, since they're ranked in the top 25.
Yeah.
But when you're undefeated and
Man.
you're having the year they're having,
Yeah, that's
they
tough.
would have a really
done all they
good
can
bowl
do.
to go to.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of money.
We've done all we can do. We've won every game.
Right.
Of
Good night.
course, we just jinxed them in App State.
Sure.
Hammer.
Oh,
They
sure
will.
they will. 866 Weedy bigger number. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary security towing and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering 25% off all mattress orders, plus a free gift with purchase. Just head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Use the code HelixPartner25 to get 25% off a mattress order. Now, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the new Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it. That's why they offer a 100-night trial and a 10 to 15-year warranty. And unlike a lot of other mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility where skilled manufacturers make your mattresses and ship them straight from the facility right to your door for free. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba today to save 25% and use the code HelixPartner25.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without.
It is coming up on 25 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. What you got? Oh, yeah, I don't know.
It's turned up in there, I think.
Okay. This portion of the show brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. If you suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation from time to time, some of us more seriously, others a bit less, we'd like for you to know about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is 100% natural, research-based formula that was created to help combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause those aches and pains. Maybe from exercising, overexertion, aging, everyday living. Maybe you go to sleep and wake up not sure how you hurt yourself. We do that. Matter of fact, joke about it. Anyway, look for that 3-week trial pack. 3 weeks that's through all of their research. The reason why they do the 3-week trial pack is because they say if you take this the way you're supposed to for 3 weeks, that's when you know you should be able to have a difference by then. If not, maybe it's not for you. But most have an effect of, hey, this is relief here. This is working. And that 3-week trial pack is what you need. It's just $19.95. So go to ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com. It's the quick start pack. 3 weeks supply there, the trial pack, 3 weeks, $19.95. So if you suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation, ReliefFactor.com is the website. We get emails on all of our sponsors from you, the listeners. Hey, what's this? What's that? This one here is one of the most we get with some others in play as well. But hey, what's that? What's that company? It's Relief Factor that helps with those pains, inflammation from time to time that some of you suffer. $19.95 quick start pack at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button. Speaking of sponsors, MyPillow.com/Bubba. American company. They provide all kinds of great products. They've got tons of Christmas gifts ready for you. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Mike Lindell on the show a little bit later today as we inch a little bit closer to Gobble Gobble Week. And I'll leave it at that. I won't play it again. I'm just saying it's a little closer. I was talking to my parents about what day I'm going to run up and pick them up, bring them back. They're all fired up, ready to go. and then we'll head over to Reg and Johnette's.
Reg and Johnette's. Well, I tell you, I'm getting the holiday season kicked off today. I get to go to Ellis's school and watch them do their Thanksgiving thing. Listen, I'm sure they'll have a song to perform, and he will be louder than anybody, and he'll cut a move up there, too, if you don't watch him.
Now
he likes to do this kick move.
Yeah,
where he kicks
okay.
around.
Now, the last time he was on
careful, don't
stage.
knock anybody down.
What did he do the last time he was on stage? You showed us. What was he doing?
remember-
He was singing so loud.
Yeah, he was
one
loud,
of the
and
things.
plus he saw his reflection
Yeah,
like
that's
in the
it.
window, and he got over in front of him and was doing all
That's it.
So I'm kicking that off today, and I'm fired up.
That is awesome, man, that you're able to go do
Funny.
that. That is good
Golly.
stuff. Now, are they going to all have the big posters of a turkey from their hand?
Hands, yeah. I'm sure.
You did.
I got
Y'all
stuff
remember
in my
that?
office last year. I'll have some more.
That is a
Yeah.
pretty good turkey if
Yeah,
you
it
think
is.
about
It's
it.
like its old feathers, and
Yeah.
there's this little old goozle.
Your little thumb is your again.
Yeah. But that kicks the holiday season off. We're fired up.
So today is the day.
Yep.
Ellis.
He's a mess. He'll be 5.
Now that doesn't seem
January.
right
That's
because he was baby Ellis.
Yeah, he'll be 5 years old in January.
Golly,
Mm.
that is crazy. Speaking of can't believe it, next week Tyler turns 27. Who's feeling old in this house?
God, I
Good
remember
gracious.
one time we were at Bubba's
Next
house
Tuesday.
when Bubba lived up on the mountain with the water tank beside his house. You
Yeah,
remember?
yeah.
And we were there, all of us for some. I guess he'd invite anyway.
Uh-huh.
And I remember in the yard playing with Tyler. I'm talking about a little boy.
Uh-huh.
He probably 5,
Yeah,
6.
okay.
You know,
Yeah.
and that doesn't seem that long ago.
No, it doesn't. 27. Hung out with him a lot yesterday, and man, we had a good afternoon together. But yeah, 27 next Tuesday. So always right there around Thanksgiving. But yeah, to have an our oldest be 27 makes you feel really old.
Oh yeah.
And then our youngest will be 20 in March. So getting on up there. I bumped into some folks yesterday I hadn't seen in a while. All of our kids are about the same age. We talked about how they were getting older and how, grandparents
Which
now
means
and
we're
all this
getting
kind of
older.
stuff. And that's what I said. See, in that whole equation, we're getting
Yeah.
older.
We go, boy, I can't believe they're 28.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what else that means?
Yeah.
Can't believe I'm 57.
We're aging too.
Yeah. Older they get, that means that we're older.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So that's happening next week. But yeah, it's going to be fun. We finally got the boys dialed in on where everybody's going to be. When you have multiple kids, still one in college, one working, one married kid, it's tough to kind of, all right, what's everybody's schedule? But we feel like that we got that all hemmed up yesterday. So we know where everybody's going to be.
That's good.
And we're all headed over Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, to Johnette and Reg's. Talked to Reg day before yesterday. He said, "Hey, Greg."
I like old Red. Good man.
I call them the Starkville, Mississippi power couple, right out of Sturgis, Mississippi. That's where they
Are
live.
y'all going to throw the ball around a little bit?
Yeah.
Speaking of Reg,
I've talked to how to use your hands, buddy, not your chest.
look it in.
Clearly hit him right in the chest.
I was working with Pace on that yesterday and bounced a few off his head. But,
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, he's having a tough time looking at him.
Right.
He's 2.
He's 2. Yeah.
But by the end, he got it. He
Uh-huh.
was doing good.
Good.
After I picked him up out of the floor and dusted him off.
Do you get in trouble? I get in trouble from Terry about roughhousing a little bit.
Roughhousing
with the
and
grandkids.
aggravating. I get in trouble for that.
Uh-huh. We shouldn't aggravate, but
Leave him
sometimes I
alone.
do.
You're getting him stirred up.
Yeah. I'll stir some folks up.
See, he's got this latest thing on. You know how they love these different things on TV.
Yeah.
It was Blippy. Well, there's this guy named Danny Go.
Okay.
He loves him some Danny Go, and he has a Danny Go shirt. And I go, look, it's Danny Joe. No, not
Greg.
Danny Joe. I do it to him all the time. All the time.
I mess with Terry the same way, and she gets so tired of it. Yesterday, I've talked to y'all about how she's trying to come out of this. I'm not in the Christmas spirit yet. I'm trying, and she's mad at herself, and she doesn't know why, and she's trying.
Yeah.
She called yesterday and said, "Hey, man, you want me to pick you up anything?" It might have been day before yesterday. She was at the drive-thru, and I was like real serious, and I said, "No, I think I'm good. I'm good." Okay, well, I just wanted to check and see if you want me to get you anything. I said, "No, wait. Do they have any Christmas spirit? Could you order that?"
How about a big bag of that?
And she just sat there and she said, "You're just ridiculous. You are ridiculous." I'm just saying, well, I mean, you could bring that home with you.
Add that to the list.
Because right now we got us a tree with nothing on it.
And there it sits.
And I could do it. Just give me, go ahead and. But I know that's your thing. You love doing that. We did get some garland up yesterday.
But I know I get what she's feeling.
Yeah.
I'm just not ready to be there yet.
I know. I don't know that every year we go,
I
it
get
snuck up on us. But it really has. And I did tell her, I said, look, we're not hosting Thanksgiving. There's no pressure. We can take our time. Now there's boxes all over the house. Looks like we're moving, but it's just Christmas stuff out of the attic.
We're not either. And Lisa's adamant, no, we need to wait till after Thanksgiving. I'm
Right.
like, no, because what happens, we got a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that weekend after, which
Right.
ruins the whole weekend,
Yeah.
we start putting it out. And then we go, well, we'll finish the rest. And then I'm in the middle of the week putting the rest out.
Yeah.
Right.
And not enjoying it.
Right.
Yeah, and
clearly
then
you want to
by
hunt.
the time we get it all up, it's time to take it down.
Yeah.
Clearly, you want to drink on the spiked eggnog and enjoy the tree.
Right.
That's right.
right.
Captain
Last
Morgan.
night-
Why can't we be as lucky as Helmsy and just come home and it be done?
I know.
Huh?
And
How about that?
I don't know what it is about, and this is Amanda,
Happened.
okay, and she's gonna be mad at me for.
Oh, hey, Amanda.
But I like to sit in the dark when I'm watching TV.
Okay.
I do.
Complete dark?
I like the TV
I
light.
like a small lamp.
Okay, Amanda. Listen, so every time, but
So
here's
just
the
the
thing.
TV is all.
Huh? Yeah.
No,
if
I
I'm
gotta- I
watching,
gotta have a small
if I'm
lamp.
watching a show or I'm really into something, I want just the TV. I don't want any glare, nothing. I want it dark, and I want
Okay.
the TV just bright at me. Okay.
All right.
No.
And she will walk in. Now, if she's going to stay in the room with me and watching what I'm watching, I don't mind a lamp on because I know that's what she wants.
Now, again,
okay?
I don't want the overhead light on, but
Well,
a small lamp.
But she comes in. She'll come in, and we have one of those switches that's tied to a lamp.
yeah,
okay?
oh yeah.
So she'll come in and flip the switch, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" She goes, "I'm not sitting in here in the dark." And I said, "But you're going to leave, like you're not staying."
So, okay. So
Like,
she's just
why-
passing through
why-
or going to
Right.
piddle with
You
something.
may come
Yeah.
back in 30 minutes. So why do you
I
have to
see
have
that.
the light on? Why do you care that I'm
Yeah.
sitting in the dark? Like
Right.
I
What are you doing
want to
here in the
sit in the
dark?
dark.
And the whole room blinks across
And
the
so
TV screen.
and so last night I tried
Well,
to
I
use
need me
this
to
as
do
an
that.
excuse. So this beautiful, nice Christmas tree that Caroline and Maddie and Amanda went and got when we were at Wofford playing tennis, Jack State. I come home to it, and it's got this nice little. It doesn't flash. I think you can change it, but it's this nice little. It changes, it goes dim and brightens, and it's beautiful.
yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
And so
Can you
last
make it
night-
not do that?
You can, but last night, as I'm sitting in the dark watching my show, and it's just a nice little moment. I'm enjoying it. She comes in, flips the light on. I'm not
Come
sitting in
on.
the dark. I said, "You're not in here. You're not going to
Now
stay."
you've added a tree
Right.
to it.
So I asked her. I said, I didn't even say the TV this time. I said, I can't even enjoy the tree with the light on. I tried to play like I was sad
Yeah.
and really wanted to just
It was going
look
through
into
its
the
cycle.
tree.
right. I'm just sitting
And
here.
it was going through that little bitty, I'm gonna get nearly dark, and then I'm gonna brighten
And
up.
then click.
I'm gonna get and so then I come in. There's a little big lamp on, and now the lamp is glaring off the TV.
Yeah,
I
you
can't
got that.
enjoy
Can't
the
do
Christmas
that.
tree.
Come on.
And
That
it's
needs
just like
to be a well-placed
and she
lamp.
gives me a speech about I'm not sitting in the dark, talking about her, but she never stays.
Yeah, that's the point.
And I'm
If you're
like,
there to
but I don't
stay-
get it.
Hey, let me ask you about the tree. So, I thought that y'all had said we're good on trees. We'll just use
We
one
did,
up here.
Greg.
Because that you kind of swapped it out for the trampoline.
Yes,
Right?
yeah.
So that plan went right out the window.
It-
you
it-
got voted out on that one too.
Well,
didn't you?
I've noticed when
Click.
I've noticed when I go out of town for our tennis trips,
Yeah.
things happen.
Things
that,
happen.
that said they weren't going to happen.
Right. Well, because you're
and I
not,
can't
you're not
say
there.
anything. I can't say anything because I'm out living the dream.
And plus,
You know what I mean?
Hey, plus you didn't have to decorate a tree.
Well,
Right.
that
There's
was
that.
worth every bit of the
I
tree.
think that's where you have to fall.
I'd have bought two to get out
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah. Yeah, you still got to get that big dog
Good
up.
night.
It's going to
I like
bark
this
at you,
tree.
too, you know.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. Visit ISSA online for details.
Tired of the 9-to-5 grind? Looking for something different that's flexible, fulfilling, and pays well? How'd you like to get paid to work out? Now you can with ISSA, the global leader in personal fitness certification.
There's a huge demand for certified personal trainers right now. And once you get ISSA certified, they guarantee you'll get a job. Trainers can make as much as $200 an hour. Yes, I said $200 an hour. And with ISSA, you can be certified in as little as 4 weeks. weeks. Just text TEAM to 323232 now to get started for free. You do everything at your own pace and 100% online.
Pursue your passion in specializations like yoga, nutrition, or strength training. Live your life on your terms. Get certified and train like you want. Start your own business, work at a gym, or make health and fitness your side hustle. Whatever works for you. Just don't wait.
Get started today and be certified in as little as 4 weeks. Just text TEAM to 323232 right now to get started for free. Text the word TEAM to 323232. Text TEAM to 323232.
What do you mean he's not coming in? This is our busiest time.
The mixologist at Claude's Bar is moving to Manhattan.
I'm already down 2 bar backs. No one's manning front of
Now he needs an equally cosmopolitan replacement.
How am I going to find a new bartender before New Year's Eve?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hey, I'm Matt, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Dell's Black Friday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-sharp monitors and top brand accessories. It's the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. Shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
At SimpliSafe, our 24/7 LifeGuard protection helps stop crime in real time. Because during a break-in, every second counts. And these days, every dollar counts. Right now, get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. It's U.S. News and World Report's best home security of 2023. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. It's never too early to start your holiday shopping, and why not take care of it now before the crowds and packed calendars make shopping a total nightmare, especially when you can shop Raycon products and save up to 50% off because their early Black Friday sale is going on now. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year they've expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands. It's no wonder their products have racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Raycon is currently offering 20% off everything on their site with select products up to 50%. So beat the crowds now and save. Because trust us, you don't want to miss out on Raycon's early Black Friday sale. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 20% off site-wide. Buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without them, brother.
All right, we got 9 minutes until top of the hour. All right, so last 24 hours ago, I asked y'all if y'all wanted to do bizarre headlines of the day.
Yeah.
Do y'all have anything?
You know, I forgot to look for stuff like that.
Right. And I don't know what we call the feature. It doesn't have to be bizarre headlines of the day. It could just be whatever, really. And y'all don't like it. That's fine.
No, I like it.
I just forgot to look.
Look, hey, y'all. Look at me.
I think
That's
what we
fine.
need to do is do Will It Stick again?
Mm-hmm.
And then if we have a bizarre headline, we include it in that
y'all
as
ready?
our story.
True.
I got one.
And then we get the best of both worlds.
You got one?
No, this is just very interesting, and we talked about it in the break.
Well, then you don't have one.
FBI digs up 2 upstate New York horse farms for bodies possibly buried by the Gambino crime family members. 1 week after 10 people were arrested on charges in New York City last week.
That's
stuff like that.
Somebody
y'all,
must have confessed and said, "Hey, by the way, bunch of bodies at the horse farm."
Think about that.
They can't find Jimmy Hoffa. How are they going to find anything?
That's that stuff like that. And you said there was a documentary on the mob and crime families and stuff like that. Helmsley?
Yeah, I started watching something the other day on Netflix, and I thought it was about the Gottis, but it may have been just simply how to become a mob boss.
Yeah,
and it was pretty good.
About the Gambino family.
Maybe that's I don't know.
Stuff like that.
Gotti. It was Gotti.
Okay,
is what I started
you
watching.
talking about the Teflon Don?
Yeah. So that's what I started watching, but there's also something else that's been added about how to become a mob boss. And I like those stories.
Oh, I like the movie Goodfellas. Of course, the original, The Godfather. That's a good one.
Well, it is, and I mean, I know this is. I love the Sopranos show back in the day.
Yes, I never watched that. I need to go back and watch it.
I never watched that.
I didn't either. I think I would like it.
It was good, but to your point, the story and when you watch this Gotti thing, these are real people. This is not a movie.
No.
This is not made up.
Real life.
These are real life people that if you they didn't like the way you were handling things, they'd kill you.
Right. If they felt that you were going to turn on them,
yeah,
and somehow expose them, they just eliminated you. You
Yes.
just disappeared.
Yeah.
How about that?
I'm gonna say we need to be careful here and just move on.
Yeah, I do too.
Let's let that go.
Yeah.
Hey, when was the last time y'all had hot cocoa?
Hot cocoa. Let's see. Ooh, wow. It's been a minute, and I like hot cocoa.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think I had it at a.
Can't you get it in the Keurig thing?
Keurig, yes, you can.
I will have some soon.
By the way, is our Keurig here broke still?
I think it is. They need a new one.
We went through that one quick.
Yeah.
It was real cold. Where was I?
But is this a seasonal thing for y'all? It's got to be Christmas time.
But is it worth? Well, of course, it hadn't been cold at any ball games this year. But on Friday nights, is it worth to stand in that long line that there is for hot chocolate? Is it really worth it? Because some of them don't make great hot chocolate. I call it hot chocolate. But the hot chocolate line will be just miles.
Do you know the last time I've had it? It just hit me. Y'all are gonna laugh.
You
at
put
this.
marshmallows in yours?
I don't put them in there, but if they're in there and it's given to me, I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't seek it out, but I don't shun it.
Yeah. At the movies, Highlands.
Yeah.
We went to one of those and they had hot chocolate there. That's when that's been years ago.
I guess I was
but
at a
that's
ball
probably
game.
it.
Probably.
I think the
it's
last
been a
time
while.
I did it, tore my stomach up.
Oh, good night.
I did.
Nobody gets stomach problems from hot chocolate.
Ran right through me.
I can remember my mom making it in like a pan.
Yeah.
When we were kids.
I think I was at a ballpark. It was really cold. Somebody had a little tent or something, and next thing I know, I'm running for a bathroom at the ballpark.
That's a loser situation.
Is that not? And you go in there and it's just one. It's just one stall.
You don't want to have that happen at a ball game.
No.
No, sir.
And all the players are coming in there with all their cleats on. You can hear.
Especially if
you're in there
with older stadiums, you're really in trouble.
Somebody help Daddy.
Good night, sweetie.
We keep it around
y'all
year
know
round.
when the last time I had it?
I see hot cocoa in our cabinets year round, but we never.
You would think I would drink more of that.
Sorry about it.
I almost may start back on that eggnog you got me going on.
Yeah, eggnog is good.
You got me going on.
Don't touch it. I don't like it. Don't touch it.
Let me tell
don't
you
drink
something.
it.
It's not a healthy choice.
Well, that's the holidays. Enjoy it a little bit. Because you ain't. I mean, you could be gone for you know it. You won't be drinking it.
All right, so I just got a text from Dana. She said it's not broke. That she just put more coffee in the drawer.
Dana's the best. Thank you, Dana.
Well, how come it wouldn't work for us the other day?
I don't know. I actually thought we had broke it.
I think Dana broke it. And she's trying to act like she didn't.
Dana,
I'm just kidding, Dana.
Dana, she does middays on our flagship station, WZZK, out of the Birmingham market, and we love Dana, and she's always taking care of it.
And I like to pick at Dana, and for some reason, yesterday I saw her twice. She was carrying a jar of kraut.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like sauerkraut?
Sauerkraut. She loves it.
Huh.
Never seen anybody travel with their own jar, though.
Let me ask you this. This is a question.
I'm not big on sauerkraut.
I'm not either. Question from the audience. When you go in someone else's house and you use the restroom in their restroom,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a weight scale sitting there, do you have to get on them?
No.
I do too.
I
don't know what it is.
And I wonder, is it accurate or not?
I'd compare it to mine.
Well,
Yeah.
I never really weigh.
I go with the lowest.
I never weigh fully clothed.
I don't
The best
either,
time to
but
weigh is step out of the shower.
Yeah, right. And I did that.
I got one right by
I did that this morning, so I'm like, why waste time? I got clothes on and stuff. It's gonna be off.
But I avoid.
Y'all ever put all your clothes on?
No, I want to though.
And
I
mean,
wanted to. I wanted to put my shoes, fold my jeans up. How much this weigh?
Yeah, but just put them on it.
Probably didn't weigh near as much as we think.
And then take
but
it
we
off.
use it to.
Well, I actually used it one time. I stood on it and got my weight, and then I picked Mr. Buddy up and stood back on it because I was ordering some of them pills, and you could go by how much they weigh.
Oh yes, I've done that.
So I held him, and then I just deducted.
That's a good method.
I figured out how much he weighed.
That's a good method.
Now,
right
he
there.
didn't like it.
No,
We have one.
He wants to know why
was
you're holding
squirming.
him.
Yeah.
You just sit still, buddy.
We have one in our bathroom that I step on every morning, buck naked.
So I won't step mine about every other week.
Yeah, I don't do every morning. I do every
wanna at
other
least
couple
lie
of
to
days.
myself.
Yeah. What I do is I use it as motivation for the day. Like
Right.
if it's a pound and a half more than I need it to be, then I'll adjust what I'm doing.
Can
throughout
you
the
ever
day.
feel like when
That'll be today, by the way.
Can you feel a pound? Like, in other words, do you ever
Yeah.
feel it when you go, okay,
Yeah.
I know I've gained a few. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
That, and I'm gonna tell you well, never mind. That gets too.
Okay.
I was gonna say you go lay a
There
big
you
one.
go.
That'll drop a
Oh,
pound
what
too.
do you say? You don't say that, guys.
Man, that was a good one. The clothes fit better.
What is wrong with
It
you?
will.
Well, you don't have to
matters.
say it like that.
Well, we were talking about it.
I'm sorry, y'all. That was disgusting.
Well, it's true though. Hey, it's medical.
Look,
It's
he's
medical.
talking strictly
It is.
medical science.
Look,
just
all it
telling
made you was happy. You set up.
That's funny.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
shut up.
Good night. Well, Helmsy really brought us into what
Thank
he
you.
does.
Help us end on that one.
Good, great.
I'm just telling you want to lose
Y'all
a
say-
pound
somebody
quick or
say-
two.
yeah,
Get
no,
into
no,
some
no, no, no.
Metamucil.
Quick, somebody say something else. Get our mind off of it.
Oh, my goodness.
You need to lose 2 pounds. Get into some raisins, grapes, Metamucil. It works.
Say something dumb, Greg. Hurry up.
Dumb.
Hurry up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You mean cannabis?
Yeah.
I invested in the cannabis business.
Exactly.
But I've got to go. The Saban's got me coming in and talk to the Tide.
There
Here
he
he
is.
is right here, Rick. Let's like, see if
there
we
he
can
is.
get any audio
That's
of that.
Skype there on that one.
Should I?
I have not. Adler, what do you think, kid?
He's talking to Saban.
He's trying to research that house. No, back to Saban. I mean, okay, go.
Well, it doesn't have any
Skype.
sound on it. It doesn't have any sound on it. I've got Can't Skype up. I guess there's no sound on it. But
That looks good anyway.
Adler's on Zillow in there.
and I see the Marauder tattoo is right there.
Can you bring audio up? No.
What if Saban got one of them face tattoos after he met with Mike? Just for this season.
I talked to Saban, and he's a Marauder. So I said, get a Marauder tattoo. It's precarious. It's very precarious. My story is precarious.
So anyway. So that's
Mike.
Yeah, that's a
it.
little doobage.
Well, he's doing it legally, of course. Again, not legal in Alabama. Yet.
What do you think that face
Smoking
tattoo
up
is
his
going
profit.
to look like when he gets really old?
Do what?
What do you think the face tattoo is going to look like when he gets really old?
Well, it already, with the gray beard, it already has a different look.
It's lost its luster.
It doesn't.
It's not as intimidating as it was.
Mike, what do your grandkids call you? Marauder.
Doing old Tyson.
I don't know if you can do it. Hey. This is still precarious. Come see your Marauder grandpapa. It's precarious. I wonder if I get to go back and talk with Saban. So anyway, that is, you would you would think there'd be a meeting. Hey, Coach, how you doing? So I see we have Mike Tyson coming to speak to the team. I understand it's legal, but Mike Tyson is in the cannabis marijuana business,
Right.
And is on a podcast talking about how much marijuana they smoke every month. Just FYI, I understand it's a very moving story and probably can help some of our players, but know that he is a tycoon of marijuana.
Yeah.
So and this year we will kick off various players for use of marijuana.
Sure.
And probably I'm just trying to want you to think it through. Blake in Prattville. Blake, go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning. Love the show, by the way. This is my first time calling in.
Thank you.
I had to call in when I heard you guys talking about Mike Tyson smoking weed and addressing the Alabama football team. You guys had a problem with that, but you're okay with Donald Trump addressing the country as president of the United States after giving his history. So that kind of baffled me a little bit.
Well, that's quite a strange line to draw.
Wow. Rick, hold on. We've spoke ill of the tide now.
Right.
We're going to get hammered.
Yeah.
And we were just having fun with Tyson.
We're really just having a good time. We really didn't care.
No, look,
not at all.
I thought it was funny.
I think that that would I bring Donald Trump in to speak to the church? I wouldn't.
No, absolutely not.
I probably wouldn't.
Keep on rocking.
I'm sorry, buddy. Rick. That has become the new trend, and that is the world-famous Bubba world of false narratives. This means that we start a narrative. It isn't true. It doesn't matter if it's true or not or whether it can be supported, but we use it because this narrative may help us to make a point. Sadly, as one of the callers mentioned last week on the program correctly, sadly, a lot of these people have influence, so when they throw out false narratives, they can also incite and cause things to happen. But sadly, this a lot of times isn't correct information at all. But if I say it enough and I keep saying it, suddenly somehow I've made a false narrative a true narrative. If you don't believe that, take a look at the 5th anniversary of the Michael Brown death came upon us. And, oh, my goodness, Kamala Harris and Elizabeth Warren wasted no time to use this tragic situation to try to advance their agenda by using the word murder. Kamala Harris says Michael Brown's murder forever changed Ferguson and America. His tragic death sparked a desperately needed conversation and a nationwide movement. We must fight for stronger accountability and racial equality in our justice system. Well, you want me to give you Elizabeth before we go to the facts of what really happened? Okay, so Elizabeth chimes in. 5 years ago, Michael Brown was murdered by a white police officer.
Oh, wow.
Underline that, since that didn't happen. In Ferguson, Missouri, Michael was unarmed, yet he was shot 6 times. That's because he tried to take the gun, Elizabeth. He was unarmed but tried to arm himself with the officer's gun. Anyway, I stand with activists and organizers who continue to fight for justice for Michael. We must confront systematic racism and police violence head on. So keep in mind, these two politicians, after things have finally calmed in the Ferguson area, they're going to take the 5-year anniversary and what? Possibly incite again by claiming we're celebrating the anniversary of white policemen randomly shooting people simply because they're black. The only problem with this, and there's been many who've gone back and fact-checked this, that's not what happened.
This was the famous hands up, don't shoot incident.
Let me repeat this again. What they're saying in their tweets did not happen. This is not what happened. It's a tragedy. I'll give you that. It was tragic in every way, shape, or form. But it was proven in a court of law by witnesses who stepped forward who were white, black, Latino. It is 6 minutes now past the hour. How are you? A brand new Rick and Bubba show has begun on a brand new hour, on a brand new day. And we are glad you're here. The national anthem gets us started. It is 7.5 minutes past. Let's go. Let's go. Are you ready for another journey together? The kickoff hour behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy handle that for you. Now we go forward. You can catch our program today live on America's boldest radio stations. If you don't have that, you can do our TuneIn app or use one of the affiliates. They have apps as well, a lot of them. Another option for you involves Eddie Van Adler. He now settles in for the rest of the show. That is our YouTube option. You can watch us live every single day. And you get alert if you're a subscriber. It doesn't cost anything to subscribe. If you haven't subscribed today, and you get alerts when every time a live show starts. Or like yesterday, another Bible study, a brand new series yesterday. We jumped into 2 Corinthians, session 1 yesterday. That archive is now available for you because you did miss the live opportunity yesterday, or maybe you heard it and you wanted to share it with somebody, you can. Also, that is a live option and a archive option for the entire show on our YouTube channel. A best of archive hour available on your Blaze TV subscription. If you're looking for audio archives, just go to the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. Those are available to you every day, also including a best of hour. So we got everybody here. I be Rick, and right there be the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. Come and get your love. Come and get it. Get your love. There they are, Bubba. Can you name that band?
Rick, that is, gosh, let me think.
Hey.
That is, I don't know this morning.
Redbone.
That's why I didn't know.
That's right. The actually, as some people would call them today, an indigenous band.
Yes, yes.
Indigenous people. Hey, hey. So, yeah. You know what's interesting when those songs, like people like that they didn't really have a catalog that you remember, but you can't get this song now out of your head for the rest of the day.
Right.
I'll be singing it up and down the hall, and really already have. I sang it before the show started, which is why I played it. Is when these...
I may have known the name, I just didn't want to say it.
Right, but that's true. Because sometimes even a name of a band now, people go, "What'd you say?"
Yeah.
But you go back into these, the selling of catalogs.
There it is.
Yeah, the selling of catalogs. And I so remember them on Don Kirshner's rock concert or the Midnight Special. Because I didn't play it because it doesn't work, but they have a whole at the beginning where he sings it a cappella.
Yeah.
And then they start. Yeah, I remember seeing him just blaring it on Don Kirshner. But anyway,
I love Don Kirshner's rock concert.
So everybody is sending out, and buying up catalogs. So this song, if you listen, I can't even think of the product, but it's now in a commercial right now.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Yeah, and is it a truck commercial or a car commercial? I can't remember.
Well, what about a ho 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 Zempic? That's a song.
That's. But this one, I think they don't change the lyrics. You just hear the music.
I saw it, and I don't know what it was. But you're exactly right.
Come and get your truck. Hey, gotta lift it like I like it, come and get your truck. That's good. That's a good song.
Oh yeah,
that's
it.
Did they do anything else?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Can you call yourself Redbone?
Well, we just discussed that. Bubba said he might have known the band, but he was afraid to say it.
I didn't want to fall in that pit fall early today.
But one of those things that at the time wasn't offensive, but may be offensive now.
But what I'm saying is, if the band calls themselves that, can't we say it?
Well, I mean, don't forget about the great NWA.
There's a lot of other groups call themselves things we can't call them.
So only they can call themselves the name of their band.
Right.
Okay.
So it's kind of hard to talk
That's
about.
hard to follow, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
So, but anyway.
What about the Surfers?
Can we just go back and say a snappy beat and a good hook?
It is.
Got a good beat. It's easy to dance to. I'll give it an 86.
And it was a bunch of Indians.
Also, one of the things, and I face it every week on Trash Day. One of these things, I don't know really how to address it, because I know when I address these kind of things, with your wife, they basically just look at you and go, I got to tell you, I don't think that's ever changing, and I don't know why you're worried about it, and I wish you'd stop bringing it up. But it bothers me. At our house, we're a 2 trash can house. Yep. I always pay the extra for a second. Well, yeah, pretty much. Even though it's not as necessary as it once was, which is kind of to my point. Now, I like having to for like when you have holiday. Coming up Thanksgiving. We're hosting Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
we need to.
You do.
So
we don't roll both to the road every week.
Yeah. So now that's my point, and I want to ask you this because this drives me crazy. Sherry will just go out there and throw the bag in either can.
I got you.
I'm like, baby, fill up one can.
Yeah. Because I may not have to take.
Because if it's a 1 can week, now all I'm doing is rolling 1 can up, and she basically just looks at me and goes. She goes, well,
if you don't like it, dig it out.
She goes, I go out there sometimes and it's raining, and I just want to put it in the closest can.
Look, the other one can't be that far from it.
Honey, they're side by side.
Right.
I mean, it's
there's one around the back of the house.
Yeah, I try to fill one before the other, but we have them on opposite ends of the house. So usually the kitchen garbage goes in one, and basement and other garbage goes in the other.
So you end up with 2 every week then, probably.
Well,
even if they're not all the way full.
We don't carry it if it's not. Usually the lower one doesn't have things like food in it. It just has like trash from things.
Yeah. You wait for it to fill up.
I ain't like rich folks. I only have one, and I just got to smash everything
right
during the holiday.
Rick, I want to tell you, okay, I'm going to be very careful at what I'm about to say, because I want my rest of my day and evening to go well. I'll just look at you and go, I know exactly to a T what you're talking about.
Okay. All right, there it is.
It's a constant frustration.
Fill up one, then right.
I don't get it. It's one of those things that I finally threw my hands up and said, "There's no sense in even saying anything."
Can I tell you something to you? I think that on behalf of all wives, Sherry has basically told me the same thing. Yeah. That's not going to change. And if that bothers you that bad, just have to deal with it. And so,
I get a speech a lot of time. You're lucky I made it to the trash can.
Right. I went as far this week as to reach into the quarter full can and pull out the bags and put them in the 1 can and roll one up.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah. Because it bothered me so bad.
Digging off in it.
So I'm going to push up a half full can and a quarter full can. I can't. I mean, that quarter's got to come over in its half and make it a full.
Yeah.
Now I got one full.
You're going to have to start hiding 1 can until the other one's full. I don't know where.
Right.
But
well, or I could do what apparently my wife is saying, and that is to lump it.
Yes.
Or I can take
That's what I've decided to do.
I can take my quarter full can and my half can, and I can be a clown and I can cram it.
I'm sure that they will say that there's things that they have decided that we just have told them they're going to have to lump it too.
Yeah. Right.
Even though you may not really see it that way.
Yeah. I guess if I want a full can and not have 2 that are half, I can reach down there and grab the others and fill them up.
That's it.
We'll be back. 16 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And said, I know there's people saying something happened. We can't stand by and let this false narrative destroy this man's life. Too late. That already happened. But that's not what happened. So when all the witnesses were interviewed about what happened and the evidence about where the shots were, what was on the policeman, how it all played out, we really found out that Michael Brown was roughing up people in a convenience store. The police was called, and when the police was called, instead of Michael putting his hands up and coming under the authority to maybe explain himself, why he was stealing stuff from the convenience store and why he was threatening people in the convenience store, whatever. But when he decided he would take the gun from the officer, that means that Officer Wilson then shot him to defend himself against an attacking Michael Brown. Now, that's a much different story. Michael Brown was shot not because of the color of his skin, but because of his behavior. It is tragic, and it is sad, and it's horrible, but it had nothing to do with the color of his skin. It had everything to do with his behavior. So, and that was proven in a court of law. The grand jury decided not to indict Officer Wilson after they looked at all the evidence. Now, the sad part about that is Elizabeth Warren and Kamala Harris both know this, but they're putting out the tweet as if it didn't happen. And to me, that's grossly irresponsible. It's not truth. It's lying. You've already destroyed Officer Wilson, so that mission is accomplished. His life was never the same again. He's been completely destroyed. And you also caused a lot of violence, President Obama and Eric Holder, when you went in claiming this guy was shot because of the color of his skin, because we got a bunch of racist cops here. All of this was grossly irresponsible. Now, these are the same people, rightfully so, who will say to President Trump, be careful what you say because you can incite people. I think that would be true, but it's not just true for one party, but not true for the other. It's true no matter what. And Elizabeth Warren and Kamala Harris should be held accountable by everyone, no matter your political view, for putting these irresponsible tweets out, acting like a man was shot in cold blood by a racist white officer when that did not happen. Didn't happen.
Thank goodness that they were people who saw what was going on, and this narrative had got out, the hands up, don't shoot. We had football teams doing it. I mean, all this, that these people came forward and said, y'all, this has got way out of hand. There's somebody who started this and a bunch of folks who are wanting to believe this, and that's just not what happened.
Again, it says...
And they were very brave to do that because it wasn't the popular thing to do at the time.
Keep in mind, this is factcheck.org. We'll give you the information again. You don't have to listen to Rick. You don't have to listen to Bubba. You certainly shouldn't listen to Elizabeth Warren and Kamala Harris. Let me read this from factcheck.org. While the phrase hands up, don't shoot originated after the shooting, the Justice Department investigation, not a bunch of racists. Trump wasn't even around then. He wasn't even a president.
This was state and federal level, right?
The Justice Department, state and federal, okay, who were under those administrations.
Yeah, Holder was in charge of the DOJ at the time.
Yeah.
At the time found, let me say it again, this is Eric Holder's Justice Department and the state Justice Department. Let me say it clear into the mic. Found no evidence, found no evidence that Michael Brown ever had his hands up. Didn't happen. We must figure out the truth and stop believing fairy tales and stories because these false narratives are dangerous. They incite people unnecessarily. They ruin people's lives, and they cause people, when the facts come out, to not pay attention the next time true racism is brought up. 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Mike Lindell visits a little bit later on in the program if we remember that we're interviewing him. So that'll be coming up later on the program, and we'll discuss all that he's been through and where we're headed with 2024 coming up. Because when you look at the state of businesses and the economy and all that is going on, even those that maybe at one point were like, well, I don't want mean people. You're starting to go, boy, I sure did like my livelihood. So anyway, we'll look at that and talk with him a little bit later on in the program. Bubba, when you talk about these stories and we love these kind of stories, don't we? I mean, it's almost like you can feel the movie coming together. when you have a person that gets a fresh start, and the fresh start it works out, and it goes well. And the story of Bo Nix, what a story! I mean, highly touted out of high school. His dad and family, with huge connections to Auburn. Little boy dreaming to be the quarterback at Auburn, and it all works out for him. The time at Auburn did not go well, and he ends up leaving and goes to as far away as you could possibly go to Oregon for a new beginning. And everybody was kind of like, well, we may never hear from this guy again. I mean, this may be he might spend a season there and be a backup or whatever. He goes there, he takes the starting job. And then has a good season last year, having a great season this year, so much so that now the power rankings for the Heisman have moved one Bo Nix into the number 1 slot.
Into the top spot.
How about that?
Currently, Bo leads the country in completion percentage, 77.7%, and has thrown 29 touchdowns with just 2 interceptions.
That's pretty good.
Unbelievable. So that's pretty good. Fifth-year senior. And they're saying that he is now separating himself based on his consistency. They have 2 games left to go, and then they will be on a collision course for a rematch with Washington in the Pac-12 championship game, assuming they win the others.
Now,
and possibly a spot in the playoffs.
We have seen this in the past. When you see somebody who continues to play well, it always does help. And I think last time I checked, Bo Nix is 31 years old. But so because of the COVID and all that, what this is 6 years he's been playing.
Is it?
I think it is.
I don't know.
He played as a true freshman.
It said it had him as a 5th-year senior.
But didn't the COVID year kind of get thrown in there, like he didn't count against anybody or something?
I think so.
Well, they refer to those people usually as a 6th-year
Do they?
senior.
Okay. Well, maybe
or
5.
the Jacksonville State quarterback. He was 7.
7-year senior. Yeah.
Does he have a medical in there too? I
He
think?
is a lot. I mean, obviously mature. He's married, and and so it's. Look, I told Speedy this. He laughed at me about a week ago. I said, "I'm proud of Bo. I really am."
No,
yeah,
I think, as
feel
I
like
said,
it.
absolutely. I think it's
And
a great story.
I was the guy that was pretty negative at the way he was playing at Auburn.
No,
and
now we understand why.
I will say this, and
well, you can't quarterback running for your life.
No,
you
he did.
can't.
He did run
but,
for his life.
You know,
he was there.
his dad was in here, and he made some comments, not from an arrogant standpoint, but from a proud of his son. And I almost thought and probably said when he was gone, it's a step out, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you, his dad was right.
Yeah.
Well, and then it could be this. There's no doubt that the teams at Auburn he played on, because this, I know everybody goes, he's going to say something about team sport again, and I am. There's a lot of sports out there that individual talent can get you through. In football, you got to have a team.
You do,
and you don't have to at least somewhat of a team. A structure for you to work in. And you've seen this with great ones that have gone on to bad teams, and go back, and you could go back as far as before free agency was available. Look at what Archie Manning had to go through playing for a terrible NFL team compared to him playing on a pretty good college team.
Yeah.
And there's a huge difference. But it also could also be, no doubt that's part of it. But he may be a better quarterback at year 4 and 5 than he was at 1, 2, and 3 too.
Yes,
just to have
100%.
maturation.
That's
became a better player.
Well, I heard Saban say, this was I think a couple of weeks ago when he was talking about how everybody wants to play as a freshman.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants to play as a freshman.
Yeah.
And he said, at no point in my life of coaching, no NFL scout or coach has ever asked me, did that kid play as a freshman?
Right.
Not one time.
Not one time.
And it's so true. And look, that's why we go to college,
Yeah.
to mature and get better.
Yeah. It's hard to wait. It is.
It is.
I mean,
Yeah.
and I think, too, y'all talk about being a team sport. I mean, if you can have receivers that can get separation, that's a big deal, too.
Gotta
As
have
a quarterback, you got to have time, and you got to have receivers that can go be players.
You give an average quarterback great receivers and a great offensive line, and he can manage your team up and down that field.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, but then you put a really good quarterback with those things.
Yeah.
Then you got something special.
You
now.
wonder if
He's really do.
yeah, if Jaden Daniels at LSU, if they didn't have 3 losses, I wonder where he'd be.
Oh, he would be.
Well, that's what I was going to ask
the
the other guys in the running right now. Michael Penix Jr., the Washington Huskies quarterback.
Yeah, he's good.
Jaden Daniels, LSU. And they, you have to have it's just standard. You got to have one guy from Ohio State, Marvin Harrison Jr.
He's good.
He's good. He's
maybe
really
the best
good.
receiver in the country.
Yeah, he is a game changer. So there you go. But Bo's moving up the charts there.
And so let me ask you this: will it hurt his Heisman? And we'll see how it goes. They go back, beat Washington this time. Of course, as you pointed out, I think yesterday.
Yeah, they got 2 more games prior to that.
Or Monday. Well, they play anybody in count before that?
Let's see. It had it here and
let's say they go through it and they run the table, okay?
Yep.
And they go back and they right the wrong and beat Washington, of course, as we all point out, and you did on Monday. Of course, that just means that series is 1-1.
Yeah,
but anyway, but
if you win the second one, you get to go.
Right. If you win the second,
better to win late.
Yeah, you get to go, and then they go, and as we all know, what will happen with Oregon, they'll get beat by Georgia or Alabama.
Yeah.
So would that hurt the Heisman when Georgia or Alabama beat them?
I think it always
Or it have
hurts.
to be because they're only going to play one of them.
Now, I say that it doesn't always matter, but I think it always helps
Right.
the Heisman candidates to be on a very successful team.
Yeah, like look at Milroe with Alabama. I mean, he started the year, got benched, and now he might make it to New York.
Yeah, I'm not sure he shouldn't be on that list too.
Yeah, well, he is down at the
Playmaker.
bottom. There's others to look at. He is on the list.
Yeah, that early season rough patch was problematic. I mean, look, like I said, I think this staff at Alabama's coached their rear ends off this year.
Right.
The way that team looked against Texas and how they look now.
Yeah.
I mean, it is night and day.
Right.
And I mean, they're a force to be reckoned with right now.
Yeah.
And I cannot wait for the Georgia-Alabama game. I mean, I can't wait.
That's going to be a good one.
I'm not. Let's get on through this. Let's get on to that.
Yeah.
Let's get on to that. Now that's one to sit down and get snacks out.
And it'll be right before the Rick and Bubba Christmas party.
That's true.
Oh,
yeah.
Here we go.
So y'all can come early and watch it.
There you go. All right,
Greg, you can come too.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick is not with us. He's moving in his youngest son, Brody, today to school. So they're having a day of that. It's also Sherry's birthday today. So happy birthday, Sherry.
Oh, awesome.
I know y'all are going to have a lot of fun. In all of that you will face today. We hear horror stories, but we're hoping and praying it goes smooth for all concerned.
It's all about the line to get in. And I think once he gets in, he'll have so much help.
Yeah, I think so, too.
He'll be fine.
Well, we have a lot to cover today. A lot going on in the nation. A lot of things to cover. Some of it, it gets a little heavy at times. I'm like, oh, please, give me a break. So we'll have some fun with the phones today. I do want to say just right out of the gate, and we talk about this a lot, but I think it needs mentioning again how much we appreciate those of you who listen to the show.
Mm-hmm.
And this show started, it was supposed to be a 30-day stopgap measure, and we just are in the midst of 25 years. So we really appreciate all of you that listen each and every day. We appreciate the GMs and the program directors that decide to put this show on, and the salespeople that go out and sell the local advertisements. That's the blood that makes it all work. And radio is a great medium. It's always been a great medium, and it continues to be one, even with all the changing technology. So we appreciate the people who advertise with our stations and keep the show on the air. And, but none of that matters if we don't have the listeners. So we really appreciate you guys. And we run into so many of you out and about and people that come to the golden ticket seats each and every day. And, some of the stories they tell us is funny. It's touching. But, it's so many times we have somebody that says, well, I have listened since elementary school.
Yeah.
All right. Because we have now spanned a quarter of a century. And hopefully getting better with time. I guess that's always debatable. But we change, and the listeners change, and we continue the relationship. But it's a wonderful medium, and we appreciate you guys letting us do what we do each and every day, because without you, hey, we're back to the fruit market.
Yeah, and speaking of changing, I love in the golden ticket seat, somebody will bring like an old Polaroid picture or and like we're holding them like they're a baby and they're here with their family, and hey, this is my son, and you're like, wow, okay, so we are old.
Yeah, you know when this started, there were not cell phones. Fax machines had just become commonplace in the office.
Yeah.
You thought they were amazing.
There was no internet. There was no email. That was unheard of. So, the changes that have happened in our technology and the way we live is amazing. And we just keep trying to, incorporate what we can and keep moving forward. And but we appreciate you guys. I mean, without you, like I said, it doesn't happen. So we appreciate it. And you guys here that work on the show, Speedy, you've been with us 24 and a half years, I know, if not longer.
Yeah.
And these other guys here are now double digits, I think, everybody.
I'm telling you. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it has.
It really has.
But you know what? We're having fun.
Yeah.
And we want to keep having fun, and we hope that you'll keep having fun with us.
Yeah, I think we made that agreement when we first started. We said we're going to do this as long as we're having fun, and we keep having fun.
I was going to say, the minute I stop having fun, I'm going to find something else to do.
That's it.
Yeah, because, when you get up the time we get up and you spend the hours that we have to, you got to have fun. It's got to be something you want to do.
Yeah.
And it is. And I appreciate you guys. And, we're like a band of brothers in here. Of course, we do have some that are technically, brothers.
Yeah.
But,
Right. Yeah. Blood kin. And you were talking
they share
about
the same mom and dad.
you were talking about when the show started in technology and how far it's gone, and now the terrestrial radio is our love, and that's how it all started.
It's the backbone
and
of all
some of the greatest affiliates in the country brave enough to call this home.
Yep.
But as the show grows, there's the technology grows, and there's other avenues to listen to the show, if it's podcast or different apps, and you got YouTube. Some of you in HD today. Sorry how we look, but. We're having an issue with the TuneIn app and the Rick and Bubba channel today, and we're getting swamped with emails and calls and all this kind of stuff. We're trying to hit social media with it, but if that's your avenue and you have found another way to listen today, welcome. But we're trying to get the word out, but our Rick and Bubba channel for some reason is down. You might be listening through an affiliate. If you're not in that market, you can still go through them to listen. But just wanted you to know that we're working on it, trying to work with them to see what's happening.
Yeah, we'll get to the bottom.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show as we continue to move forward. Thank you for being with us today. Your phone call's coming up shortly. All right, so TheraBreath has been with us for years now. Incredible products, and you can find them, yes, at over 100 different retailers all across the country. Look for that orange cap. But if you're having a hard time finding like the specific TheraBreath, like sometimes I go into a retailer and they have most all of it, but they don't have, say, the lozenges. Or maybe I go in and they've got the lozenges, but they don't have the gum rinse. So if you want to go to where you can get all of it in one place, of course, TheraBreath.com would be a better choice. But they also have the whitening oral rinse too. So the toothpaste, the mouthwash, the whitening rinse, the gum health. And, of course, the lozenges to take with you wherever you go in case, you drink some coffee or maybe eat something that's a little spicy and your breath doesn't feel fresh. You pop that lozenge in and you go. Or if you're struggling with dry mouth, you got a presentation to make. Keeps the mouth moist. So go to TheraBreath.com, find all the products there, look for the retailers all across the country, or you can just simply go to rickandbubba.com. You can look under the sponsors link and you can find them right there. So Bubba, I know that on the live show about an hour and a half ago, the kickoff hour was discussing teams that are currently on probation because they've moved up a division, so they're not eligible for bowl play, and they've asked for a waiver from the NCAA, and their waiver has been denied. even though if they cannot find enough teams that are 500 or above, they might still get a chance to play in the bowl.
Yeah, that was the current rule, that if there was they're on probation, I think, for 2 years, and the only way they can go is if there's not enough teams to fill all the bowl slots.
Right, and they wanted a waiver they could just go straight up.
Yes, and the NCAA has rejected that waiver request from James Madison, Jacksonville State University, and Tarleton State football programs. Not familiar with them.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they from?
Out of Texas.
Texas.
Mm-hmm. They moved up to FCS.
Yes, from D2 to FCS.
Right.
The NCAA Division I Board of Administrative Committee made its final decision, which echoed the conclusion of 3 other committees that met on it. Now, James Madison is 10-0, 6-0 in the Sun Belt, currently ranked number 21 in the latest AP poll. They host Appalachian State on Saturday, and they had appealed to the NCAA to reduce their transition from FCS to FBS to 1 year instead of 2. They said they're obviously disappointed. They're having a great year.
College Game Day will be there this Saturday.
Wow. How about that?
That seems weird. that they're going to go there and they can't even go to a bowl game.
I know.
And they're undefeated.
Yeah.
I don't understand, and maybe I'm sure there's some logic to this that eludes me at this point, but I don't understand penalizing people for moving up because it's obviously going to be more difficult. I do see penalizing people for moving down. Say, hey, we want to go back to Division II or Division whatever, so we can go in there and dominate people. And maybe you have to wait till all those athletes you signed filter out. But I don't necessarily understand penalizing you trying to move up because it's hard enough as it is.
Do you think? And I agree.
Am
with
I
you.
missing something?
I agree with you, but do you think their
there's got to be a reason.
Do you think their logic? And I'm searching for it, and this is just a total reach on my part, and may have no validity whatsoever. But do you think their fear is, and the reason why they did this, is that the smaller divisions will vanish off the landscape of college football, and they're trying to discourage people from leaving so we can have all these divisions with plenty of schools, that at some point people look around and go, well, what's my motivation to stay here? I want to be D1 too, and then you just get overrun with everybody going to D1, and then I'm staying with the way we always called it. The 1AAs and the Division II and the Division IIIs begin to diminish into nothing, not enough teams.
Well, I mean, the NCAA could fix that by saying, this is the criteria for this is the criteria for that, and you have to stay in your lane. I mean, they could fix that right away.
Yeah,
and of course,
well, that's what I'm saying. Is this part of them trying to discourage that? Because look, I don't know if y'all seen the Gulf South Conference now.
Well, the oddity of it is, though, it seemed like for years they were encouraging people to move up.
No, I think they still are. I don't think that's
okay. So so what?
I think it's contract. I don't know either, but I would think it's probably breaking contracts related. I think there's some money involved with that.
Right.
And I still say it by default, Power 5, but it's actually Power 4 now.
Yeah, the Pac-12.
So
Pac-12 having the best year they've ever had. Two guys in the top leading for the Heisman, and they're disbanding.
Right.
And so no matter what happens with them, there won't be another Power conference. So it is Power 5, and then you have Power 4, and then you have the Group of 5, which is the American and Conference USA and 3 others. And
Sun Belt, do they fall in that
They
group?
do.
Yeah.
The MAC falls into it, and then the Mountain West. That makes Group of 5.
Yeah.
So I think some of those conferences still need teams as well.
Yeah,
but if you're FCS, it's only football. They don't offer it. If you're FCS in football, then you're Division I in every other sport.
Right.
Football's the only sport that has that.
Right.
Which was always kind of strange.
Yeah.
And I think at some point, one of two things is going to happen. Either we're going to fall back into where the Group of 5 has their own thing, and we call it whatever, whether it's FCS or whatever. And there's also, I've heard plenty of talk about at some point the Power 4 is going to look around and go, do we really even need the NCAA?
Right.
We're going to kind of go do our own thing,
right.
And then the NCAA is going to have the rest of it, which is who I just talked about.
Right.
So, but the NCAA is a creation of the universities. So even if you break off, you still got to have somebody to set the rules for everybody. Correct. So you're going to just have another thing with the same name doing the same stuff.
Yeah, but you own it.
Yeah.
Well, they own it now, don't they?
No.
Yeah.
No, if they owned it, they'd be making decisions left and right, not having to get NCAA's permission.
So to your point, and I do agree with this. To your point, it's almost like we're just playing games with labels, because if you're a little tiny Division I school, you're never going to win the national championship.
No, you're not.
James Madison and Jacksonville State are not ever going to go beat Georgia and Alabama and get to the Final Four or Final 12 playoff. They might get to the 12, maybe. So what's going to happen is people go, well, we want championships. So to your point, now you're going to be what they call the other five, or what's it called?
Group of five.
The group of five.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I'm just trying to be the champion of the little Division I schools. Well, aren't we now back to just divisions again?
We are. We are, Rick. And here's the thing. This is being
discussed. It's a gold and silver bracket is what it is.
Over all sports. It's not just football. Perfect example. And I'll just be straight up, because people don't want to talk about this stuff. They're not realistic about it.
Right.
We went to LSU for our regional.
Talking about the tennis team.
Okay. I took our girls to our regional. Everybody goes. So you have group of five, you have Power 4, Power 5, whatever you want to call it at that point, and we're all playing a big tournament against each other. Well, after day one, every Power 4 school is winning. There's really no sense in us being there day 2, day 3, day 4.
Right.
There's every once in a while you'll have your random player that stands out, or a doubles team that wins. But we all look around and go, why are we even here?
Right.
Like this, we should have got everybody in our region that's a mid-major and went and did our own thing. And these discussions among committees, both on the ITA, which is the governing body of tennis, the NCAA, we need to get with them and go do our own thing. So these are, and it's going to be discussed. It's discussed in baseball every year. I hear mid-major D1 baseball coaches every year going, we need our own thing. This is a waste of time.
Right.
We're never going to get there.
Right.
And so it's a reality. And so what I think is going to happen, you've expanded the football playoff, because football is where everything lands at football's feet, because it is a revenue generator.
Yeah.
And so you've got 12 teams starting next year, and I think it's going to take 5 or 6 years for that to play out, and everybody's going to realize that the Tulane will get in, the James Madison will get in, but there'll be a one and done.
Right.
And then everybody's going to have that dose of reality that most everybody already gets anyway, that we just need to do our own thing. And that's the reality of it.
That's what I mean. So really, we're just. It's kind of like daylight savings time. We're just renaming lots. We're not creating
100%.
And so now I'm just going to be. Oh no, I left 1AA, but I'm the group of 5 champion. Okay. Okay. Well, you're just calling it something different. I mean, it's.
You're right, and that's that's what's coming, whether people want to embrace that or not.
Because I think at the end of it all, been there, been part of it. Of course, I should have been there at the field, but we've all. I was as fired up and thrilled to be in the playoffs in Division II and be vying for a national championship season after season after season when the program was headed in the right direction. I didn't find it any more prestigious to be in the playoff looking for a championship at 1AA. Exciting, same thing.
Exactly.
At the end of it all, I think everybody wants to play for a championship.
100%.
Well, it's like if the classifications in high school.
The conference championship becomes, all important to you at that point.
Yeah. But I mean, if you realize, all right, I'm in a point now where I can never be the national champion.
What are we doing?
Right.
I agree 100%.
I'm sure the money situation plays into it.
100%.
Of course.
100%.
Because even though it costs you more to be at Division I, I'm sure your ability to make money playing those Division I teams is also better too. So.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt. I see the money thing, but you know how it is. If somebody offered us a lot of money to come do something that we didn't enjoy,
but you got to fund your budget.
Yeah, you still want to play for a championship.
Rick and Bubba.
But it may take a little, during the show today for everybody to get in the office and figure all that out. But Helms is on it, and we've got emails out to the people. We'll try to get that back up. But there's always other ways. Like you said, a lot of our affiliates have their own feed, too.
That's right, yeah.
And we want you to be able to listen to the Rick and Bubba show if you want to. We don't want anybody else standing in the way. So it starts with those terrestrial radio stations. And then if you're not in that area, we've got internet feeds, we've got the video feed, all that stuff. But we want you to be part of all the fun.
Yep. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for tuning in. Rick is out today. He is moving his youngest son to college, but we will be here and we will continue to move forward with your help. before we get into a long and distinguished list of things we need to cover today, and one, I got text about 100 times yesterday. I know that NASA's giving away a rocket. Okay, I know that. We'll cover that story today, and yes, I would love to have it. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I would love. There's nothing I love more than driving into Huntsville, Alabama, and seeing that giant Saturn V up in the air at Space Camp and at the Huntsville Space and Rocket Center. That is just too cool.
Yeah, most definitely.
And sure, I'd like to have one. I know, I admit it. But I just don't know if my homeowners association will go along with it. So I'll have to call Doug Edelman today and see how he.
I really want you to have that so bad.
But we'll cover that in detail. Okay. Before we do that, yesterday the headlines: "Oh, the world is over. The sky is falling. We have recession warnings as the stock market takes an 800-point dive." Every time this happens, it bothers me deeply because I know what's really going on here, and I feel like a lot of people, it causes them great despair and panic, and it shouldn't.
No.
And you should know why this is going on and what's happening. Our economy is, and look, I'm not an economic expert by any stretch. I mean, any stretch. But I do try to keep up with a little bit of it. Like I think all of us who are Americans should know a little bit about what's going on with our economy. Our economy is big, and it is complicated, and it has so many moving parts. Nobody has a full grasp on it. That's why nobody is 100% can tell you what's going to happen. It's just very complicated. And then you take that and you interweave the world's economy around it. And then you really got a thing that is in total flux and always moving and changing and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, it's big and it's complicated, but here are some things you can understand. The panic yesterday started over what they call the inverted yield curve. And what that is really doesn't matter. It has to do with Treasury notes, 10-year versus overnight versus 2-year, all this kind of stuff. And all you need to know is there's a guy or a group of guys sitting at a desk that makes these decisions. And then those decisions are read by people that's in the financial sector, and they make decisions. And everybody's always looking for the absolute clear sign that something's about to happen. And a lot of people have tied these to previous recessions, which is when the economy basically catches up. If it evens out, there's always a time. It's kind of like when you balance your checkbook. You know, you get out ahead of something, it all has to even up. But, you know, this is not a naturally occurring phenomenon. And I think that's the key thing to remember. It's not like a thunderstorm. It's not like an earthquake. It is made by people making decisions and what we think about their decisions.
Mm-hmm.
So it aggravates me when I see this happen a lot of times. And you're going to have some of these that, like I say, kind of even up from time to time. But I learned this term this year from a money manager that I'm a big fan of. He used the term permabull, which I think I subscribe to permabull. I want it to just keep going, get bigger, and keep rolling. Never adjust, never even out. So, but I think it's because I have a positive attitude about it, and I know that America is the greatest country that the planet has ever seen. And on our worst day, we're still better off. We have some idiots here, sure. Everybody does. And we need to do a better job at what we do and the way we do it. But it's still the best thing going. And what is so aggravating about this is there's no doubt in my mind that some of this is not economic as much as it is political.
Yep.
And
we're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we move forward. And a lot of you emailed, and I meant to say it on the air during our football talk, and I forgot. I realize now that the Heisman Trophy is handed out before the playoffs. So what happens to a Heisman Trophy winner in the playoff is irrelevant. Because they give it out before that. All right, so and also yesterday's Bible study, a new series started, 2 Corinthians Session 1, now available on the YouTube channel and our podcast channel. Bubba, we got a couple of Biden clips, or a bunch of them.
Do you remember back to, and I don't know what the numbers are, but it seems like the Heisman Trophy winner when we just had the bowl games, they never won the bowl game. You remember it was like a curse going in because everybody put them up on their locker.
Really great example was Gino Toretta.
Oh yeah,
remember?
Miami's had a few like that. I mean, a lot of them had bad performances.
You know the one for some reason that I remember on that note, and it was BYU because they were playing Hawaii. You know, some game and the guy from Hawaii picked one and went 6, and he went into the camera, and he did the Heisman pose on a pick 6 on the Heisman Trophy winner.
Can I tell you, I love the Heisman pose. Do you?
Oh, I do. All right, so to Biden we go. Where'd he go? Hey.
Where'd he go?
He's hiding in the basement.
Anybody know? Basement Joe. Well, if you remember, Xi was, visiting, and of course, Babylon Bee had a great headline. Said communist leader welcomes President Xi from China to California. And they showed Newsom. That's pretty good. But anyway, Biden called Xi a dictator a while back, and Xi didn't like it. And he gets asked about that and basically calls him a dictator again. So here is Biden.
Mr. President, after today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term that you used earlier this year.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is a guy who runs a country that is a communist country that's based on a form of government totally different than ours. Anyway, he makes that.
Well, I have to agree with the president. Xi is a dictator.
Yeah.
He is elected, but it is a one-party election.
Yeah. That's
He's
the only candidate.
Yep.
And normally that candidate gets, 95 to 96% of the vote, and the 4% that don't vote for him are taken out and killed.
Right. Question: do you think this is Beijing or San Francisco right here?
All right, so here he comes.
I'm going to go, it's Beijing.
They moved the homeless people and strung up a bunch of banners.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't have asked that, I would have thought they were. But now that you've asked it, I know what you're doing.
Yeah, but you're right.
How many cars in there?
Yeah, you look at that and you think that's in China, but that's actually San Francisco. And, of course, the question that everybody keeps asking, if you're willing to ask it, so you clean the place up for him but not for us who live here?
Yeah.
Of course, and Newsom's had to kind of walk through that a little bit, and no pun intended, had to step over that pile.
He said, you know what, did you hear what he said? Yeah, you clean your house up when company's coming.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of want to clean up for your family.
The people that live there were going, I wish you would have kind of cleaned.
Yeah, we try to clean like once, at least every 2 weeks.
Well, let's invite a bunch of people from around the world to come visit.
I will tell you this, when you remove me off the streets and you move me out of the way because I'm an eyesore, that's not very sanctuary city.
Rick, 3C, Biden actually says Newsom can have his job.
Yeah, so here is Biden.
We all know that's
in a roundabout way.
Yeah, on 3C, and Bubba has already predicted this is going to happen anyway. But here comes Biden saying anything he wants, he can have my job.
Doing a good job.
Yeah.
Really like.
I want to talk about Governor Newsom. I want to thank him. He's been one hell of a governor, man.
Well, that's not necessary.
There he goes, Greg. Getting edgy.
Matter of fact, he could do anything you want. He could have the job I'm looking for.
Opening the door. Coming, boys.
Yep.
Now, remember, Newsom had to defeat a recall vote. Remember?
That's true.
So he's done such a good job. A large number of the citizens wanted to pull him out.
And there's a bunch of people who are leaving there, going to other states.
Record number.
So let's get him in charge of the whole country.
All right, so here we go
on
to all the ones, and this is just the daily mumblings that we give you from the leader of the free world. We'll start just in order.
Mumbling.
1A, he begins to try to talk to us about this conflict with the Israelis and Hamas, but it kind of goes nowhere. Here we go.
War in Gaza has killed more than 11,000 Palestinians just over a month and created a humanitarian disaster. Israeli officials have said this war could take months or even years. Have you communicated to Prime Minister Netanyahu any sort of deadline or time frame for how long you are willing to support Israel in this operation? Are you comfortable with the operation going on indefinitely, and is there any deal underway to free hostages? Thank you.
Yes, no, working backwards, forward. Look, I have been deeply involved in moving on the hostage negotiation, and I don't want to get ahead of myself here because I don't know what's happened in the last 4 hours, but We've gotten great cooperation from the Qataris. I've spoken with them as well a number of times. I think the pause and that the Israelis have agreed to, it's down to, I'm getting too much detail. I know, Mr. Secretary, I'm going to stop. But I am mildly hopeful. I'm mildly hopeful.
I'll never get that minute back.
That cleared it up.
I'm afraid he makes me look charismatic. You know what I mean? It's,
I'm telling you. He can spin a yarn, can he?
If you're in the Biden camp, you have to be worried because the shots you were giving him to get him through these big moments is not working.
Well, his body's become used to him.
I feel bad for that reporter because right behind the scenes, who let her? What kind? You don't throw questions like that at him. I think
what are you
that
doing?
question was longer than he can respond.
Yes. No. In reverse.
Maybe.
1B, where he tries to mumble about a two-state solution. Of course, he's wrong about that because one state still wants to eradicate the other one. But anyway.
They've been offered that a couple of times.
Yeah, they have. They don't stick to it very much.
They don't want it.
Here comes Biden.
I made it clear to the Israelis that
I'm sure you did.
to Bibi and to his war cabinet
Clear.
that I think the only ultimate answer here is a two-state solution that's real.
Oh, there's a new
We
idea.
got to get to the point where there is an ability to be able to even talk without worrying about whether or not we're just dealing with, they're dealing with Hamas that's going to engage in the same activities they did over the past, on the 7th. So it's, but I can't tell, I'm not a fortune teller, I can't tell you how long it's going to last. But I can tell you I don't think it ultimately ends until there's a two-state solution. I made it clear to the Israelis I think it's a big mistake for them to think they're going to occupy Gaza and maintain Gaza. I don't think that works. And so I think you're going to see efforts to bring along, well, I shouldn't go into anymore because that's been things I've been negotiating with Arab countries and others about what the next steps are.
Hey, way to not show your hand there, friend.
Oh, my goodness. Did he just say I'm not going to show my hand after showing it?
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, have you ever gone back and listened to Harry Truman talk about Israel and granting them statehood?
No.
It's pretty interesting to hear his take on it back then, too.
I know there's plenty of...
Just history. I mean, we don't really like to study that now. 'Cause
No.
we got more important things like our pronouns, but it's interesting.
There's more Biden if we want to. Top of the hour, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I heard Phil talking about this, Phil Robertson. I'm listening to yesterday's podcast archives, and you can hear there's a drop in of Phil talking about this movie. And when Phil Robertson talks about the movie The Blind, he says something that was very transparent. He says, it's embarrassing for me to have to watch this movie. I'm embarrassed that I once was this way. I can relate to that. And he said, but I keep getting all sorts of people who said, you know, seeing the transformation that happened in Phil Robertson's life gave them hope that they, too, are not beyond redemption. And Phil makes it clear, no one out there watching this, listening to this, no matter how bad things may seem, if you're still alive and Christ has not returned yet, then you are not too far gone. You're not. And this movie will show you that. You know, it's very, very hard to watch at times, but it's also wonderful to see the beautiful transformation that has happened in Phil's life and continues to this day. So, but you're thinking about the movie The Blind, a Phil Robertson story, and you're like, yeah, I'm in, Rick, I want to watch it. But then you think, I don't know that I want to send money to Apple or Amazon. Well, why don't you just get it from Blaze TV? You know, Phil's part of the Blaze family. So don't miss this opportunity to own The Blind, a Phil Robertson story, by simply going to blazetv.com/theblind. So that's $19.99. That's blazetv.com/theblind. Watch this incredible movie, and remember, no matter how bad things are, you are not beyond redemption.
Who is very popular with some groups and extremely unpopular with other groups, is in the midst of a beginning of a re-election campaign. Well, Donald Trump's biggest claim to fame of his presidency so far has been the economy. And it has been. We're having record numbers of good information coming out, of growth, of jobs, low numbers for unemployment. And look, that's what makes a great civilization, and what keeps our families together and growing is when people have jobs. They can make great living. They can move up in their job. They can, get out. And look, our economy is based on people spending money. It really is. Consumerism. And, of course, there's a point where you start trying to worship what you have and what you want, and that gets out of hand too sometimes. But it's still the best deal going. So, sadly, I think that there are people who dislike the president so much that they are willing to tank our economy. I really do, because they want to take that campaign issue away from him. Some of them we know feel that way because they've been open about it. The political parties do this. The media becomes a willing participant in it, so it just amplifies the effect of these things. And I give you the example, we've seen this before. When George W. Bush was in, during his second term, the economy was kicking along great about 6 years into his run. And the decision was made that they were going to just talk the economy down so that the Republican could not go in after him. They didn't know if it was going to be the VP. None of us thought he was going to run, but they didn't want anybody to have a chance to get in. So they literally talked the economy down. You have that, and you have a housing bubble that was bad policy in our government to begin with, and boom, you have this housing bubble. You have what I've noticed, I don't know if y'all have heard this term, the people on TV call it the Great Depression or the Great Recession. And I thought, it was bad, but it wasn't that. You know what I mean? You're acting like people were jumping off buildings and things. I mean, I think that's misnamed a little bit. But anyway, so there are people, and I mean some who are never Trumpers, Republicans. You have the demos, the leftists, whatever. And it's very similar to the old example, I think, of yelling fire in the theater. There may not be a fire, but if you yell fire and cause a panic with everybody, then it's as bad as having a fire because people can't get out and they're stomping all over each other and all that. And we've covered that in free speech discussions before, so you know how that is. But sadly, I think a lot of this is almost yelling fire in an economic setting, and it's not as quick and exact, but it has the same type of occurrence to it. So, I would tell everybody, and I had a lot of people emailing me yesterday with questions. That's one reason I wanted to address it today, to say this: the American economy is underlyingly as strong as it's ever been, and historically, when we have these type of turndowns, all it is a great buying experience. People love to shop on Black Friday. Why do they love to shop on Black Friday?
Deals.
Baby.
More deals.
Bring on the deals.
And sadly, most people, I think their mentality is, especially when it comes to, and you may not be a stock person, that's fine, but if you have a 401 retirement program or something like that, you're invested in the stock market.
Yep.
Think of this as Black Friday in that it's time to buy. You got deals out there. This stuff is going to come back. It's not naturally occurring. It's really what we do and how we decide to handle our money. So I would say don't let them do this to our economy. Fight them by doing what you normally do. Don't panic.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. No Name Studio, cutting edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. It's another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 30 years and still going. Still kicking. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. All here this hour, and welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Do you desire to hear the president finishing our audio clips and video clips today of him pulling out his pre-selected reporters list and admitting that he was told to call on people? Then he gets embarrassed because he's not sure who he's supposed to call on, and then he goes, next question. These are all real quick. Do you want to fire those right here?
Yeah.
So here is the leader of the free world. Think of the state of the world right now. Please don't stop thinking of the state of the world. And so here is Biden attempting the pre-selected reporters card that he has rolling through the press conference. Here we go.
Now I'd like to be able to take some questions, if I may. And I'm told that Dimitri of the Financial Times has the first question.
Okay. Now,
do you realize the scrutiny that we would have if Trump or George W. Bush did that?
Oh, it'd be awful.
Handpicked reporters with questions they already need to know.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing that most Americans are frustrated with is the double standard this administration and the previous have on everything.
Well,
everything.
Well, but that's just reality.
It is, but it's still frustrating, and I think that's where a lot of folks resonate from because it's just, how many times we said, could you imagine if that would have been so-and-so and not them?
No, I know, yeah, and I'm almost tired of saying it, and what I'm saying is it goes back to this. If y'all want to stop all this, you're going to have to do a better job of organizing and do a better job in elections and a better job of getting your candidate to win.
Yes.
Yeah. The Democrats right now own the opposing point of view. They own us in elections. They own us in all this. Their strategy is it works. They play this game flawlessly, and we're chumps, and we fall into their traps all the time. And we really need to look
and
say,
they make us like it.
Instead of talking about them all the time, we might want to look inside and say what do we need to fix?
Now, see, this needs to be a commercial running during election season. This right here.
Well, there's only so long you can blame the opposition. Sometimes you got to go, well, maybe I don't win because it's me.
We're too arrogant.
Learn how to play the game. Play it like they do.
We don't want to think it's us.
Right. No, that's always the last place we all look.
Well, if you have to lose your scruples to win, do we want to win?
No, I'm not talking about that. Yeah, and I was going to make that point. You don't change your platform, but there's some organizing and getting the vote out that they seem to be much better at.
Yeah.
Yeah, not cheating. I'm not talking about stuff.
Well, I mean, it's just you promise you become Santa Claus to everybody. Hey, you can get people to vote for you then.
Yeah. Well,
and then you don't deliver, and they just keep voting for you.
Right. But at some point, it may be that the country just the majority of them don't see things the way we do.
Unfortunately, I think that's more it than anything.
Yeah,
that's scary.
Those big cities got a lot of folks in them.
They do.
Let's go to Biden now saying that he's not sure who he's supposed to call on. So here we go.
I'm embarrassed. I think it's CBS, but I can't remember who is CBS. I'm sorry.
God forbid you just look up and go, yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Who's got a question?
Like most
Who
people
out here has a question?
Yeah.
I'd like to answer it.
See, that's a press conference. They're just reading a script and playing.
And
you're seeing it like
that.
a Broadway play.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, it's all already scripted out.
To Greg's point, he can't even do that.
Right. So here
you
is
can't even follow the cheat.
Here's I think what we should put as a banner over the top of his head, his whole presidency.
Next question, sorry, was Bloomberg.
Now he's just looking down reading it. I mean, there's not even.
Who's next? And I'm supposed to say.
And they got pictures. Don't forget they have headshots by their name.
Right. All right. So 3B. Let's hit 3B. The rambling story. If he has a story, those are always fun.
Oh yeah.
About he and Xi. Here we go.
I digress just a second. I was with Xi Jinping today.
Good night.
And I showed him a photograph that he's extremely proud of. When he was a young man, I think he was 32, maybe 28, 30 years old in that range.
Okay.
And he was, hey, how you doing, man? He was actually standing on the Golden Gate Bridge. He had come to visit. And he said, and I looked at the picture, I said, I want to show you a picture. He said, I like that picture. I like the, well, he was translated to say, I like that picture. So he's been coming here, and one of the things I pointed out to him is that you have one of the largest Chinese populations in America here. And he feels like he's going home here.
You like that, man?
Yeah, he's going home. Well, he's coming right into a socialist state.
Yeah, I was about to say,
pretty
but-
much like going home.
But you just told the leader of a country that people don't want to live there. I'd like to make that point. But the other thing is, did he get distracted by somebody walking by the stage?
It was when he said, "Hey, man."
Yeah, he's talking to
I think
somebody
so. And then
off camera.
didn't somebody drop some glass? Or
It
something?
sounded like
a fork or something.
Yeah.
All right, Bubba.
30 years old in that range.
Yeah,
And he
man.
was, hey, how you
Hey.
doing, man?
Greg.
He was actually standing on the Golden Gate
See,
Bridge.
he talks to someone off camera.
Greg, that's kind of like you looking at the TV.
Little bit.
You'll have to comment.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. It
Good night,
he
look at
saw
that.
It. Oh wow. Look.
Speedy, if you would like to go eat your breakfast somewhere else.
Okay.
Because now the final deal, and we'll wrap up our Biden updates today for now. The world famous trying to leave the stage.
Oh, he doesn't know again. He doesn't know again.
Yeah.
Poor thing.
Who's in charge of this?
I'm looking down. I'm not looking up.
I think by now I'm not even gonna go over it again. This is an easy fix.
I know it is. We've tried, Greg. Speedy, I'm sorry. Bubba? No, he does not know where to go. They've cranked the band up even. He has no idea where to go.
Oh.
No idea where to go.
And he's going to death grip the
He's
handle
doing
here,
that
too.
point.
He
Oh, he
watch
won't-
this.
he don't
Oh,
wanna
my
fall.
goodness.
There's stairs there, sir. Sir?
Sir.
Slow.
Wow, shaky.
Oof. Before
Something
we
about that music makes it worse.
before
It does. It does. It
Before
does.
we break, Rick, can we see cut 7 right quick? This is one that I was anxious to see today. Judge Kennedy is reviewing. You know, they have a lady up for federal judge, and she's in the Judiciary Committee being questioned. And we have Senator Kennedy who's questioning her, and he asked her a very simple question, a very basic legal question. And she can't answer it. Now, why does this make this important? The fact that she has been hailed as, the first Native American woman nominated to serve as a federal judge in Oklahoma. So, she's really made the headlines about the diversity of her pick, but not about the excellence, which, according to this, looks like she may not know what she's doing.
Yeah. All right. Let's have a look. See.
The difference between a stay order and an injunction.
A stay order would prohibit. Sorry, an injunction would restrain the parties from taking action. A stay order. I'm not sure that I actually can give you the.
Oh my goodness.
No,
that's like me. That was like me in class.
Like an Indian.
Come and get
She doesn't.
That was me when the teacher called on me. I didn't
Me
know.
too.
Still worried about his teeth.
How about I've
it
been
reminds
there?
me of being in Spanish class.
Yeah, I've been there where she was.
I'm trying to just use words.
Greg, can I tell you this? Did you expect her to be sitting there in buckskins and her hair
but
braided?
y'all got to admit,
and
I
a
was
feather
expecting.
on? What were you looking for?
I wasn't expecting every neighbor's visiting aunt to show up. She's just normal looking.
What do you mean, Greg? Who are you now?
She doesn't look like
Jason
Indian.
Bateman?
Did they not just say?
You're saying she
that's
doesn't look
right.
Native American.
No.
is what
You
you're
just
saying.
said she looks normal.
Well,
Don't
I didn't
say
mean
things
that.
like
Well, I
that.
say normal.
Don't
Greg.
say things like
Caucasian.
that.
Don't say
Why would you
normal.
say that?
By the way, that's funny what you said about Bateman.
She looks
That
like a
was good
honky.
one.
Why are you saying that? She does
Yeah.
not like a honky.
I don't mean. I'm just saying. I expect her to look different. You're
That's
right.
back to my point. Would you want her?
I thought
you
Santa
want her-
thought she was gonna look like Pocahontas.
Yeah. Would you want her to walk in
What'd
from
you
her
say?
teepee?
What'd you want her to go? Thank you, Kennedy. Me, Sarah.
Well, I mean, we're making a big
Me
deal
want to
about
be
it.
Judge Kemosabe.
what are you looking for?
Well, how would anybody know?
We don't matter with you know.
Her name's Hill.
Well,
It should be like Running Sky or something.
no,
like that.
Greg,
Sarah
no. No.
What if it was Sarah High Heel?
Oh, yeah.
It might be.
It is E-Hill.
That's Eagle.
I'm just
I think
saying.
that's short for Eagle.
Adler, you thought the same thing.
Yes, Greg.
Buddy, don't look at him.
Nobody thought she would look like that.
She looks like the old Navy lady.
But
She does.
right.
to Bubba's point, though, she didn't look like she was all that savvy on the
Well,
job
no.
she's being given to do.
She was nervous, Sarah. Did you see her? She had a little behind.
She needs to smoke a peace pipe to calm down.
Oh, man.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The difference between a stay order and an injunction.
A stay order would prohibit. Sorry, an injunction would restrain the parties from taking action. A stay order. I'm not sure that I actually can give you the.
Okay.
All good.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No.
But it is pure magic. I got my ham radio license when I was 14. In fact, somebody sent me a picture yesterday of an event called Field Day, and I was working Field Day. Bubba, you've heard of Field Day?
Oh, yeah.
haven't you?
That's when all the hams all over the country go out and they test their emergency skills once a year.
No, I thought that was. I missed that.
Yeah.
Right. So this is in June every year. And the photograph the guy sent me was from 1978. And this was literally 2 days before my first night on television. And it brought back very fond memories. Field days are magical, too. You're basically camping out. And I was in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and we were at a park called Bowers Park, and I worked the all-night shift doing Morse code on 40 meters. Man, I was good. I'm not good at much, but I could work those CW contests. We had so much fun back then. That was just awesome.
So, James, can you still copy code
fun.
pretty well?
During my glory days, I could do maybe 50 words per minute. I can't even
James,
write that
smoking.
fast.
That is smoking fast.
I could just hear it. It's like a second language. And today I can still hear it. And it's just strange. It's just always been there. In fact, for years at the Ham Fest, what contest I used to win, Bubba, this is awesome. The left foot CW contest.
Watch out. Not that.
What's
not the
that?
Battle Royale.
Yep.
I bet you we're the only two guys listening to this show that would know what a left foot CW contest is. So, the original Morse code, you had a key. You'd have to tap out, dits and das with a key.
Left foot.
And so they put it down on the floor, and you used your left foot.
Oh, okay.
To generate Morse code.
So they handicapped you as much as you could just to see who could still do it.
You crazy hammers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in fact, some of the guys took their shoes off. I didn't want to do that. I was afraid I might have toe fungus or toe cheese or something going on. I'm not doing that. That's nasty.
So, and James, speaking of that, I mean, this week it's the Huntsville Ham Fest, which is one of our largest ones in the Southeast. And
lots of glasses and pens.
Yeah, I mean, pocket protectors galore.
Everywhere.
You wouldn't
if
believe
you say,
it.
hey, anybody got a pen, you'll have just a face full.
Are y'all like rock stars when y'all walk into these things?
Oh, James might be.
You're no John Miller, but.
But Bubba's kind of a big deal, man. He'll walk up through the flea market out there, and it's just like Elvis is in the building when Bubba's.
Oh, listen to you, James. It is fun though. I enjoy it, and a lot of good guys are in it, and get to visit with them. Some of them in Huntsville I don't see but once a year, so it's always a good trip. When's the last time you've been to Huntsville? I know you stay pretty busy on Saturdays.
Yeah, I've got this book signing in Oxford, Alabama.
Oh, cool.
I'm doing this book tour thing, so I won't be able to attend this year, which breaks my heart. But I look back on it, and I was 14 years old when I got my license, and it was a time in my life when it was kind of challenging. And my father had left. We were kind of low income, and there were some marvelous men that helped me, that donated some old surplus gear, and they got me started. And I made some friends through that hobby that I still have today.
Yep.
And it was a really special time, and that got me into storm spotting and storm chasing as a youngster, and that ultimately led to this career. And let me say this, fellas, those cell phones that you have, they're great, but when a tornado strikes or there's some big disaster, there's a good chance those things won't work. And ham radio is just as important today as it was 40, 50 years ago during times of emergency.
And, it's evolved too, James. There's so many digital formats now out there. They're really, on the cutting edge of developing a lot of these things. And I was telling the guys here one day, I said the ham radio was really instrumental in developing what we currently call Wi-Fi through the packet radio network, which was a forerunner to wireless digital communications.
Right. I agree. I totally agree. And again, it's a great hobby, and I still love it today. You make friendships that last for a lifetime, and there's so many different ways of communicating. But still, I love the old Morse code stuff. You can still do that. But no, I will miss the Ham Fest this weekend, but it's pure magic. And we talked about this before. When I was a kid, my mama took me to a Ham Fest, the Birmingham Ham Fest, Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh, boy.
At Oporto Armory.
Minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. We'll put it together today. Drug addiction is overtaking America, and we'll talk about that in our podcast and get the really staggering numbers and see if we can talk about some solutions coming out this weekend. So catch that, especially if, like so many of us, drug addiction has touched your family in some way. Catch this podcast coming up this weekend. All right, so Bubba, some funny stuff. You were telling us, we talked about on the show many times that you and I, we have, not trying to bring attention to ourselves. This is just what happened. Bubba and I have been part of some major motion pictures. We have, not the biggest roles, but we've appeared in, some film and not anything to be ashamed of.
We actually get checks.
Right.
Still coming in for those.
I think we got one last week, $1.11.
Right.
So Bubba and I have played small roles in I Can Only Imagine. Very small role.
Mm-hmm.
Voice.
Our voice is heard there because we have, you hear our voices and you think people should let other people hear those voices. Then we have.
I think we get $4 for that.
Right. And what was the one with the woman was our female artist and
came to the studio.
What was that
was
called?
a big
What was the name of that one?
Grace Under
Grace Under Fire.
That's not
Grace Unplugged.
Grace Under Fire.
Not Get Under Fire.
That was Brett Butler's sitcom.
Was it?
Yeah, I think so.
I never watched it.
Our Brett.
No, you're right.
Y'all didn't know. Shut up.
Yeah.
It's Brett. We got a line from.
So Grace Unplugged. We're in that one. Adler actually appears in that movie.
Yeah.
Greg's favorite scene in the movie.
Tearing that sugar up.
That's somebody else.
Yeah, Grace Under Fire was.
Well, that was something. I knew something was called that.
It was Grace Unplugged. We weren't in Grace Under Fire.
Right.
Even though Brett Butler was on our show and cussed. By the way, remember that?
What? One of them that got too relaxed.
She was on that special, like comedians that go bad.
Really?
Talk about things that happen in their life. What was that? It was on
The Dark Side of Comedy.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Sure.
Dark
Adler,
Side.
you
I'll watch that whole series.
in Grace Unplugged, Adler is in that quite a bit, and you have a big scene with AJ in that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
That
tore
was-
that sugar up like you guys said.
Yeah, a little bit of a scene.
That's true. Don't do that to this young woman.
Little skin.
She wanted to
very,
change the whole
She was
movie.
very, very nice.
Hey, they showed up and took over the whole studio.
Yeah,
And
they
the
did.
equipment they had was incredible for no more than they showed.
And I forgot Kevin Pollock's in that movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Remember
James
he
Denton.
He's
too.
the
came on the
manager.
show. Remember he came on the show and did
also a few big men.
and does incredible impressions. So anyway,
People got mad at us.
and then of course on the big screen, and there was another movie that we were into that I can't remember.
Rustin.
Well, no, that one I do remember.
Okay.
So Rustin, which leads to this unfortunate bit of confusion that we need to clarify today. We appeared on the screen in the movie Rustin.
Mm-hmm.
And probably some people say the pivotal scene in the movie.
For sure.
Maybe I'm overselling it.
Big
but,
bar scene, yeah.
Yeah, and Bubba and I played bartenders. At that
I
time,
was so sleepy during this.
At that time, Bubba was still Baptist, so it was actually acting. Listen, if you don't know how patient I've been waiting on that window, I almost rushed that one right out of the gate. But anyway, so that movie, it's not abnormal for Bubba to get put the gun show up. Wow. It would not be weird with all the content and all the different streaming apps out there that somebody would say, hey, Rustin is on one of these streaming apps now.
Yeah.
So tell us what happened with the email.
Well, and I've got, there's my big line right there.
There it is, right there.
Boy, I look like a natural, don't
Well,
I?
you do. You delivered that line quite well.
You did.
While
one of
cleaning
the
a
funnier
mug.
calls
First time he's ever cleaned dishes.
I got a call. Yeah,
Only time.
Betty said, "How do you know how to do that?"
Right.
I got a call from a friend of mine that was traveling internationally, and they were in like the Paris airport.
Here's more friends.
And Rustin was on the TV, and they were laughing. They said, "I'm looking at you in the Paris airport right now," which was funny.
We don't get any checks from that one.
Yeah. It probably doesn't make anything, Rick.
I'm waiting on my back end deal I made on Tangled Web.
Yep.
I signed a contract off the back end.
Bubba,
So,
also, we still get quite a few checks on Hermie and Friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're about 50 cents, but you still get them.
When we're animated.
They're funny when you get them because you think, here's
So
a check, and they spent paper printing it
Right.
out.
Yeah.
Lately,
worth more than
the Hermie and Friends checks are drying up a little bit, but we were animated cockroaches in that one.
Yeah. Typecast. But so anyway, I got an email from a friend who said I was noticing that Rustin is going to be featured on Netflix over the weekend. So you're gonna get a lot of airtime on Netflix, because it'll be up there for everybody. To
No, just let it finish out.
And
don't be Mickey D.
I thought he was done.
So we ended up going to look and pulling up the
had a viewing party,
the advertising for that, and it's another movie called Rustin. It's not our movie, Rustin.
Yes, it is.
And it will be starting Friday. It's called Rustin, same name.
Bubba had a viewing party.
Inspiring, emotional, drama, LGBTQ.
Please tell me this.
It says starting Friday, activist Bayard Rustin faces racism and homophobia.
From now on, if anybody asks, y'all say Rustin, they're going to think this is it.
As he helps change the course of civil rights history by orchestrating the 1963 March on Washington.
They're probably going to have two dudes kissing, and one of them say, "Well, Bubba doesn't look the way I thought he did."
Yeah, what's Bubba doing? He said he had a scene.
When's Rick and Bubba going to be bartenders for the gay guys?
Yeah,
it's funny enough that it wasn't the same movie you thought it was, but when you read the
Greg, you know how sometimes a bit will just continue to produce.
Oh, my
so I
goodness.
started out, Bubba, when he first said, it's not our movie, it's a different movie. I thought, funny enough.
That's funny.
And then he's like, let me read to you what the movie's about. And I said, well, now it's going.
Real funny.
Yeah, now it's gone from funny to real funny. But hey, same name, same everything.
Isn't that funny?
And now, what was that movie?
So I think it's a shame that they've named this the same movie as that,
I do too.
Yeah. They'll do that.
Legendary movie.
You wouldn't think something like Rustin would be done twice. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's...
There's the cover of both.
Yeah. Well, here's what's
different stories.
Yeah, but here's what gets me. If you just are out there...
Meatloaf was in our movie.
If you're just out there in Rick and Bubba folklore, and somebody says, yeah, they were in a movie called Rustin, and all of a sudden you just randomly pull up the other Rustin.
And they watch the whole thing trying to find it.
Right, and they're just like...
How do they get away from that?
Right?
How do they get out? Like, is it they have like the little own your power underneath it? Is that how they get away? Because how can you just call something? Don't you own or don't you pay for that?
You have song titles.
So like if we were going to make a movie and we just decided to call it Gone with the Wind.
Right.
You seems like you couldn't get away with that.
Is that not taken? I guess not.
What if we did
like
that?
I said, it may be the same thing with songs. You have songs that are...
Yeah.
No, I understand that. I understand
you
that.
You may not be able to operate that to answer your question.
Yeah.
Like, what if we did one called Gone with the Wind, and it was about just having gas?
Yeah.
That's good.
It started with Greg in the kitchen.
Or maybe Rustin figured they didn't really need to get the rights to that name. You know what I'm saying?
Well, don't be like that.
Well,
buddy.
I'm just saying. Why go through the
Get
paperwork?
your hand out of your pocket. You just sit up.
Phone calls are next on any topic. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Comments, questions, and chatting with you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You thought you were in heaven, did you?
Oh, man. It was so good. I almost passed out. I was so happy.
And you mentioned other birthdays. Not only is it Sherry Burgess's birthday, but she shares a birthday with your son, Helmsy, and that's one Braden.
Braden Michael Helms turns 14 years old today. 14.
14
I
and
didn't realize he
stinking.
was 14.
AKA,
well, we've been here 11 years, so I guess...
AKA broken arm.
Yep.
Wow.
How's he doing with that?
You know, I was telling someone yesterday, he is in such good spirits. He's handling this much better than I would.
You mean when you ruined his golf playing by forcing him to play tennis?
Right. Shouldn't have been there. Shouldn't have been in the match.
Yeah.
He's been so kind. He hasn't brought that up.
Right.
He's listening right now, so probably will now.
Bring it up, Braden.
I'm sure he's thought about it.
Because he's a competitor.
Yeah.
And he likes getting after it.
Talking about one arm?
The good news is, and love you, son. Happy birthday. The good news is, he had to go the cast for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
I was expecting some
Armpit.
short cast. It went above his elbow, and that stinks. But I found out yesterday, I think a week from tomorrow, he will go to a short cast.
Okay.
That's
So I think that's some good news
That's
for him.
good.
He's fired up about that.
One-arm bandit.
Yeah.
He
hasn't brought up the fact that Dad, I'm in this condition because of you.
Yes.
Yeah, he has not.
He
done
has
that?
not brought it up.
Okay.
And I don't think he will because he's a competitor. And he plays
I
hard.
think he
he'd
may
like to be
admit
able
it, he
to
may
compete.
not, but I think he got to the tournament, the team tennis tournament, And I think he started enjoying it once he was
Sure,
there.
yeah.
Now I think if you pinned him down today and said, "Hey, if you would have stayed home, you'd be hitting some golf balls today. What would you take?" He would golf all day long.
Yeah, right.
But he got caught up in the moment and enjoyed it and played and did really well. But because I placed him out there, he's in a
Well, that was kind of a freak accident too. You
was.
usually don't have a lot of broken bones with tennis, but it does happen. I've seen it happen a few times.
Yeah.
You know, people don't realize how rough it is out there, Ham.
I know.
Between the lines, you know.
Between the lines. What happens between the lines stays between the lines.
That's right.
Yeah.
Don't
So
take
hope
that
he
out
has
loud.
hope he has an awesome day today at school.
Yeah.
So.
Happy birthday, Bray.
Is that
Happy
first
birthday,
broke
man.
bone for him?
It's the first broken bone with our kids in general.
Oh,
So
well, I think you're way ahead of the curve. then.
we were actually talking about.
I had 2 broke arms growing up.
I
Both
did too.
wrists.
I had
Yeah.
both my wrists and a 2 collarbones and 2 wrists. And you know, I we were talking about that at dinner the night it happened. We've really dodged several bullets probably, so it was only a matter of time.
Hunter
So-
broke
so-
a wrist. We had a broke
Yeah.
foot. Caitlin's had a couple of broke bones. So, you know, at
Lot of
one
broke
point I
bones.
was afraid to keep going to the emergency room that, you know, DHR was going to get involved.
Yeah,
you know?
I know.
But if you're getting after it, you're going to have that. you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've had a lot of broke bones, a lot of surgeries. But let me ask you
And
a
that's
question.
what he was doing when it happened, so it's kind of a
Yeah.
badge and honor that he's wearing. He was getting after it. It wasn't like he was walking on the tennis court and fell. He was semi-diving for a ball and getting after it.
Does he
So-
know that the staff, he's kind of hurt the staff's feelings just a little bit?
Why?
He's supposed to come up here so we can sign his cast.
Well, I will say this.
and he hasn't done
Wait
so.
I
till
think,
goes
he,
to that
color's
I
too
think he's
dark.
waiting on the shorter, and it is a dark blue.
Well, we
um,
got one of these
or a-
little silver Sharpies,
navy blue type thing.
you know? We could sign it.
I'll
Now,
say this.
Uncle Greg, what he writes, you know, I don't know about that, but everybody else could sign it.
Well,
You know?
it'll be over. I mean, it's aggravating now. And I remember I missed a basketball all-star thing, and it drove me crazy. And I thought, well, I'll just never play again. I was so mad. But, you know, when it's over, you know, like I said, you're going to have this. You're going to have these kind of things. I'll be honest, when I broke my right wrist, it was probably one of the best things that ever happened to me, because I could throw a curveball after I got my cast off, and I couldn't before that.
Oh, that's like that kid on that movie.
Yeah,
Broke
I mean,
his arm,
it-
suddenly he could throw fast.
It really was. It was the craziest thing. I had been trying to learn how to throw one, and after the cast came off, of course, we didn't do rehab. You know,
No.
we didn't have all that. You just went back out in the yard and played, and you went, wow, that one's not very strong. I got to take it easy for a while.
You're right.
Yeah.
But man, I could snap that wrist after that. So
I'll think
and
opened it
that
up.
really, I mean, that was a lot of fun. You know?
2 things. I think he will probably appreciate practice a little more once this is complete because he's been cooped up. And the second thing is I reached out to Amanda earlier because I don't know when they want to do that. Like I think Caroline probably would now, but Braden not. And that is come on the air and talk to us.
Mm-hmm.
Like I asked this morning, hey, would he want to come on the air and talk to us and let us wish him a happy birthday?
Let's call him.
He doesn't want any part of it.
Come on, Brady.
And,
He's not there yet.
Now I think Caroline, she wouldn't want any part of it, but she would probably do it. But I thought it would be fun for you guys to ask him some questions about did you want to be out there and all that. But he doesn't
called
want,
that.
he does not want to be on the air.
Well, he's wise beyond his years.
And Maddie,
35 minutes past the hour. America is standing by. 866 We Be Big's our number. The real Greg Burgess on the phones. A lot of you are lined up ready to go, but if you want to join us, you can. Now's the time to do it. Here come the holidays. You do realize 1 week from today is Thanksgiving. Wow. So this is the time of year you may be hosting a lot, and one thing you don't want to do is to spend all your time that you could be spending with family worrying about grocery lists and all that. Just go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, get this done, and be ready to go. Take back time spent on meal planning because they have it covered. Over 45 options to choose from each week, recipes that suit many lifestyles. Skip that extra trip to the supermarket. HelloFresh delivers all the quality farm fresh ingredients you need right to the door, pre-portioned and ready to cook. They also have snacks, quick breakfast, easy lunches, mealtime, anytime. 25% cheaper than takeout. HelloFresh.com/Bubba handles all the hard part. You can actually enjoy cooking at home again. So here come the holidays. Don't stress about mealtime.
Just sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Listen to me, Rick and Bubba family. Hold on just another second or two.
Hold on.
Free breakfast for the life of your subscription with the code Bubba.
Whoa.
1 breakfast item per box, free on them for the entire time you're a subscriber. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba, HelloFresh.com/Bubba, code Bubba, and let breakfast be on them. Here we go. 30, let's see who we got standing by. No, here we go, Jordan. We got a Jordan. Boy, is there a lot of people named Jordan?
Yeah.
Or do you think some people claim to be Jordan so they can hear
I
this?
think we had a run of Jordan.
All right, Jordan, go ahead.
Michael
Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Jordan
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
We're good.
I'm sure y'all don't hear this often, but y'all helped me pass a test yesterday.
Never hear that. We never hear that.
Yeah. So I took my praxis. That's what I have to pass to become a teacher. And obviously, it's a certification test. And in the economics and government portion, there were at least 5 questions where I went, I heard that on the Rick and Bubba show. I know the answer.
We made
Wow.
a difference.
Can you give us an example of one of them? Do you
made a
remember?
difference.
Oh, well done.
I honestly, Bubba, I was so happy that I passed it. I forgot all the questions. But
I get that.
I do. I'm with you.
Those tests are
I
hard
just
to
know
pass.
that y'all helped me with it.
Well,
So y'all need to add educational to your list of your show about nothing.
It's educational.
Yeah.
It is educational. Of course, our show's a show about anything.
Was he in like some kind of Slumdog Millionaire type situation where it's like
Maybe he was.
He's
Maybe
like,
he was.
What is the movie that was about racial tension? It starred 2 radio stars. Rustin. This is amazing.
John in North Carolina. Johnny, go ahead.
What's going on, fellas? Hey, James Madison's never going to get past this whole thing about the waiver because the NCAA just enacted a bunch of new legislation. So it used to be about the attendance figures. Well, they scrapped that. So the application fee used to be a simple $5,000 for FCS to FBS teams. That just got shot up to $5 million.
Ooh.
And also, there's another big thing is, and I think the reason why you're not going to see the total influx of just one football team is because the NCAA is requiring all FBS programs to provide 90% of the total number of allowable scholarships over a 2-year rolling period across 16 sports, including football. FBS schools will be required to fund 210 scholarships each year, amounting to no less than $6 million annually, and they have to be given the entire length of the process to meet the goals. So I think that's the reason why they're dead in the water.
You know, the thing, and I'm trying to understand here, and again, the NCAA is a creation out of the schools needing a governing body for this. What is the goal? Are we trying to get people to move up? Are we trying to get them to move down? Do we just want them all to be fair and have equitable competition? I don't really follow some of the rules, what they're trying to do.
Well, I tell you what you ought to follow is the money.
Oh, yeah.
But you have you have different amount of scholarships.
Right.
So it's got that 2-year period lets all that kind of work itself out before they're eligible.
But to Bubba, to answer your question,
Meaning you don't get to
here's
waiver.
what you've got to look at is all the Power 4 conferences expanded. So slots had to be filled. And so those teams go from Conference USA, and they go from the American, and they go to fill those slots. Well, then now you have slots in Conference USA and American that's open. So then teams jump to those and fill those. Then you have the D2 schools or even some of the lower level out of the group of 5 go, well, I'm moving up now because there's slots available. I think that's the only thing that's been happening the last few years is we've had expansion with the bigger conferences, and just by default, you've had spots that have had to be filled. And that's essentially I don't hear anybody going back down. Do y'all hear that? I don't. I've never heard. I mean, maybe it's happening, but you never hear, they've been in the FCS for 6 years. It just hadn't worked out. They're going back to D2. No. That conversation's not happening unless I'm missing it.
It sounds like with some of these rules that you will have that because if they can't fund their scholarships, they're going to force them to go back down. But based on what he just said.
Yeah.
Joey, Birmingham, Alabama. I'm standing by my Joey. Joey, 1047 WZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, jackass, what in the hell are you doing?
That's Greg's line from the movie.
There you go, Greg. Great acting.
A lot of Tangled Web fans out there.
That was actually Greg on the phone.
Somebody doing a Greg impression. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Let's go to Huntsville, Alabama, where Greg is standing by. A different Greg. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, Greg.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
Wanted to talk about the border. A couple of things. That last caravan, 8,000, showed on the news about a week ago. They were some 50, 60 miles out, and you haven't heard anything. So somehow the press is keeping that all under wraps. And then we know that from the last House or Senate meeting, there's hundreds of individuals on the terrorist watch list that they have no idea if they were deported or if they're still in the country. I mean, what is the Democratic Party's end game with this? I mean, is it terrorist attacks on our land, so we have to do something? Like, why do we? I get they want voters, but why the bad people that come with it? And then finally, the 8 or so Republicans that didn't want to vote to impeach that great Homeland Security guy we got.
Yeah.
I think Governor Abbott should be busing all of them to their 8 doorsteps.
Yeah, well, Bubba has said it. We've said it. Whether we like it or not, people love power. And the Democratic Party, the ends justify the means. They're willing to have terrorists being in the mix and think they can minimize that if they can build that voting block and turn some of these states toward the Democratic Party where they'll never be thrown out of power again. I don't know how to break this to you. That is so important to them. They will take the risks that go with it.
Yeah, we've been told by people in Washington who are elected that there are people there that will do anything, and I mean anything, to stay in their position of power.
Yeah.
And don't ever think, no, nobody would do that, because they said there's nothing off limits.
They're so wonderful. They're so important, and the things that they believe is the way we all should be. And we're so stupid, and they're so smart. They're willing to throw a few terrorists in with a voting block that keeps them in power because they're the best.
Yep.
Brooks, Laurel, Mississippi. Brooks, go ahead.
Good morning, Green Acres guys.
Thank you for the call, buddy. Go ahead.
So I actually know of a school that has gone down divisions before in football, and most recently, 5 or 6 years ago, it was the Idaho Vandals. They're now in just the FCS now, and they're actually a top 10 ranked team now. But they were in Division I in the former WAC conference, and then they were just independent, and they just were getting destroyed by everybody, and they went down.
So the Vandals went down.
Okay. See, I needed that. I needed that.
They got a weird-looking stadium. You ever seen it?
Wasn't there another team that went down, or maybe they canceled football altogether? I can't remember. Was it Pacific? Do you remember?
Oh, sorry.
Wow.
I'm sitting here coughing. I didn't know my mic was on. Sorry about that.
Okay. I looked around. I thought, who is that?
Yeah, wow.
Pacific had some kind of strange story. I think that was a name.
See, Vandals is a perfect thing, what I was talking about. And I understand all this, so I got all the things. But I would rather be top 10 in 1AA than never in just getting destroyed week after week in Division I. Yeah. All day long.
And we don't know, like with them, did they drop a lot of the sports that disqualified them from being up there in that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
You bet there was a lot that went on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you have requirements to fund a certain amount of scholarships and you can't raise the money to fund it, what choice do you have?
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
Blake in Morristown, New Jersey. Blake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Oh. Hello.
Hello, Blake. In Jersey?
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, Blake.
Okay, well, I guess there's no Blake. All right, we'll come back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. The world of self-checkout.
How you like that?
Has it been a failed experiment?
We got big news on that today.
Are we headed in the right direction? Is this the future? We will be back. 866 We Be Big. We do have an update on that. So stick around. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes.
To get in here with these two.
Yeah.
Maddie thinks we all make fun of her, so she does.
Right,
She does.
right. She's coming around a little bit on that, though.
But we don't make fun of her. We're just loud.
Yeah,
and
we're
she
loud.
takes
We are.
that
We're
as
real loud.
It's uncomfortable for her.
When we are,
And we don't want her to be
I'm the same way.
uncomfortable.
When we are loud and laughing, she thinks we are making fun of her.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
When we try to go do a little bit better over here, we're so loud. And we're like on treadmills
lady don't
talking,
like us.
and I found out we're screaming. People up front can hear us, and everybody always turns around and looks at
There's
us.
that one lady that doesn't like us at all.
I know. She looks at us every time
Her,
and just
the one that
glares
reads the
at
book
us.
while she's on the treadmill.
Yeah, and then Greg, because he didn't have his glasses on, he can't see around, so he can't see who's looking at us.
Yeah,
and
They're gonna go
just
hit that
staring at
alert
us.
button over there.
Oh,
Be
yeah.
careful.
Lunker.
What do you call it? Lunk
alarm. They've hit it a couple times. Speedy ripped his shirt off, was posing down. He lunked him. He was screaming like the Hulk.
You do.
No judgment, pal. No
the few
judgment,
times that I'm in there, when y'all are in there, you can hear y'all.
Oh yeah, I know
mean,
you can.
And I don't notice anybody else walking in the door. I don't notice anybody else doing it, but y'all are.
Oh, you get Hobie in the mix?
It's
oh
funny.
That place is a little
I'll
too
tell
laid
you
back.
what.
You know.
Yeah, and I'm
There you
tall.
I'm tall. Got money.
I know it.
I can't imagine why Braden won't come on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, we'd have fun with
It's a
Braden.
wonder anybody does.
We'd have a good time with Braden.
I think James is questioning it.
Yeah, I think mine's only been on once or twice. They're good,
Yeah.
getting grown.
Well, I
They
tried
should come
to,
around.
with Rick out today, I tried to book Betty to come by for a segment. I couldn't get her to sign on to come in.
Too busy today?
really?
Yeah, she's slammed. She's very busy. So.
What she got going
What
on?
happened?
Why, just a bunch of stuff. I don't know. I
all
don't even
kinds of
ask.
things.
She said I'm busy. I just left it at that.
Oh, okay.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for tuning in. We do appreciate it. And Speedy, we have a very special guest here on the
Yes,
show this
we
morning.
do.
You know, you never know here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We had a lot of talk early. We talked the economy. We had Frank Caliendo call in. We didn't expect that. And now we have a very special guest, someone who I get a lot of requests to have on the show, and that is my lovely wife of 30 years, Betty Lou.
Oh boy. Betty Lou.
But I'm kind of in trouble this morning. How are you, babe?
I bet.
I'm good. How are y'all?
Well, we're good. You know, this day didn't start real good for us, did it?
No, I mean, I'm driving. It's probably 3:45 in the morning, something like that. So I'm sure I was in REM, or I hope I was anyway. And all of a sudden, the alarm clock wakes me up.
Uh-oh.
And we had discussed, Bill said, what are you doing tomorrow? You know, Rick's not there. It'd be a good time if you want to come in or whatever. I said, well, I'm busy. You know, I can't come tomorrow. Sorry. And so anyway, I wake up to this sound or whatever, just shocked from a dream. And I said, you did it on purpose. You're trying to make me go in.
Listen, I got up. I got up slightly before the alarm this morning.
And forgot to turn it off.
And I thought I had cut it off.
I've done that.
I thought I'd cut it off. But, you know, it's one of those push where you push the button on, off. So you think you got it off. And I go on into the bathroom. I start getting ready, and I hear Betty yelling.
Uh-oh.
And then as I get closer to the bathroom door, I hear the alarm clock going off. And I thought,
it was a trick.
no.
It was a trick.
And I opened the door to run in there and cut it off. And she's saying, you did this on purpose. And I'm like, oh, Betty, you know I wouldn't do it. I don't think I've ever woken you up out of malice.
No, I don't think so. But every now and then, you know, he wants me to be the joy to his Regis or something over there.
Well, you're already my joy, my love.
Oh, watch it.
Easy. Family
Calm
show.
down, Tiger.
Well,
Yeah, wait a minute. Anniversary's already passed.
how about 30 years, huh?
I know. Wow.
That's a
Anyway, happy birthday, Sherry, by the way.
Yeah.
My mom's birthday was this week, too. Happy birthday, Mom. So all the holidays are out of the way. But anyway,
And you're visiting your mom today. Tell her I said hello.
I will in the big Jacksonville, Alabama. But hello, Jack State.
Yeah, here we come.
Gamecocks.
Go Gamecocks.
Go Gamecocks.
Fear the
Stay
beat.
cocky.
You know, Betty, normally if Rick is out and it's Bubba Rama, I do remember you coming in. I think one of the last times you came in and did segments with us, you remember you had a top 10 list? I think that made a best of moment. I mean, you wrote your own little top 10 list, everything.
I wish I had done that. I thought y'all were going to call me to weigh in on the economy this morning, and then nobody ever called.
You talking about the stock market talk? Yeah.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up A little bit later on, still to come, if we remember it, Mike Lindell will be on the program next hour. Well, we'll see. Speedy doesn't go to the bathroom, we'll be fine.
Need your help, boys.
Okay, well, look. All right, so going to the break, we mentioned it. You know, there's been all kinds of talk about self-checkout. It's become pretty normal now. And then people say because people who want to work are so hard to find, the economy also continues to be a struggle, that self-checkout is going to be the answer, and it's going to put a bunch of people, because you can't put people out of work who are not willing to work.
Right.
So that's impossible. But they're going to just say, look, we're just going to stop depending on human beings, and people can just check themselves out. It saves us money, and Bubba, you said an early report is in on how is self-checkout going.
Yeah, this is a CNN published story today. It says if you're not a fan of self-checkout lanes at grocery stores, you're not alone. But it's not just customers who don't like them. Some major companies are rethinking their use of the technology. In the United States, Walmart, Costco, and another brand I've never heard of, and other chains claim they have revised their self-checkout strategies. Booths, which is a British supermarket chain, said it's removing self-checkout stations in all but 2 of its 28 stores. The chain's managing director said customers have complained that the machines are slow, unreliable, and impersonal. Right. Customers have also sometimes had difficulty identifying fruits and vegetables, and there are delays in products like alcohol that require age verification. Retailers have found that self-checkout leads to higher merchandise losses from customer errors and shoplifting.
I would think.
So they may not be saving any money after all. Right. So how do y'all feel about self-checkout?
Love it.
I'm a double thumbs down for all the reasons that just mentioned. I don't mind new technology, and I like the idea of, that line over there is shorter because, I live for that, and I got to go. But I have found it, and again, Helmsley may just be better at it than me. I found it to be, this is a word I don't like, to be clunky. I found it to be unreliable. I've trying to get my bags and put stuff in my bags and swiping, and oh no, I can't find the barcode. And then of course you can't do produce. That's a nightmare. And it to me, it's something that for me personally isn't more efficient, isn't quicker, and is a bigger hassle than just going through and letting everybody come across the scanner. Somebody else is down here putting stuff in my bag and I'm out.
Yeah, here we go. You may remember we had the promise of RF tags for a long time, radio frequency tags, where every product has one in it. And when you went into the store, you would put your credit card in and pre-approve a charge on it. Then when you would just load your buggy up and walk out, and it would scan all the RF tags and bill you for it automatically. And I thought that had potential.
I wish that's
kind of on the store. It takes my part of it out.
I wish that all self-checkout worked as efficiently as that snack bar on floor 2.
Yeah.
That's as good of a self-checkout as there is.
See, I feel like it does.
I think self-checkout
has
it.
Here's something about that versus the way some of them are set up.
You're rough, though, Rick. You're rough with things.
I know. And plus, I got up there, I only have 1-2 items.
Yeah.
When I'm coming out of there with 10 items,
I kind of have a rule. If I can get everything in 2 to 3 bags that I can carry out, and usually that's like 8 to 10 products.
I'm a 4-item rule. About 4 items is all I'm going to deal with, or big dog food. Just go through there, beep, gone. Now I think they serve that purpose. If you got a couple items, use the self-check. Now, if I got a buggy full, I'm not sitting there and doing it.
No. That's my cutoff.
Okay, so you don't do the buggy, because I'm going to tell you what I found.
If it's a low amount of stuff, it actually works better.
Yeah, I get 8 to 10 items, and I'll go there. But outside of that, no.
You ever got behind a 2-blocker, though?
And I have figured out the produce deal, too. I've got it worked out.
Yeah, I was a little scared.
It's tough. You got to punch it in.
I'm not willing to learn that.
I had to get that expert that hangs out. Come over there and show me.
You're too rough, and you're not willing to do that. I think your experience. I think if you went with me, I can't believe I'm saying this. I think if you went with me and Greg one day, we'd make your experience a lot better.
Okay, but y'all, but I'm okay. Y'all are agreeing that you have to have only a few items.
Yeah.
Speedy,
that's
don't
me.
get your
I'm
feelings
normally.
hurt. Greg just gave an example.
I was joking, but I'm normally about 5 to 10 items too, and it depends on what it is. If I'm going in, grabbing some bread, some milk, some different things. Hey man, I'm bloop bloop bloop. I'm out. If it's a buggy full and I got all kinds of different stuff,
it works good if you don't have a lot.
Yeah.
Now listen,
That's
a lot of the
quick
marts are going to this.
Yes.
The one we stop out there at that pilot, I mean, that's all they have.
Yeah. Circle K
Now,
does that.
There's
scans
one at the Pell City exit. I've never seen this. You set your items in there, and it goes. And
That's the Circle K I just mentioned.
Yes, Circle K. I see what it is.
That's more the
pretty
RF
cool.
tag, probably.
Daddy like that. You just set
Now-
them in the little square, and it hits them all.
Now, and to the bigger point is these big chains and different things that they don't have anybody. You got to go through the self checkout, no matter what you have, and then that's a problem when you've got a buggy full and there's two people, and you're like, do I go wait here or do I go scan these 30 items? And I don't like doing that, but if there's a line and I can't get anybody to do it, I'll actually go through.
What about self checkout at hardware stores now? Some of these big.
I like
box
self checkout everywhere.
Lowe's is self checkout.
I don't go to
Home
hardware
Depot.
stores if I can avoid it.
I even like it at the fast food restaurants.
There's nothing
Love
worse.
that.
There's
They've
nothing
gotten
worse for
better.
me to be in a home improvement store.
What?
That is a total nightmare for me.
Well, A, you can't find nothing, and you
sanctuary.
can't find anybody to tell you where it is.
Nobody help you. I'm lost in there. I don't know what I'm doing, and no one is helping.
But as far as scanning and it picking it up, they've come a long way. I remember there was a time, you're right, where you're doing 100, but they've gotten
The
better.
little wand thing. Beep, beep.
Oh, I like the wand.
Are you
Yeah.
do you self checkout, Bubba?
Yeah, I mean, you have to at some places.
Yeah, you don't have to. Do you
like
most,
low
most
items,
of the
low
time, I'm at like Home Depot or Lowe's or somewhere, when I do that.
But you wouldn't go through like a lot of items.
What about when you fell on your
Well,
rump?
that's the problem. You don't have any choice in a lot of places, and that's the pain because a lot of times I'm getting little parts. I'm getting screws and nuts, and they're not individually marked, so it's kind of a pain.
And you don't grocery shop at all, do you?
Usually not. No.
Yeah. So
the Walmart pickups are
What
pretty
about
good.
Walmart? You do Walmart?
I do that.
I
It
do
might
pickup.
surprise you. It's been a while since I've been in a Walmart.
Yeah. I try to avoid home improvement and Walmart if I can. If I could live a life and never go in those places, I would.
I will say the pull-up pickup for the groceries at Walmart it works really
And
good.
one of the presents we got, my parents, was
handicap?
that Walmart Plus too, where they deliver groceries to the house.
Yeah.
And that's big. And I know a lot of grocery stores do that now. They're not the only one, but my parents love that option.
No, that is good. I just usually get behind somebody that's too blocked. And to Bubba's point, I wondered about this, and you said the study actually reveals this. I guess if people can't get to scan, they just leave with it. It's real. I mean, is there anybody going to stop you if you just walk out with
Well,
it?
one day I had
Nobody even stops you if you get off the shelf now?
I had, and I can't remember what it was. It was a chain. That's what it was in the bottom of the shopping cart, and I just forgot to get it out and scan it. And I got to the car and started to get out, and I thought, oh man, I forgot that. So I had to go back in, and I felt bad. I wasn't going.
Well, Jesus wouldn't
run
let you
off with
leave.
it.
Let me ask you
Well,
this.
no, I did. I said, I need to make an effort to do this right. So.
Yeah.
We shouldn't. I mean, we may have already covered this, but how come the Walmart person up front sometimes will check your ticket and sometimes they won't?
I know. It's very inconsistent.
What do I do to make you want to check my receipt?
You know what I do? I always keep it in my hand so they can see it.
Yeah.
And if they want it, I got it right there. And then most of the time they don't ask.
I don't know what Costco person's doing. They're looking at a long receipt there, and they're just, okay, man, you're good. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, you really.
It's just a formality here.
I never get checked. I always thought I looked like somebody that might be up to no good, but apparently to these people, they think, nah, he's not going to steal it.
I think they think you're mean and they don't want to mess with you.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the expert on that. I'd even been on Amazon already. Before y'all even started talking about it.
As a matter of fact, Betty does subscribe to the theory I was talking about. She just won't participate in a recession.
Yeah, just keep
She's going to work to keep the economy moving at all times.
Do your part, Betty.
That's right. You got to keep it moving. You got to keep the money moving because if I don't, who's going to do it?
Yeah,
So anyway.
Betty, that's a great attitude to have, huh?
I think it is. Yeah. But
it's a tough job.
anyway, and I couldn't weigh in on professional eating either, I don't guess. So anyway, although who was the professional eater / bodybuilder? I have never seen that.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that one yet, but
Well, didn't we
sounds
see?
pretty impressive.
Didn't we see one of those guys on Wife Swap that did that?
Watch out.
Excuse me?
I think the wife swap was a bodybuilder wife that went to live with a professional eating husband.
Oh,
Right. So,
okay.
they try to set up these
Things y'all watch on
conflicts.
TV. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
That wife swap was a weird one. I've watched it.
Yeah, it's very goofy.
Celebrity wife swap. You seen those?
Oh, yeah. It's even crazy.
Oh, yeah. What's the poor guy that had the motorcycle, Gary Busey, and his
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
or whatever? Good grief.
I remember his.
It makes me clamor for kickoff of football season, I'll tell you that.
So, Betty, so when the show started, y'all had been married for 5 years, and here we are.
I know. I know it. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
You know?
I remember, was it Hunter or Caitlin? I think it was Hunter. When y'all had Hunter, you wanted me to get a Frosty from Wendy's to bring to you.
Yeah, that was Hunter.
Oh, that was both children.
Both.
I think.
But I remember I was doing the show and trying to get there, and then your one request was, I want a Frosty from Wendy's.
They are good.
Well, why? Yeah, because Don Juan brought one
Yeah.
with one of my kids. I can't remember. Maybe he was with you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, we figured since you'd been in labor and gave birth, you deserved one.
Well, sure.
If you wanted
Yeah,
it.
that's the least I
We
can
try
do.
to make you happy
And
there
before
at that
you
point.
call, yes, I paid for it. But anyway.
You had a coupon, I bet.
I did not.
You had that buy one, get one free.
Yeah, there was a twist to it. I can promise you that.
Buy one, get one.
Yeah. But how's pontoon life, Betty? I love y'all's pictures on the lake.
I know. We're loving the lake. You know, Frenchie loved it.
Yeah,
it's all good. Frenchie, it's a good thing the boat's loud because I couldn't communicate that well. But anyway,
Yeah,
I'm terrible to communicate with somebody that I can't talk the language. You know.
Yeah, we just all kept smiling, shaking our head, and then we
Thumbs
started
up.
pointing at his legs when they turned red.
Oh, right. His sunburn.
No, I know. That was a mom fail on my part. Bless his heart. I didn't even think about him being lily white up there on the front of the boat.
He's a pale little guy.
He is.
He really was.
Yeah,
A little
yeah.
pasty, but he was sweet.
A lot of hours on the lake, though. Those legs will get red.
Oh, listen, Gilligan Island is nothing on Bill. You know, a 3-hour tour is more like a 18-hour tour. Whatever, with
Well,
Bill.
he's in there for the long haul.
Gilligan.
He's in there for the long haul.
And that's what we wanted.
Betty, you got to admit, though, I tell people before we go out, I ask them, when do you need to be back? And then I come back when they say they need to be back.
Well, I just don't. Is there that many places to go?
Oh, yeah.
It's a big lake.
Yeah.
It's 38 miles long. You got 720 miles of shoreline.
And
I mean, you make a quick trip and cover 75 miles. You know? A lot of. You go
Got your blinker on, Betty?
Turn left.
What?
You got your blinker on?
I do.
I thought you pulled over.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
No, I was
She's
pulling
hands-free.
over when you called me getting gas, and then I decided I better make up some time and get on the road here. But I'm in the right-hand lane, going slow. It's all good.
There you go. Hands free. You're good. You're good.
Hands free. Yes, I'm legal. So, anyway.
Well, we certainly are missing you already today, Bet.
Well, I wish I could have been there. If I'd have planned a little better, I just didn't know.
Well.
Nobody let me know. You
Well,
know?
we got you. We got you to call in though.
Well, you woke
that's
up
good.
early enough. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you got that going. Anyway, if I had known, though, I
Betty,
could have
I'm
done
sorry.
another top 10, you know, maybe for anniversary week. Or
yeah,
We'll see.
yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past. From Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world, you can catch the Rick and Bubba Show daily, live and or archived. The live options, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Don't have an affiliate? No problem. TuneIn app, free download from the App Store, and just search the Rick and Bubba channel. Stream it live, and then you get also the daily archives of full shows available there. Another live option, you can watch the show if you so dare on our YouTube channel. Eddie Van Adler's got that covered for you. Also, there's a full archive every day on our YouTube channel. Also, audio archives on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. So there's all your options. Grab the one you want. However you're here, we're glad you're here. And there's Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for tuning in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Couple of items, Bubba, out of the email. It sounds like we have yet another person asking questions that have been on the minds of many new to the show, even veterans. Why can't you guys talk and tell us your use of some of these words?
Yeah, this comes from Philip Thacker.
Hey, Philip.
Philip says, Bubba, I've noticed through the years that you use the word rather, R-A-T-H-E-R, in place of weather, W-H-E-T-H-E-R.
Correct.
I was wondering if you would explain on the air your reason for this. Philip from Sachs.
So a reason for it?
First of all, the cats are back.
Yeah, one, Philip, let me just say the cats are back. Two, one, I guess it would be I'm bad at grammar and I mumble when I talk. So you really don't know which one I'm saying.
Right, yeah. I've noticed that over the years, but it's no big deal. It's just the way you do it. When you say whether or not, you'll say rather or not.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's not a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, so
whether, rather.
And then, of
Whether,
course,
rather.
you can always get into our minds, which I know people really don't follow. Is many times to us we think it's the same thing. We can't hear what we're saying.
Yeah,
I mean it's
WNBC.
Yeah. Somebody goes, you use rather where you should use whether, and you're like, no, it's all isn't that the same word?
Philip,
no, it's not.
It's
no.
really just another example of I'm not that smart. So
well, I wouldn't say we just because we don't grasp the English language and our grammar is atrocious doesn't mean we're not smart.
Yeah, but it's bad grammar and
right,
can't speak. It's
rare
a terrible
in this
combination.
industry.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about that ad nauseum. So anyway, that we've hit it quite a few times.
Philip, I've got a better answer for you. I'll tell you if I see you in person.
WNBC. We have an update on a story that's been around a while.
It's a Rick and Bubba
news update.
It's a Rick and Bubba
News update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news
update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Well, you remember when Tiger Woods' ex, Erica Herman, had allegations that she was abused by Tiger Woods. She now is coming out to tell the whole wide world. Now, this is not going to be good because, well, I shouldn't say this. Women who make allegations against men should always be believed unless they're making an allegation against a Democrat. They should always be believed if it's an allegation against a conservative, right? Isn't that the way it goes?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
But anyway, the reason why that isn't always true are moments like this, because Erica Herman has now admitted that she was never the victim of sexual abuse at the hands of famed golfer Tiger Woods, and she has dropped all legal action. She admitted that she was lying.
Now, why did she do that to begin with, and why is she dropping the claim now? That's what I want to know.
You know, she stated that she's a former restaurant manager. And for some reason,
it was Tiger's restaurant.
Yeah, it was Tiger's restaurant, and she claimed that there was some sort of inappropriate behavior on his part. She claimed she'd been forced into signing something that would, she couldn't hold him accountable, and that he began to pursue her in an intimate way. So she's now coming back to say that she made all that up, and when she was his girlfriend.
Well, can you just make up something and file a lawsuit? She filed a $30 million lawsuit.
And
now, I'm sorry, I just made it up.
She was charging him with sexual harassment and some sort of sexual abuse.
I think the NDA part of this was about to go to trial,
right?
And she was going to be deposed under oath, and she's decided that may not want to do that.
Well, it's called the Speak Out Act, and they were saying that this NDA was not enforceable, but that because of what she was claiming, that she could do that. But now she's come back and said, well, the only problem with me using that loophole is that never happened. So it's not going to hold up.
The Speak Out Act basically says that you cannot buy off your victim.
Right.
Well, if you're a victim trying to scam somebody,
right,
you kind of hate to see this because this is
that's why
this has killed your payday.
Yeah, you can't be bought off to go away. So anyway, she's saying that I made allegations against Tiger Woods. And I'm admitting now that I made those up. So that kind of goes back to, I understand the foundational part of, women should be heard, and they should be, no question about that. But that doesn't mean that all women should be believed. That's actually not true. And here's another example why it's not. Should women be heard? Yes. Should we give them the courage and support they need to defend themselves and to lock up wicked men who mistreat women? 100%. And they should be heard. But we can't let that transition into, if a woman makes an allegation, it's always true.
Yeah, there's still the burden of proof.
That just isn't.
Like
that's not true for anyone, male or female.
No.
And
you remember Mrs. Ford's testimony trying to stop Supreme Court justice being approved. Never could get any collaborating witness. I mean, you look back on it, basically it was made up.
Right.
No way it was true.
Right.
When she claimed all these people were witnesses to it, and it didn't happen. So we can't just blanket say you make a charge. We don't allow that in anything else. Yeah. I mean, but that's in the feel-good world that we're in now. That somehow these kind of charges should have a special privilege that other charges don't.
This country,
and let me say this too. It's absolutely ridiculous that some men would act that way.
Right.
And they should be
held,
prosecuted.
Should be held accountable. No
but
doubt.
You still have to have some minimal burden of proof in these things.
Right. Yeah. Are all voices should be heard? Yes. Are all voices automatically believed if they are a certain gender? No. I would say that for male or female.
Are all voices telling the truth?
Yeah.
No,
not always. That there's still the burden of proof, and us moving away from that in this country is a huge mistake.
Yeah.
Because if that moves away, it's going to make everyone's life susceptible to someone hates you, someone's out to get you, and they can destroy you without having to substantiate their allegations.
Right.
And we cannot live in that world. We are in this country. We are not guilty until proven innocent. We are innocent until proven guilty, and there's attempts to change that. And now this also doesn't mean that now when a woman makes an allegation because this woman lied, they're lying. It doesn't mean that either. If you have the allegation and you have the proof, then you should be heard and the person should be prosecuted.
And when it happens, go then to the police.
Yeah.
Don't wait years where it looks like you're manipulating the process.
So we always want to not be like a lot of the press. Someone who's has a public platform gets accused of something, and then you want to be sure you report that. But when they're exonerated from it, you can't get anybody to talk about it.
Right. Never hear it.
Yeah. So in this particular case, this particular allegation against Tiger Woods, according to the alleged victim, was made up and not true.
By her own testimony.
That's correct. So we'll be back. 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Archives from yesterday's Bible study are available today. We started a new series yesterday in 2 Corinthians. Man, it went well. We had an incredible time together, and it's available for you now. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Are you
probably one of the more emailed
number one
stories
text
sent to
I
us.
had yesterday by far.
NASA giving away an Apollo-era Saturn rocket to anyone who can carry it out.
All right.
Now, Speedy, this
how do you
is
hook that up to your tailgate?
This is
called
from
Craneworks.
This is from NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville.
Right.
It has accessed a Saturn I Block 1 booster which was part of the Saturn rocket, and the space organization is looking for a good home for it. So they got an extra one. Don't know what to do with it.
That's
Now,
you,
this,
Bob.
this is not the full Saturn V now, like they have standing up at the Space and Rocket Center.
Okay, well, yeah,
but it is the the command module where the astronauts were, the escape tower that's on it, the service module. You have the compartment where the lunar module went, and blew out when they docked with it. They have the third stage, and so the top part of the rocket's the same, but the bottom part is what they call the Saturn 1B booster. It's what they used to test the early versions of it on.
Calm down.
But we got a spare here, and I'm telling you, I think that thing would look great in my yard.
I do think we're missing an opportunity as a show.
Yeah, I mean,
if I could get it in my yard and set that baby up, I don't know. Does it say how long it is? How high? It would be up?
Here's what I'd like to take it a step further if you don't mind.
It's got to be 300 foot if it's anything.
not?
No, probably not. Probably about 200. Maybe
Big one.
250.
So we call the folks at Craneworks.
They said it's in mint condition.
And we say, here's what we want.
For anything metal from the 1960s, it's been outside. It's in
That's
mint.
pretty good.
Yeah. And then we talk to management here at the City Center.
Yeah.
And you know how the reader board's out there, and for some reason we can't get our name on it, and it's tough for directions. But picture this.
I think I got to the bottom of that one. I'll tell you all later.
Picture this. We put that rocket at the entrance, shooting straight up, and we just say, get on the highway, 31 Montgomery Highway, and look for the rocket.
When you
and
see a
turn
big
in.
rocket, that's us.
We put the rocket
I
right
agree.
there.
I agree because. And look, the place where this show is, the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, some people call it the Vestavia City Center.
Right.
But, sometimes it's confusing because it's actually three shopping centers kind of, together.
Yeah, right.
With a movie theater.
Yeah, and so, when we try to tell somebody where to go, we say, well, look for the flagpole or go where Moe's or something. Yeah. It would be so much easier if you said, look for the giant rocket.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
no way
solves
you can
it.
mess
You know
up.
what I mean? There's no way you mess up. Look for the giant rocket.
All you got to do is just get off the right exit, and you're going to find us. And I think we got the people to get it here.
We do.
And I think we just apologize. I don't even know if we asked.
I think on this one you have to ask.
Oh, really?
Getting it here and installing it are way too different.
Since it's going to block an interstate when you're moving it in, you're probably going to have to ask on this one.
Well, we can
there
either
might be a few permits involved.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, think about it.
But
We
how
put
about
that thing
this?
right out there.
I know, but let me tell you this, y'all. Well,
You put that baby out there and you ground it good. Nobody in Vestavia ever gets hit by lightning because it will suck
Snags
all
it
of it
on.
right out of the air.
See?
Never again will there be a power surge in
Safety
Vestavia.
feature.
Darling, there's a rocket by Rick and Bubba. Let's take the kiddos.
Hey, it is a big one too.
It is.
That B1, the Saturn 1B booster, even though it was one of the early ones that they tested with. I mean, that thing is massive. Look,
Do you want me to text management?
Look at the
Why
nozzles.
can't you just get the capsule that the astronauts were in?
Well, that would be
Can't you just
cool,
get
too.
it?
Well,
if I could get that and the service module, I'd put it up as a shooting house.
Well, let's find somebody's field. Let's
You know
find
what?
somebody's field to put it in, and then we can take the parts however we want to.
I would love to have a lunar module as a shooting house at a hunting camp. I
That'd
think
be
that would
good.
be you talking about tying hunting and love of space together?
Hey, I'm going to Module Field. I'm going to Saturn One Rocket Field.
I'm going to Tranquility Base. Where y'all going? See, that would be so cool.
That is awesome.
All right, so I'm calling management here at the City Center. How should I ask them? Can we put a rocket at the entrance? What should I ask?
Well, the fact that they wouldn't let us put Big Boy out here.
That's coming, I think.
Good point.
That's a
hope so.
process.
I
They just
really
had to
hope
redo
so.
the whole place.
Well, it's not. It's just, you got the people who own the facility, but then you also have zoning rules you got to work.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
silly zoning.
And they're pretty strict here. On
I
all
think
that.
I think this city though would welcome. a rocket.
I would love to be.
I know
at
what
a
we can do.
council meeting and see somebody come to the microphone and ask permission to put a rocket out.
I've got
I
it.
love that.
I've got it. In this city, we have a battle between a country club and a school.
Ooh.
It still hasn't been resolved. Let's put the rocket in between them. That way, kids don't get hit with golf
problem
balls.
solved.
Well, we don't want the rocket to be hammered
The
with
rocket,
golf balls all
rocket
the time.
can hold up the net
Yes.
that everybody's saying so expensive to buy.
Right.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today on another edition. We've been having quite a bit of discussion if you're just now joining us. And we're going to be chatting with a man who's been on the show a couple of times. He and his company have just been so supportive of what we do and believing in what we do. And, of course, Bubba, I'm talking about Mike Lindell. Mike Lindell! Mike Lindell!
Mike, what's up?
Mike, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me back, guys.
You know, I just wish you'd get excited. I mean, I sometimes I think you're just too low energy. You know, first of all, from the bottom of our hearts, you know how this all works, Mike. You know, this show can't be on the air without advertisers, and you know, sometimes advertisers, you know, they'll shrink back from what we do because they don't like, you know, our worldview, or you know, we won't bend to the demands of you know, the different cancel mobs that are out there, and,
or the wokeness of the minute.
Not that you can relate to that, but but I just want to say thanks for the years that you guys have supported this show.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank you guys. You guys have been long supporters. I think you're right up there in the top. You could even be the longest supporter now. You know, we've lost a few along the way.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, and we know what you've been through. Yeah, I know what you've been through. My dad, I mean, sadly, we just had to move my dad into memory care, and we were looking for some MyPillows for him, and you know, and we certainly can order them. And my mom was like, "Well, while you're out, just you know, there's retailers, just go get one." And I remember when I could, and I said, "Mom, I don't know how to tell you this. Places where they once were, they're not here anymore. So we just ordered some. So yeah, you know what it's like."
Yeah, absolutely. It's been quite a cancel. So many canceled as I have spoke out about our election platforms, and they one after another they cancel. I think we've lost 24 box stores, big ones, and then all the shopping channels. And what's really interesting is that we were their #1 selling product in history. We've sold over 80 million MyPillows now. And now we have 240 products. So they chose to not take us because of other reasons or another agenda.
Well, the good news is the MyPillow is still awful comfortable.
Oh,
man. And we just added some in our camper for our hunting camp. And man, I tell you, it's hard to get out of the bed sometimes to get out there in the field because hey, that pillow sure is comfortable.
Right on. Yeah. Well, it's all about that adjustability. Wherever you adjust it, it stays there, and you adjust it for your own sleep positions, and that's what it's all about, getting the right fit for you. But when you can adjust it, it's perfect. And now we got the MyPillow 2.0, which we've added the new technology of the temperature regulating thread that came available here in the U.S. So that's been a huge launch for us, and those are changing people's lives. It's the only thing I've ever changed on the MyPillow since I invented it 20 years ago. It's our 20-year anniversary of actually the first show I ever did, which was a show at a mall, I remember, and I sold my first pillow, and I was so excited. I'm going, I actually sold one.
Well, yeah, and you know, I don't like change, and when I saw the first time the 2.0, I have to admit, I was like, wait a minute.
Well, don't mess with
Mike,
perfection.
Whoa. Yeah. But yeah, that temperature regulating fabric, I know that you would not have done anything to the pillow unless you thought it could get even better. And how has been the response to that?
It's been huge. You have people, you know, remember when I invented MyPillow, it's the same patented fill that's never changed. I wanted something you could adjust and it would stay there. Everybody wants soft, but you want it to stay there. And then the fabric was developed so it wouldn't get hot. And so the whole pillow was developed so it wouldn't get hot, like your memory foams and stuff. Well, having coolness on your neck is actually very important in sleep cycles. But we couldn't. The right thing never came along until last year. This company developed this cooling thread, and I said, well, maybe we could finally get the cooling effect added to MyPillow. Let's see if they can make some fabric, and they did. It took about 3 months to develop the fabric, and combining the two now you have the best pillow in history. Just got even better. And if it didn't improve your sleep or improve anything to help the person, I don't do it. I would never make a change like, here, buy this. It looks nicer. I'll charge you more. No, it had to be an improvement where it would improve your sleep and your sleep cycles and so on. And I had already done somewhat with my mattress toppers. We had a fabric then that was temperature regulating that I had done a few years ago, and I thought, wow, if I could ever get something that would work in a pillow, this would be amazing.
We love the My Slippers too.
Oh,
I
man.
mean, we just I look forward to putting those on. You talking about comfy?
Right. And when I developed something, now let's take the slippers. That took a year and a half. This company came to me and said, hey, we want you to make slippers. You could call them My Slippers. And I said, well, I didn't know anything about slippers. So then we do a deep dive and we buy all the slippers out there and we cut them in half and see what's in them. And I'm going, what is this stuff that's garbage? And there was cardboard in a lot of them, and the real expensive ones too. And I'm not going to say any brands, but the biggest brands seem to be made in China, and they developed inside all this. Quite frankly, it doesn't do anything for you. It was literally cardboard. Well, then at about the same time, this guy came to me and he had this impact gel made from soybeans. And his demo, he actually put it over his hand with a hammer, go bam. And I'm going, what are you doing? And he goes, this impact gel disperses the weight and everything else. And I said, wow, maybe that would work in the slippers that we're developing. So we took the slippers and reverse engineered. If you cut, there's like 5 layers in there. The MyPillow patented foam. There's memory foam in there. There's this impact gel. There's another layer. I just know there's 5 layers, and each one had to do something because you're obviously not gonna see them. But I want people to walk on them, and then I used them. I always try everything we develop, and I go, wow, this is better than a pair of shoes. You can wear them all day. And when we launched that, and by the way, we just got in all wide sizes. People requested longer sizes, up to 15 in men's, and then smaller sizes down to size 6 in women, all wide sizes. So we expanded that, and we put them on sale for $49.98, I think, right now. They're normally $100 and some, but they're the best slippers in history. By the way, we're doing with as long as we're talking about the products, we're extending our money-back guarantee to March 1st of next year. So anything you buy for Christmas presents, you're able to give it to them, and you don't have to worry if there's something they have to do to exchange, take back, or whatever, if there's something they don't like. We do that with confidence because we know that every person is going to enjoy whatever products we have. I have over 240 products now.
Yeah, we'll come back. I want to ask you about that when you hit that, because I've noticed, being us endorsing this product for years, the products keep coming in, and I want to talk about that when we come back. If you want to find about
the Vikings.
If you want to know about all this, just go to mypillow.com/Bubba. That's our URL. And there's all sorts of savings there, including the things we just discussed. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Y'all would not believe the conversations, comments, and things that are out there going on in this community about that situation.
We have
it's unbelievable. It's almost embarrassing.
They say the cost on this is around $250,000 to move it. That's what they're estimating.
Okay, well, it becomes the people's rocket.
Drop in the bucket for you,
$250,000 right there.
The people's rocket. Everybody give $1.
866 We Be Big when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
A couple of stories here. We've got a lot we didn't get to today, and I apologize. We're a little behind on our list here. But Red Lobster, their CEO, says they are not going to be serving plant-based seafood. Now, this new craze of we got plant-based meat.
The Impossible Burger. It's impossible to eat.
If people want that for the taste, and it's something new and cool and groovy, and everybody digs it, fine.
Yeah. I hadn't heard groovy in a long time.
Well, I know. That's why I threw it in.
Yeah, I like that.
But
very 80s.
But if you're doing it because you think you're going to save the planet, I think you're sadly mistaken and bad at math. As we have pointed out, the amount of tractor time it takes to grow a crop versus growing cows, there's no savings, okay? And I don't do either one now professionally, so But I just know that because I have been around people who did that, and you have to the getting the ground ready, planting, the things you have to do for as pesticides and fertilizing and continuing to plow that, and then harvesting and getting it in and process. I mean, I just don't see any savings in that whatsoever. Now, if you like plant-based stuff, that's fine. They call it a salad. Or whatever they can compress it into. But I want to applaud Red Lobster, which, by the way, we've all talked about how Red Lobster was a big deal where we came from. That was a top-notch. I mean, it was high as it went.
Showing off.
Yeah, you kidding me?
That's where you carried your date on a fancy night.
Oh, it's a special day.
Wear
your good shirt.
And I still love Red Lobster. We have one right down the street.
I do too.
I go for the special meetings, the big ones.
Right.
But I'm just so glad to see that they're resisting this almost political move. I want the restaurants to serve things that people like to eat, not what they are guilted into doing. I'm kind of tired of this, just everybody shoveling their agenda on me,
Well, and I believe it's finally got to the point running a business. There's enough people out there that are into this kind of mess. Like, you know what I'm saying? They'll actually, because until then, you weren't, because people, they somehow, like he said, you think you're saving the planet by eating an Impossible Burger or whatever. There's actually a crowd that actually buys into that.
Yeah.
So you might as well market to them and try to get their business too.
Yeah.
That's smart.
They said they looked into it. It was terrible.
Yeah, it just didn't taste good.
It didn't taste good, and they're not doing it.
Well,
I don't think seafood's unhealthy anyway.
Yeah, tell me this. I thought seafood was the thing we all went to. I mean, we all look at places that eat a lot of fish on coastal areas. They're supposed to have lower cancer rates, lower heart issue rates, right? I mean, isn't that what we're told, to eat grill?
Yeah, but you got people that are
right?
protesting bass tournaments, protesting releasing lobsters back into the wild. I guess they were thinking about that bunch. They just don't want to eat anything that was once alive.
Y'all, there's a lot of things we can split hairs about on the discussion. Jesus caught fish, okay? You're going to have to come up with something different on that one. That one's not even a gray area, okay? You're going to have to come up with something else on that.
He's swimming around waiting for something to eat it.
Yeah, they're basically just a plant swimming around getting fat.
Yeah. Exactly.
Huh? So I'm really glad to hear that. Now, they say in this that we're thrilled to see other consumers becoming more interested in this. While plant-based foods are dramatically healthier than red meat, seafood is even a healthier option. That's kind of what I thought too. I don't know that red meat is the end-all bad for you. I think it has to do with moderation, like everything else. So, because we do know this. There's nothing to me personally, and I know this shows that I have a lack of growth, than a vegetarian that has to take vitamins because they don't have enough iron. Okay, I'm just going to tell you that. That is something funny to me, and I can't help it. And Jesus knows I laugh at it uncontrollably. Okay, I'm a bad person for that.
It's going to happen.
But you have to have proteins and amino acids to build your muscles, and it only comes from red meat type products. Okay, there it is.
And they're
bottom line.
Really good.
They're really good. And we have got really, really good at making them really good. Mm-hmm. We age it properly. Sure. We cook it. We have all kind of rubs we put on it. We marinate it. When it gets to your table, if you're like me, you'll even still use a little ketchup on it.
Wow. Hey, Bubba.
And
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. MyPillow.com/Bubba. All sorts of savings there. We just talked to Mike Lindell, and I'm going to continue. The King and Queen MyPillow 2.0s right now that we just discussed, 50% off. Yeah, if you go to MyPillow.com/Bubba, so you can find it right there. Also, the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Mike Lindell, our guest. Mike, I wanted to ask you, we mentioned it, and we'll get to this before Bubba tries to find out if you have season tickets to the Vikings. When you said 240 items, and I know this, us being business guys too, when you're dealing with inventory, it can eat your lunch. And when you start expanding like this, and we've seen people who've expanded too fast or whatever, tell me, I'm just kind of interested in this as a business guy. What's the process of you going, okay, that product right there, I think works for us. I'm sure there's many that have been presented to you that you're like, I'm not sure that's us. How has this expansion gone? What has been your mindset on this?
What I have, my advertising, my business model is a lot different than others, as everybody knows. We track every single spot out there by promo codes, and they all have the 1-800 number. So the products that are out there, I call it my driver products. The ones where when you have products, for instance, if you paid $10,000 for some kind of an ad, and it was for a dog bed. Here's people that don't have dogs. Here's people that might not want a dog bed. And then you have this little sliver. It's like fishing in a pond at a carnival where they give you 100 fish in the pond. They charge you $10 to fish there, but they give you bait that only 10 of the fish bite on. So those are called driver products. And there's a whole process that goes into testing them for if they have a big enough filter. There's only been like 5 in history that have done that for me, and that's MyPillow, my mattress topper, my slippers, my towels, which has been huge, and my roll and go pillows, somewhat my book and somewhat my coffee. But the other products like your, let's say it's the blankets or the down comforters, we go in there and say, how can we improve on a product? How can we improve on this? I'll give an example. It's couch pillows. The pillows we have are a couch. Now, I always take it from my own personal experience going, that's great. You have decorative couch pillows, but I want to be able to lay on them too and serve 2 purposes.
Yeah.
And so when we made our couch pillows, we put the MyPillow patented fill in there, made them beautiful, and hence we got a great product. So much goes into each product, but when you do procurement, when you have to forecast that, that's very important because you get so much credit with the people that are making that. If you're not making it yourself, or if you're making it yourself, just the parts that go into each product. So you have to project that. Here's the sales I project, and it's very, very hard with MyPillow sometimes because different things happen out there. It's been very hard over the last 6 months as I've been attacked at MyPillow, where vendors out there have gotten scared. They're going, MyPillow's going under. So they take their 120-day credit and say, you only get 30-day credit now. And I'm going, okay, well then you have to pay cash then, and it becomes very hard. But it's an art, and it really is important. That's why a lot of businesses will go under. I always said when I was making all my pillows here in the U.S., which I do, and toppers, things you buy overseas, like my sheets, can't be made here. There's no weavers or spinners left in the United States, so that can make sheets over 250 thread count in the quantity I get. So the sheets come over now. If they come over, so, back in the day, it would take, by the time you ordered them, it'd be 3 months or maybe 4 months later. Now, if your footprint changed, if your business went down, or if your business went up in the meantime and you ran out, that's a bad thing. But if you get them and you've already missed a window of opportunity, you can really hurt a business and by a few mistakes. So it's making stuff overseas is not what it's cracked up to be. Made in the good old USA is where it's at.
Mike, and kind of following up on that, how in the world can you be competitive? I know the cost of labor here is so much more. How can you put things together here and make it competitive?
Well, that's changed. I'll tell you, when the China virus came, when they put that in on our country, and then they stuck all those ships out to sea and wouldn't let them in. You know what happened then? Containers went from $4,000 to ship in to $25,000 a container.
Hey.
I mean, anybody that had stuff made overseas at that time, a lot of them then had to cancel their orders. Everybody, there was so many bankruptcies, it destroyed so many businesses. We were very blessed to be able to make them here, and plus pay. We have careers at MyPillows, not just jobs. We're one of the highest paying company for our employees. We're an employee-owned company too, and we're very blessed with everybody working hard and being dedicated. But having it here, you have a lot more control. Like I say, is it worth? I call it tripping over $1 to pick up a quarter. You go make something in China because you get a lower price. Now let's say you get them, and they're wrong. You don't have any control. You're going, okay, this, and I've had that happen with other countries. I don't buy anything in China, but other countries, I'll get it, and I'm going, this isn't what you sent me, the prototype. So now you either you send them back, but then you miss your opportunity. Being able to make your own products is so important. And I make everything I can here in the U.S. I get backlash all the time going, yeah, you didn't make this thing here is not made in the USA. You know what? If I can't make it here, it's like a diamond mine. I don't have a diamond mine. I can't make diamonds. I don't, in the backyard. If it can't be made here, I try and make it the best you can be with if I have to get it from overseas, like my sheets, like my Giza Dream sheets, the best sheets in history. By the way, we have those on sale too for the lowest price ever.
Well, now's the time to move. Now's the time to move on these products. Mike, is there any chance that you could take Bubba to see the Vikings play? He's
Mike, we talked about this a long time ago.
Right.
I'm one of the rare Minnesota Viking fans here in the South and have been my whole life. Don't know why. And it's been a tough run for us.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we're the most heartbroken team. We're voted this in history. The Minnesota Vikings, the most heartbroken team. If you're a Viking fan, you know what I'm talking about. You could go back 4 Super Bowls where we were heavy favorite in the first one. All the from the Hail Mary to the Brett Favre game to the '98 game, 12-point favorites over the Falcons. Anything that and they change rules after the Vikings, something happens to them, like the New Orleans game. Now we change rules that in overtime you each get the ball once if you don't score a touchdown. I mean, these things, anything that can happen to a team has happened to the Minnesota Vikings. But things, as you know, this year they're starting to be, and last year we had the biggest comeback in NFL history. That's historical, the biggest comeback so we have a lot of good things that happen too, and but I'd love to bring him up for a game. I believe, watching our quarterback situation where all these things hurt, and then Dobbs comes in and plays. They're going, wow, maybe we'll have a miracle the other way once.
Oh, there we go.
We need
the cruelty of being a Vikings fan.
Did you see the similarities in me and Mike when we started talking about the Vikings?
Yes.
I mean, you're just so beat down.
Bubba laments over this just like you do, Mike. He laments over it all the time. Well, I tell the advertisers that this is not complicated, and you just laid it out perfectly in our time together today. If a sponsor like MyPillow.com stays with us this long, here's what you know. You know that the products are fantastic because you, the audience, continue to love them. So the business is coming in, and the same thing, they're staying with us because you are producing, being good customers and buying the product. So that means the product is working, and it means you, the audience, are active and loving the products. If those two things weren't happening, then he wouldn't continue to advertise here. And then if he didn't have great products, he wouldn't survive advertising here either. So it's the perfect scenario, and you can just look at our decade together and go, this is exactly what we all hope that these kind of relationships will turn into. So if you want to see all the things you just talked about, and don't forget about the Christmas stuff either. We got tree skirts and stockings, and that Bible Stories collection is great. Throw blankets, rib knitted hats, scarves. They're 25 to 35% off. He mentioned the towels. They're fantastic, 25% off. The My Slippers that Bubba and I talked about that we love. The only thing is my wife is a little upset that they're so good that she wishes I wouldn't wear them everywhere. She's like, I really believe if I didn't stand in, you'd wear them to church. And I was like, I just, I don't see why I should change. They work. So you can get those for $39.98 right now. That's $100 savings, by the way. And then, of course, the women and men's sleepwear, 80% off. The dog beds and the pet blankets, he mentioned that as an example, $19.99. And then we told you also the My Towel 6-piece sets, all types of colors, 50% off at $29.98. The MyPillow bed sheets, $24.98. And we mentioned the King and Queen MyPillow 2.0s, 50% off. So this is the time to move. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for all these savings, and find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Mike Lindell, from the bottom of our hearts, thanks for supporting what we do.
Well, thank you all. And I want everybody, a little message to everybody. The stuff that's going in our country, just keep the faith. We're going to get to a great place way out here. We're going to look back and say, this was all God's will and on God's timing. And just be optimistic. We're in the greatest time in history to be alive because it's the greatest revival in history for Jesus Christ.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate
Thanks,
that very
Mike.
much. Mike Lindell, MyPillow.com/Bubba. It's people like him and companies like theirs that make this show possible. And, of course, they got to do their part and provide great products at great prices. No doubt about that. And they do that, too. We'll be back. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's
Said that
blasphemy.
out loud.
That's
Yeah.
blasphemy, but
No,
that's okay.
I know to some
Your
people
heart's
it
in the
is,
right
not
place.
to me. Not
Your
to
heart's
me.
in the right place.
Well, there's so many, antioxidants in ketchup.
The guy
and
that
lycopene,
that
which we
prepared
have
it
to
looks at you like you've just slapped him in the face.
Yeah. How dare you?
And I'll tell you too. I learned growing up. My parents had every steak cooked well done, and when I tried it, I thought, I don't know what the fuss is. This is like eating a tire.
Exactly.
I'd much prefer a hot dog as a kid.
I was the same way.
But as I got a little older and realized you could have a steak medium or medium rare and it
There
not
you
kill
go.
you, because I grew up thinking you died unless you had it well done.
You're right. Makes a
Boy,
difference.
it's a whole new food group.
It
You
is.
know, I mean, it's a whole.
You're right. They're not the
I know
same.
a lot of people don't like them that way because they don't want the pink on the inside.
Oh,
I
do.
got that. I got that. But I'm gonna tell you, it's a whole nother game. And
the
we've
flavor.
learned from the beef people about the bacteria. It's on the surface. It's not
Yes.
inside.
Yeah. Now you need to cook your hamburger meat because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
ground.
Right.
But the other
All of that is surface occupant, not
Wait a
internal.
minute.
So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Boy, he could have really gotten into that.
Oh,
one.
that's good stuff.
You
Man,
brought up
I'm
hot
hungry
dog.
right now.
Me
thinking
too,
about
bro.
it.
Let me try you on this one. You brought up hot
I
dog.
can smell it. Can y'all smell it? I
can,
can smell the
yeah.
grill right now.
Oscar Mayer is debuting a hot dog flavored ice cream sandwich.
Well, now that is wrong.
They can keep it.
Foul.
Look at everybody's
Foul.
face back there in the
Does it
gold ticket
actually
seats.
taste like Oscar Mayer winter?
Well,
or just trying to be cute.
I was looking at this, and it looks like they debuted it. Debuted it a couple of days ago in New York City.
But it actually tastes like a hot dog.
Yeah, they took to Twitter and said who wants a hot dog slash ice cream sandwich. It's called the Ice Dog Sandwich, and they turned the Wienermobile into a little ice cream truck themed makeover. They've kind of changed it over. And they are handing out these ice dogs in New York City for free.
But they don't look like they're
But
they're
here's-
yellow and white.
It says it's a hot dog flavored ice cream sandwich
Okay, I
with
guess
spicy mustard
that's
and
what it is.
little hot dog pieces. The brand announced the newest response to that other launch that they had that they didn't like a while back. But they said it is a
dog
deliberate
pieces.
attempt to see if they can't, with their little cream, I guess, is the hot dogs and the ice cream is of course together, but they
a
have
little
some
mustard to it.
Yeah, and it's the little flavor in it,
And little
but-
chunks of hot dogs.
Right.
That's disgusting.
And it's called the Ice Dog.
Y'all,
would you try one?
Can
for
I
the
just
team?
can I just say this? And I don't understand these food companies that always do this.
Mm-hmm.
If I like hot dogs, I like eating a hot dog, and if I like ice cream, I like eating ice cream.
True.
I don't want to eat ice cream that tastes like a hot dog, and I don't want a hot dog that tastes like ice cream.
Well said.
Can I just have the hot dog and then have ice cream
Yeah,
after
dessert.
like I normally do?
What's wrong with that?
I know you have a lot of marketing people that are probably overpaid in some cases, sitting there trying to come up with something new so they can bump their numbers up, and they got to have something to justify their job. This ain't it.
Yeah.
This
I
ain't
agree.
it, folks.
It's hot dog infused sweet cream.
Throw your hot dogs out of a helicopter. Do something. Put
Yeah.
parachutes on them. Something.
Something.
Yeah.
Let's don't
I
make
don't
ice
want hot dogs that taste like ice cream.
No, I don't
That-
like playing
it's
with any of
gross
that.
to even think about it, isn't it?
Oh, it's horrible.
I like everything to taste like it's supposed to and be the color it's supposed to. I don't like green ketchup.
No.
I don't want red mustard. I want everything. I want mustard yellow. I want ketchup red. I want everything where it's supposed to be. I am a law and order guy at the food table.
When it comes to condiments, absolutely.
I want my condiments the way they're supposed to be. Don't
That's
mix
right.
them up.
I want
Move
my
'em
mustard
around.
yellow
Yeah.
and my ketchup red.
I do. And I don't like mayonnaise, or I'd throw that in there. Is it supposed to be white?
I dabble in mayonnaise a little.
I did when I was younger.
Yeah, I used to put it on my hamburger and
Yeah.
nothing else.
Do you remember the udder machine that we had
yeah.
for the Rick and Bubba High School scoreboard show?
That's the best way.
Yeah.
The old udder.
Yes.
Can I tell you what? That was a piece of work.
Mm-hmm. It's a masterpiece.
Yeah.
When old Harry walked in that had done the local high school game the first night, and he saw that.
Couldn't believe it.
He could not believe his eyes. And
Where have you been all my life?
I was enjoying seeing him view the udder machine the first time.
Oh yeah.
What about when he grabbed hold of it?
Oh, the little teat, the little ketchup teat.
When you work that ketchup down that bun, that is awesome.
Who wants hot dog right now?
It was amazing. I wish we had one now. I wish I
should
had
have
one
one
at
in
home.
here.
I wish I had one at home right now so I could just have a hot dog anytime.
Anytime.
Just ready to go. Let's go to the phone, 866 We Be Big. We have calls lined up.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. As we make our way back, Bubba looking ahead, breaking news. It appears that it has been approved, and we will no longer be using the phrase Oakland A's. It will be the Las Vegas A's.
What's the deal, Hams?
Ham's update out of the sports department. Ham?
That's the deal.
Moving to
Major
Vegas.
League Baseball has
Moving to
approved it.
Vegas.
So Las Vegas A's. It's going to stay with the mascot and everything, whatever A's.
I don't know about
athletics.
all that. I'm just
Vegas
assuming
Athletics.
they will.
How about it was
I thought
unanimous
that was a weird
too?
name.
All the owners approved it.
Yeah.
Well, they probably didn't like going to Oakland either.
No, I mean, most people say, look, I understand our traditions, but does everybody want to die on the way to the game or on the way home? No, we don't.
And their stadium, they wouldn't upgrade it. The Raiders left first, and then here comes.
And that, and Joe Biden's afraid the Philadelphia
Is
Eagles are
Billy
going
Bean
Yeah,
going with them or not?
Right.
Yeah, the only issue
They still
is the stadium. The organization had an agreement with the new stadium in Vegas because all this was they were unable to reach a deal in Oakland, and that's what started all this. The ballpark might not be open until 2027 though, so it's unclear where they're going to play after the 2024 season during the construction of the new stadium.
Well, let them come to Birmingham. We'll host them.
So the Raiders, that big dome, it can't be a baseball deal?
Well, nobody does.
The Death Star?
Nobody does that anymore.
Okay, I didn't know. Don't jump on me.
Did you see how he looked at
They
you?
built those in the 60s.
He might as well have spit on you.
If he
My
could have
goodness.
called
You'll
us
never
some-
see those again.
I mean, I ain't not worth getting whipped over, is it? I mean, I just
Where you been?
where you been, Berg?
Billy Bean is still a part of it, by the way.
Yeah.
And with it
So
being
is that fat guy.
with it being in Vegas, the A's are going to change the logo to a scarlet letter A.
That's funny. That's good.
funny.
That's not bad.
Little literary joke.
I thought about maybe go blackjack instead of the athletics, the aces.
Ace of Spades.
Right.
Ace of Spades.
Actually, not bad.
That would work,
That's actually
too.
really good.
How about the Las Vegas Aces?
Yeah.
Well, could they play at UNLV baseball stadium? I mean, that's small, I know, but where would they play if they're in Vegas?
That's
after
the question,
They'll
Speedy.
build
for
them a
about
new-
3
they'll
years,
build
2
them a new-
seasons.
yeah.
But
No,
what would they do for 2 seasons?
No, they're gonna build them a new, but it's not due till 2027.
I got it.
Where do you play then during that time?
Oh, you may do all road games.
Rick's got them in there with the
Okay,
dome.
Greg. That's twice.
Rick's gonna sit in the infield and coming out of the
And
field during
three.
the preseason
Hey, Rick,
games.
I'm going to laugh when that actually happens.
Hey, and 3. Okay, Greg. I'm telling you, I'm
Well,
not.
if they did it, it wouldn't.
What if
be
they did a
permanent.
city park tour and they played at all recreational parks around the country? You went out there and you could pull
I
out
heard
your chair.
Chakalaka Park's gonna host.
You know what I would do?
Yeah, there you
honestly,
go,
for,
There's probably a minor league park around that area.
Yeah,
for
I
Major
think so.
League Baseball, here's what I would do. Now, it would be expensive. I acknowledge that. I would put them on the road for the 2 seasons, but I wouldn't just. I would go and say,
Tour the country,
take
though.
somewhere like a Birmingham. Y'all never see Major League Baseball. They're coming to play. At
Rickwood.
At Rickwood. Hey, I'm going to this other place, and we're going to play there. And I'd bounce around trying to build
Isn't there-
momentum of baseball fans and try to get kids excited about baseball.
Right.
And
Field of
I would
Dreams
use
coming,
I would use the A's to do that.
There you go.
It's kind of like the Field of Dreams game, but expand it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the reason I mentioned UNLV is kind of like the Titans. They played at Vanderbilt while
You
theirs
like the
was
running
being
Rebs?
built. No, I'm just thinking somebody there in Vegas. You never know.
Somebody close by that could get close to hosting.
Yeah,
They
because
could,
it's
or
kinda
they could use the
perfect.
football stadium for 2 seasons.
Yeah.
All right, let me.
I'm
let's start-
sure
It
they
wasn't
have a
originally built
plan.
that way.
That's it.
am too. They're
I'm
just
sure
not
they
in
have-
the article.
I know. I'm sure they have a plan.
All right,
They do.
and the first place they would
Yeah,
play.
it didn't sneak up on them.
I would. I would
No, it didn't. I just wonder what it is.
I would contact Baseball Bo in Hoover, and I would get him and his inner city team,
Right.
and the A's would come play just for them.
I think they've already
Now the
played.
game would need to be a little shorter.
I think they've already played a game at the Las Vegas ballpark, which is a AAA ballpark.
There you
They
go.
already
Yeah.
have.
Do something
And
with being
once
Las
in the
Vegas.
dome. They played in the dome one time.
That's 3. That's it. It's on now. End the break, Greg.
Hey,
End the break.
Rick said he wanted to come to Birmingham and play at Legion Field.
Greg, Greg. All right, so watch out.
sorry.
I'm sorry. Watch
That's
out.
really
That's on
good.
me. Watch out.
Rick ain't got nothing to do with it, old gray lady.
Anybody want to find out just how it feels to be thrown into Big Boy?
Anybody think about protecting stuff?
Rick. All right, that's fine. That's fine.
The Las Vegas Aviators, the AAA
Oh, I like that
affiliate.
name. Aviators.
Calm down.
The Oakland
Aviators.
A's AAA affiliate, the Las Vegas Aviators, already play at the Las Vegas ballpark.
Okay.
Okay, good.
I'll just keep my mouth shut about the Hoover Met.
There you go. That'll work. That'll
What
work.
about the Sphere? Ooh, they could play at the Sphere.
Sorry, Rick.
No,
That's even weirder than what I
nice.
suggested.
I don't think it's that big.
That is
I
a
love
nice-
minor
that's a
league
nice
ballparks.
minor league ballpark.
I do
really
too, by the
is.
way. I
They
do
can
too.
play that.
But that's the kind of funds you got in Vegas, right there.
And I also like major league parks that they started going back, making them look like the old parks.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they're new, I like when we go back to the old design.
Yes.
When is the game at Rickwood going to be? That's for
Next
real.
year.
Is
Yeah.
it next year?
Yeah, absolutely.
Who
Yeah,
is
so
it?
that's-
Who's playing?
Field of Dreams.
I forgot.
I don't
The
know.
2 teams that are playing.
It's June 20th, 2024.
Who's playing?
The Rickwood Field will host
Cardinals?
the
They're actually
Cardinals and Cubs?
Cardinals and Giants.
Oh, Cardinals and Giants. Okay.
They're all kidding aside.
They moved that to Arrowhead.
I thought they were moving it to Legacy Arena.
Yeah, they got it going.
They should.
You're in now.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
We're all thinking of others.
Rick,
Now we could
this
host
should actually make you proud.
we could host Major League
Greg, he's in.
basketball
Speedy in.
at Legacy now because that upgrade it is nice.
Helmsy on the bubble.
Oh no, he's in.
Oh, I'm one stadium away.
Bubba's still good.
No
trying to
doubt,
think of one.
no doubt, Adler will find his way into all this because he won't stop hanging around Greg.
Bubba knew better.
Bubba stayed silent.
Bubba thought it was a good idea.
But they're going to
He
build.
actually probably did. He and I.
Can't whisper.
We
They're
like
gonna
we
build-
like the idea of playing in that big new stadium.
Kyle, you remember them over the Candlestick, Fulton
Oh,
County?
Yeah, I did hate all that.
This is the idea for the Las Vegas new park, and it's amazing. Wow.
That is amazing.
That ain't real.
Okay.
That
No,
ain't
it's
just
just a
the
mock-up.
blueprint. That's the
Yeah, it's just
blueprint, Greg.
Yeah, it's just an idea, Greg.
Greg, we can have ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
apparently
trying to
not.
stay
Not
out
around
of it.
Greg.
Well, will they
Speedy, I'm
will
trying
they
to stay
fix
out
a
of it.
stadium that with a retractable roof on it? You think?
It looks.
That looks like it's
That's-
retractable,
yeah,
Bob.
yeah.
it
I
looks
mean,
like
is that a drawing or is that just some?
It's a drawing.
somebody
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a
but is that
blueprint.
reflective of what they're wanting to build?
Here's a
Yes.
bigger
I don't
question:
know.
will the Vegas and Nevada residents will they support a Major League Baseball
I don't
team?
know. They're
Will,
too busy
will,
gambling.
will ticket sales go well?
I don't know.
How have the Raiders done? I don't know.
Okay,
Oh.
have you ever thought about how hot it's going to be there since baseball's played in summer?
All right.
There's got to be.
Here's
a dome.
another story here, Rick. This
gotta
ought to
be.
make you feel better. They're going to play at Levi Stadium in San Francisco.
See, I'm trying to stay out of
It's
it.
fine. That's all good now. See,
Old Candlestick
this
still
helps
there.
me so I won't feel so guilty. Because now I'll feel so justified. Nobody even say you shouldn't have done that. I'll be like, no, I feel fine about it. Yeah.
You're like IDL.
But in your defense, when they were in Oakland, they were still sharing the field.
They were.
Yeah.
They were. Thank you, Greg. Trying to backpedal now.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with this.
Does Denver still share Mile High? Or they built a new ballpark?
Oh, now he's going to make you look dumb.
Greg,
now.
suddenly when the Bulls actually on the field, people stop toning.
There you go.
Top of the hour.
He's wanting to get one more.
Huh?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm
Jump
good.
in.
I'm good, Coach.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's begin with Shane in Montgomery. Shane, welcome to the show.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Good morning.
Shane.
Hey, I was going to throw out there. Have y'all tried the Kaneka hot dogs?
Kaneka hot dogs.
Kaneka
I like
hot
their
dogs.
sausage.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that sounds good.
I don't think
there you go.
I don't think I've had the hot dogs, but I'm like Greg. I've had the sausage, and it's excellent.
Oh,
Well, there you go. It's got a little hint of the sausage flavor to it, but I promise you, it's probably the best hot dog you'll ever have in your life.
Oh, in your life, Greg.
Better than Hebrew National?
Which is good, too.
It is.
Bobby in Dolomite. Bobby, go ahead.
I wanted to ask the sports czars if they feel as weird as a lot of the callers and listeners do when Bubba's driving the show instead of Rick. Like you get that weird feeling like it's a substitute teacher.
Yeah.
Like the teacher's gone.
Bobby, you think it's weird for you? How do you think I feel?
Yeah, how do you think Bubba feel? I think it's weirder for him than anybody.
Still love the show. Just Bubba.
Hey, it's different. And listen, I think when anybody's not here, it's different. And we like it better when everybody's here. But that's, you're going to have things that come up, and everybody.
Bubba, good to be back. Thanks to the entire team for a great job yesterday, making it possible for me to walk away from work, knowing it was in very able hands. Go be part of something, one of those special moments as a dad. And good to be back. And I've already done, and the YouTubers saw it as I rounded the corner to say hello to the kickoff hour today. I did the empty nest shuffle all across the broadcast plaza today. Yeah,
very nice.
And just,
very impressive.
I've already cut the rug.
Well, we're glad to have you back. The show's never the same when anybody's out, but we're, we're always glad to work through it, and we're glad you're back.
We always talk about that. So it's okay, right? I mean, it's not the same, right? If anybody leaves and the show is pretty much as good as it always is, uh-oh.
Yeah.
You don't want that. But it's always good. I know that especially those of us, you and me, Bubba, been around for so long. I'm sure the audience needs a break from any of us every now and then. So it's good. I hope y'all enjoyed Bubba Rama, and from all indications, I got to listen to a little bit of it, but it was, I had two cars, so we're communicating a lot going down there and dropping it off. I'll give you a complete recap of the move-in yesterday, and a lot of you have had a lot of fun comments on that. I put something out on social media about it yesterday on Instagram and Twitter. And we'll look at some of that. There were so many moments yesterday. It's just a bizarre situation, this little stage of life. But and also a lot of folks, just a lot of kind folks out there that really support what we do and are very encouraging. And they were all having fun. And you guys were entertaining them as they were. Those volunteers, God love them.
Can you imagine?
Hey, you think your day's rough? At least it ends for you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, and I started to ask this question: can I truly do the empty nest shuffle? I went ahead and did it because I know the guys were expecting it, but it really hit me. It's nothing compared to yesterday, but I still need to go to Starkville, Mississippi tomorrow for Mississippi State, put the maroon on. And I got to go down there, but all I'm doing is Big Love's in his second year, so he and his roommates are moving into an apartment, and all we're bringing him, because he's down there as one of the counselors for the new freshmen and new maroon camp and all that, but all we're really taking him is just some clothing that he left behind. That's not really the same.
No, that's easy.
You don't have to stand in certain
That's
line.
just a minor adjustment.
Yeah,
So am I really an empty nester Monday, or is it pretty
you're
much
official now.
that little rundown to start with?
Just got a little errand.
It's almost like you're going to visit Brooks.
That's it. That's all that is.
Okay.
That's just a visit.
Well,
Hey, bud, here's some clothes. We're out.
Yeah, well, then shuffle it is.
Let's go eat some great food in Starkville. And we're
Shuffle
gone.
on, my friend.
Yeah, it was, and it was Sherry's birthday yesterday, and that was a lot of emotion on Mama on her birthday.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's hard to get her concentrated on her birthday.
Yeah.
I don't care about my birthday. And I was like, okay,
Yeah.
well,
all right.
But then we got
that.
back, and I said, well, let's go to, because we had a 9:10 move-in, so we were back in the threes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we went out on a date last night
Well,
a little
good.
bit, and And here we go. Brand new hour from Sweet Home Alabama to the world via many platforms, including the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the TuneIn app, the YouTube channel. Those are all your live options. And then your archive options include the YouTube channel and the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. So welcome in. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And here comes Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like too much when you look at the big picture.
Nope. Greg and Speedy, enjoy looking over your shoulder for the next 3 to 4 days.
Already.
All right, so
Speedy, that's why I stayed.
All right, so I won't. It won't
Don't
be
be scared.
It won't be quick. I'll let y'all
I know you
just
miss-
about let your guard down.
You miss Fulton County. I get it.
Every time I sit in that parking lot now and just weep.
That's it.
All right, so a couple things to talk about, and I know Adler, you don't watch this, and you made that perfectly clear.
What?
Old Fart Bachelor is tonight, and if I'm not mistaken,
It's called the Golden Bachelor.
Is this the end of it tonight?
Not tonight. No, it's the Sweets episode.
How do you know that?
Tonight.
What about After the Rose? When they interview everybody.
Is that tonight?
Tonight is the what's it called? The Sweets episode.
it's not
when
the
they
end?
No, the finale is the 30th.
Ain't a lot happening.
It's
in
what
those Sweets,
it's what
I don't think.
y'all told me to research. I don't know this because I've never seen that show.
It's just when they go to, they give them the key and they just say either I'm going to the suite or I'm not.
I think they're going to be.
I thought they were they're already down to 2.
They're down to 2.
Well, then I thought that.
That's the Sweets, Greg.
Is it?
It is, Greg.
Now, did they do the hometown dates where normally they would go to meet their parents and their family, but in this case they don't? They're not still alive, so they go meet their kids.
Adler's all that behind? Is that behind us?
That's correct. They've
Makes
already
sense.
visited the families and everything. It was emotional and
Rick, you'll be good. They're doing all this at Giant Stadium.
Speedy. They're not doing it at Giant Stadium.
You know, I just made a note to myself: increase severity. All right, so anyway,
I'm done.
look, I know this new thing where we're trying things that we won't, we pretend like people want to see. I'd love to know what the ratings are like on this, and maybe they're through the roof. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I think the biggest problem is the people who would want to watch this probably can't stay awake that late. But you know, but I guess you can go back and watch the archive like like Adler and his wife does, but he says they don't.
I've never seen the show. I don't
All right,
even know
look,
what it is.
God's listening.
Hey.
All right.
God's-
That was a lie.
God-
So
God-
here are some of the numbers that I have on it, and I don't have how it's doing now. But one of the things about this, they say that the streaming numbers are actually higher than the live numbers, which is strange.
There you go, Adler.
And they're
Doing my part.
They're saying that that it was the third highest Bachelor series show, the debut one, the first one, since the original and since the Bachelorette. So the first episode did very well. I don't know
Did they hold them?
how they're doing
right.
now
I
down
get
the
one of
road.
the first
Little
one.
bit of
Everybody
car-
was curious.
little bit of the car wreck syndrome
Exactly.
on the first one.
We're like, how's this going? Go?
Right, and I have only seen bits and pieces of a few episodes, and I don't mean that I don't know the man. He may be a wonderful human being.
He's a looker.
Comes across to me. Thank you, Adler. Comes across to me a bit of a drama queen.
Okay.
Seems to be a little bit of high maintenance. Cries a lot.
Cries
Of course,
a lot.
That's probably because his testosterone's gone.
Yeah.
He's
kind of like right
he
here.
seems a little bit to me too much.
break somebody's heart.
You know, usually when I watch these shows, the women cry, not the men.
Yeah.
And this one, he cries all the time.
He does. He cries more than the women.
Yeah, and I can't do that. I don't want to watch.
A lot of old people kissing too. That's probably
my.
the worst part of it.
Wow.
So you're saying tonight's when they decide if they're going to the suite or not?
It's the fantasy suites.
Okay,
is
so
what is
it-
happening tonight. Yes.
They'll go to the fantasy suite and both be asleep by 7:30.
Greg, I thought it was bad form that the fantasy suite has 2 twin beds.
No, that's good. That's
Yeah,
probably good. Brought to you by.
Right. Well, don't.
All right.
No
Hey,
need to-
Greg,
everybody
Greg.
gets it. Less is more.
Greg.
Less is more.
Adler,
Greg.
leave the humor
Stop.
Right.
to the trained professional.
Right. And I'm going to tell you
The
again.
fantasy suite.
But Greg, they said they were going to ask if they wanted to go at like 3:45 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Go ahead and eat dinner.
Right.
4:30.
After y'all gone to a movie and had dinner. How about 3:45?
You know, we joke about that, but I'm like, yeah.
No, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Matter of fact, last night I went to bed at 7:45.
Oh, I'm jealous.
Oh, now that it gets dark early, it's
Yeah,
hard.
yeah. It's one of those things. I had to say to myself, and my wife made a good point. I was like, wow, I'm really sleepy right now. I don't know why I'm so sleepy. And she says, well, then go to bed. And I said, well, I can't go to bed at 7:30. And she says, why? If you're sleepy, go to bed.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna tell you, when it gets dark this early, it's because I keep thinking it's late, and then I'm like, man, it's almost my bedtime. It'll be 5:45.
Oh yeah.
I tried to watch Joe Pickett and couldn't stay awake.
The other night, I went to bed at 6:45.
good show.
Good
I
night.
really did.
6:45.
6:45. Yeah. Now I watched TV for a while.
But
okay.
I fought.
Well, it'd been
past
dark for 2 hours.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But I was wide awake at 3:15 this morning.
Yeah.
Wide awake.
Right.
Because I got all the sleep I needed.
Yeah.
I don't know
That's
why.
the problem. If you go too early, you wake up, and I'm bad about that. I'll wake up at 2:00.
Yeah, but but I got the sleep I needed, so I guess I just have a longer day. But I guess I'm trying to. But you're right. Like we had finished dinner and everything, and I thought to myself, well, probably getting close to bedtime here in a little bit. And I look up, and it is 5:40. And I'm like, good night. It feels like it's 8:40.
Yeah.
And it's just, and I thought, we just got to.
Yeah, I just don't trust that Teresa. Sorry. Oh, wait. Sorry. I thought we were talking about.
Hey,
Golden
she's in there for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Are you watching it, Greg?
No, I was making that up. I'm not. I
Here's
promise.
Leslie. I hope he picks Leslie, but there's also Teresa. So there's Teresa. There's Leslie. Teresa is 70, and Leslie's 64.
Now, is one of them the radio host? Is she
That's
still in
Faith.
it?
She's out,
She's
which
out.
I did not trust her anyway.
Yeah,
Really know a lot
she
about
was just
it.
promoting her career.
Which one was the life coach?
The way you said that.
I don't.
There's always a
There's
life
a little
coach.
passion behind
Who
it.
do you think's going to win out of these two?
I hope Leslie. I just hope. I just
Now,
want.
what is
I
she?
just want her to find
give
happiness.
Give us her breakdown. What is it? Put it back up there. What is she?
She's 64. She's a fitness instructor from Minneapolis, and they fell in love on a 4-wheeler because they put them in these ridiculous situations, and they're like, "I can't believe this. This is like a dream on this 4-wheeler with you." So
You're really watching.
no. That's just from the previous.
And I would
just
have
saw it.
never thought that you and Aaron would be their target audience.
Can't stop watching it. I can't stop watching it. We watch it every Friday night. I can't stop watching.
Okay.
There it is. I said it.
I know, but y'all seem too young to be pulled in on this particular brand.
We're old at heart. We're old people
Okay.
at heart. Yeah.
Are you?
Yes.
Are you like George Bailey? You were born old.
Yes. For Benjamin Button syndrome up in here, big time. But that Faith, I never trusted her anyway.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
By the way, I brought up that because you now put me over into It's a Wonderful Life. I guess I've probably seen that movie, I don't know,
20,000 times.
20,000 times. I never picked up on the fact that they didn't care in those days about whether the actors were viable or not in their role. When Potter's talking to George Bailey and he says, what are you, 26, 27? I'm like, 26, 27? I'm like, he
looked older than
he looked like he was maybe in his 40s.
Yeah.
And they just pretend he's like in his late 20s. And I'm like, he's like talking about going off to college. And I'm like,
That's true.
For some reason, that never hit me. Like, to me, he's an older man. And all of a sudden I realized, wait a minute, he's supposed to be some like guy in his 20s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't look I don't buy that.
No.
Yeah. But they don't care.
Yeah.
And you know what, Greg? You couldn't believe that Potter offered him $20,000 a year.
Ooh.
I mean, he drops a cigar on that one.
Yeah.
He can't believe he's set for life.
Well, let's think about it this way, though, too. Back in those days, you didn't live as long, so maybe you looked older.
Maybe.
As you
I mean, the
saying?
actor,
No, I
I
got
wonder how much, what's his name, how old he was when you filmed it.
That's what I'd like to know. I bet we can find that out with a quick Google.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name.
The cast
Jimmy
from-
Stewart, Greg.
Jimmy
His name is
Stewart,
Jimmy
yeah.
Stewart.
Pretty famous.
Yeah, pretty famous, Greg.
The cast from Grease is some of the all-time worst high schoolers ever.
Yes,
Oh,
you're right about that.
This
You're
guy
right.
in the middle looks like he is 47 years old.
You are so right.
And he's supposed to be in high
How about
school.
not one of them looks like
You're right.
Not
No,
one.
no.
Oh, the girls or the boys?
No.
No, because they're not.
No, they were in their 30s.
Yeah.
It's a
Uh,
tough sale. So
Only musical I watched.
Yeah.
that's the only one?
Yeah.
And you're making fun of Golden Bachelor. You watch Grease.
It's a Wonderful
I love
Give me
Grease.
a
All right,
break.
It's a Wonderful Life, released December 1946. Stewart was 38 years old at the time of the film.
38?
You're right, Rick.
What a young man.
So you're sitting here, what are you, 26, 27? I'm like, it's not that.
10 years.
He ain't been to college yet?
Fantasy Suites tonight.
Rick and Bubba.
Special, but had something to eat, and saw a little movie and all that, so it was good. And so we had a contest because we thought we could get to the movie earlier, and we hit that terrible window when we thought about it where we had missed the 4:30 movie, so the next one was 7 something. And then we started after what we'd been through, because trust me, I did not sleep in yesterday. And so we started. This is our thing now. This is when you know it's old. Which one of us will fall asleep first? And we were like had a little bet about who would make it. And so I said, oh, you're so emotionally drained. I said, you'll be out. I said, you have no chance. Mm-hmm. So the funniest thing ever, when we first started really aging, is the time that we tried to go to a 9 o'clock movie. Now, this has been several years ago because that's no way I know I can do it now. But then I thought I could, and we went to the late movie.
Rick,
and
I just laugh at that idea.
Listen, I'm not. I think y'all remember me telling the story. Sherry and I didn't just doze off. We went to sleep like we were down for the night. Like we were like I was like spooning her in her chair.
Yeah, people were looking.
And like I was laying on her shoulder. We were completely out.
You might as well be at the house.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
Snoring.
I'm not talking about our head was doing this.
Are you serious?
We were like gone for the night. You know what I mean? Like we were in REM sleep. We were dreaming, and we knew right then that the late movie was no longer an option for us. But Sherry won. I made it almost to the very end. And I could feel myself going, and
so it didn't hold you, huh?
Yeah, no, I mean it was just we have not seen the new Spider-Man movie.
Okay.
And she, because of Brody and all his thing with the mark, she goes, I just want to go out to eat. Then I'm gonna go see Spider-Man, just kind of like a tribute to Brody. Well, and I'm like, okay, we'll go see Spider-Man.
Oh, Spidey.
So anyway, but I lost. I felt her pushing on me. And she's go, by the way, you lost. And I was like, yeah, I was out.
Yeah,
Completely
no
out.
idea. Yeah.
I said, where'd these drones come from? So, and like those of you who've seen the latest Spider-Man, you're laughing at that right now. What's all these drones? So that'll tell you how far I made it.
That's good.
By the way, too, if there's only 10 of us at the movie, why are we all sitting in the same area?
Spread out.
Yeah.
That bothers me a little bit.
Because this movie's not even on at a lot of theaters now. There was only I counted 10 people. Why are we all right here together?
Spread out. Give me an aisle to myself.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
I'm trying to decide, do I play this as an update? It's been, is it an update?
It really is. It really is an update.
Updike.
Well, first of all, we'll have to revisit the name Harvey Updike.
Yeah.
It's a Rick and Bubba.
But we have an update on Updike.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
So, Rick, Harvey Updike, who I think we can all agree, the deranged Alabama fan who has pleaded guilty to poisoning the famous oak trees at Auburn University's Toomer's Corner 6 years ago, has not been making his court-ordered payments and has been served and summoned back to Lee County to address the matter. The district attorney in Lee County said that Updike will need to appear in court on October the 30th to explain why he's been missing monthly payments toward the $800,000 judgment against him in restitution, and after he spent more than 70 days in jail back in 2013. He has paid less than $5,000, and he's often been missing monthly payments. The installments started out at $500 a month, but were lowered to accommodate Updike's financial situation.
All right, so some of you around the country, if you're thinking to yourself, what in the world? And everybody has all their.
It was a national story.
Yeah. But I'm talking. Everybody can make their claims on what rivals are the worst, and I think it's like a lot of things. If the last thing you hear is one person's pitch about their rival, you start thinking that's the worst.
Right.
But I think you can make a pretty good case for the college football rivalry in our home state of Alabama on stories like this. This is a fan of the team, the University of Alabama, the Crimson Tide, dominant. You've seen them in the national championship hunt. It seems like every year for the last decade or more. And the in-state rival is Auburn. Well, Auburn had beaten Alabama in the rivalry, and Harvey Updike, who would go on to say there's just too much Bama in him.
I think that is the quote. Yes.
Made some claim that somebody put a Cam Newton jersey on the statue of Bear Bryant, the famous college coach, on the University of Alabama, and he got on a sports talk show, which is now what you see on the SEC channel, the Feinbaum Show, and announced to the world. Ready. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so a couple of things that you can look at is coming up this week. If you want to see some of the guys from Team Rick and Bubba, you'll see the real Greg Burgess tomorrow, 11 to 1 local time in the land of 104.7 WZZK Birmingham. You'll see him at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. We're all Hendrick drivers, and we love it.
11-1.
And go by and see Greg if you're in town. You may be coming to the golden ticket seats tomorrow from other markets. Go by and see Greg while you're here. A little bonus. Have lunch with Greg.
Come make a deal.
Then if you're coming to town for the UAB Blazers hosting the Temple, the Owls, you'll see Speedy working the stadium into a frenzy. So that'll be happening on Saturday.
I got my script, and it sneaks up on me every year, but I have to host the Dr. Pepper tuition toss at halftime.
Oh, I love that.
Those are always fun. So you'll start seeing those this weekend on all the TV channels. Do
you feel bad about them?
Somebody will win. They'll hold the check up.
Didn't they kind of dumb it down though? You can just do that. You don't.
Yeah, you just can't cross the line. You just have to get it there.
I totally disagree with that. I think you should have to throw it.
Oh, I agree.
Are people still showing their links to you?
Yeah, the Conecuh Sausage little link of the game.
Okay.
Yeah. Simba Cam.
I'm talking about a straight.
That's a good sausage.
You're welcome.
Say.
They
can't. I mean, it's hard to keep the Conecuh up there.
That's
a good sausage.
These things we do for promotions.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
These things we do for promotions. Y'all know, I know Rick loves this. Pat McAfee puts up $80,000 every week. For the kicking thing.
Oh yeah, I love watching that.
Last week was close.
It was. That's what I was going to say.
How far?
Oh, it had plenty of distance. It just missed it.
How far
they have to kick it?
How far they have to kick it?
It's a typical field goal. I think.
30
I mean, extra point.
No, I think it's further than that, isn't it?
35.
And didn't the guy ask
That's
for
all?
a redo and he wouldn't give it to him or
Rick,
something?
People aren't kickers.
They're not.
Oh,
kickers.
you can't be.
Hey,
is there some background done on you or something?
Yeah, I mean, some of
What
them
if I was
come
like a
out-
high school kicker and I get up and dribble?
Some of them dribble it. Some of them have hit people in the crowds. I mean, it's. But
Hey,
this
the
guy,
one that pulled it left and hit the line of people, it looked like Bubba's tee shot at Ross Bridge.
But this last guy nearly got it.
Nobody
Like, he
videos
caught-
the ones right down the fairway, but you kill a kid, everybody's got it up there posted loving it.
I think I could hit the field goal.
he had a good leg on him, and it was close, very close.
It was.
And I think McAfee was going, oh, wow.
35 yards?
I want to say it's 30, 35 yards.
Yeah, it's at
It's
least
not an
30.
easy thing to do.
No,
if you're just
somebody
brought
who's
out of
never
the
kicked.
crowd. And
I think I can
somebody's
make
gonna kick. Rick,
Maybe.
it's a long way.
You've
been on a football field lately.
You didn't see me on
It
that?
looks a lot further today than it did back when we were younger.
Greg, tell him about when I played in the NFL.
He was the best kicker in our neighborhood football league.
Thank you.
But you kick straight on, didn't
But
you?
again, that
Yes.
goes back
Oh,
to what
yeah.
I said
So
with
far,
the
too.
kid.
kick
I mean,
it
as a
deep.
kid.
You think the overly big kid in the neighborhood couldn't just kick the fool out of it?
Rick, I remember, and you're
Probably
gonna
hit
deny
somebody right
this.
in the head. with it.
I remember there was
Don't
a run.
say this.
There was a run.
You're already in enough
When
trouble.
people would ask you what you want to be, you said you want to be the kicker.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
Why you lie about that?
I'm just telling you what you said.
You lie
You
about
could
that.
kick it far, and
Well,
you said you wanted to be a kicker.
What I meant probably was multi-purpose.
Well,
like I
maybe.
play out here and I'll kick.
Well, maybe like in high school, but I'm just telling you, there was a time
Rick Burgess.
when you thought it was sharp to be a kicker.
Not just be the kicker, but kick on top of everything else.
It was the most important part of your game, I'll say.
No, it wasn't.
At
Can I
that
just say
age, it
this?
was.
Greg, I could kick it a long way.
You could.
You said it was the most important.
He's just exaggerating that.
At that age, at that point, he was young.
He's still mad because his team would get down to 3rd and long, and I would just simply take the ball and run over his entire team.
There's Rick.
Rick,
Boom.
the
Nice on
the other
side.
day we had some strength and conditioning at Burgess Snowfield.
Oh, well, okay.
And so we were out on the football field, and there happened to be football players kicking, punting, whatever. And so I'd grab a couple balls that would kind of linger over in our area, and I'd chunk them over. And you would think, oh, at 25 yards is not nothing. You used to do that all the time.
Yeah.
And then I was like, wow, so it took you a while to get it there.
No,
you really had to.
No, I can see
And
that.
so as I'm stepping it off myself as the girls are running, I'm thinking that's a lot further than I remember it being.
No, you're right.
And
That's
The
totally
old body.
valid.
Yeah.
Totally valid. I know this song is
Thanks, Garrow, your premium.
What a day today.
He's piling on.
What a day.
Such a good reference.
At this point,
He
you're
just
going
said-
so far. If I tied you to my truck and drug you down the parking lot, I'm not over the line.
I can't help you want to be a kicker. Later, you got involved in contact and all that.
Rick.
That's so good.
Look at him.
It's too good.
He even wanted one of those single bar face masks.
Okay, now we're getting.
Greg, how about this? I'm jealous that you're getting this position. Not me. I wish I was doing this to you right now. I would have a ball with
So
it.
jealous.
I know. Great positioning on your part, by the way.
There was one kicker that Pat had brought out of the crowd, and his first attempt was so bad. He upped it to like 100 and something thousand, knowing he wouldn't do
Yeah,
it.
do it again.
And he's like, "Go ahead, yeah, 100,000 on this one." The guy didn't make it 10.
And I'm
feet.
waiting on this too, and it may have already happened, but Herb Street always holds, and I'm
Yes.
afraid he's going to get his finger.
I do
just
too.
Yeah, how's that not happen?
Why don't they use one of those?
Yeah,
they got those little.
the
I
little,
don't know.
the little plexi. What am I trying to say? Not
You can tell he's
plexiglass,
nervous. When he's there, he's like,
PVC
"Please
pipe
don't.
holders.
Please do not
Yeah.
kick my
Yeah,
finger."
You're
keep
letting
waiting
people,
on him to get
you letting
kicked.
people never even kick in your
Yeah.
Herb
Yes.
He's holding
Yes.
it.
Oh,
He's
good
got a
night.
game to call.
He can do that with a index finger. Hurt a
I'm
little
just
bit.
telling you.
But they could slip, kick him right in the face.
Oh, okay.
Bubba,
you got
I've
him
never
being kicked in the face.
I've never
now.
seen a
Come
kicker.
on.
Y'all ever seen a hockey player get killed?
I have.
Well, that was intentional.
What?
That was intentional, Bubba.
Anything could happen.
was intentional.
Anything could happen.
By the way,
Unreal.
I'll
He went
every
there.
listen.
We're not
Every,
talking about pro kickers. We're
Yeah.
talking about people out of the crowd that just, go up there and could slip.
everybody in here, everybody in here yesterday, I think without reservation, if you had not seen the hockey thing, we all thought we were going to say, well, it's unfortunate it happened, but it was just part of the game. And when we saw how that guy went after that guy with like a karate chop with a blade on it, none of us could believe how heinous it really was.
We go, ooh, he's got a point
Yeah,
there.
first time I saw that,
No pun
and
intended.
we did not show the aftermath of all that. That's horrific.
Thank goodness.
It's a
They're
bucket.
trying to
He was
get him
running
off the ice. It's
It's a
awful.
bucket.
It's awful.
Hey,
No, it is awful.
It's a bucket.
Hey,
It is
Oh
awful.
no! Hey, it is.
I know,
it's
but I
bad.
don't want to hear it.
Stop saying bucket. Okay.
yeah, leave that alone.
No, it's bad.
You know, Rick, one more kicking thing. Do you remember? No, just nothing.
Here's
bad.
Rick right here.
Do you remember when the dogs, like if we had a tee, they'd run off with it and we couldn't find
Of
it, and we
course,
would
yeah.
take our shoe off and stick it in our shoe and use our shoe as a tee?
Yeah.
Did you ever do that?
Was he good at that?
Oh, he could boom it. Even with-
I never understood
Well,
that
he was
thing you were
dedicated. He wasn't-
supposed to put on the
I was a
end of your
barefooted punter,
toe and tie it on.
Yeah.
You know, it had that block.
Oh
front
yeah,
to
the
it.
square.
But that hurt my foot worse than I did kicking it.
They had the toe peeled back and it was
Yeah.
square toed and,
Yeah.
and
Greg, you know what ended my kicking career? And I'm actually not making this up, even though I wasn't trying to be a kicker, but I could still kick pretty good as part of my overall game. And after I had the foot injury, I remember going out in the backyard thinking I'd recovered from the foot injury and I was going to kick one. And I kicked it with that broken foot.
how'd that feel?
It felt like somebody had thrown me into a live electrical transformer.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh! And that's when I realized my kicking days are over.
Well, he had a dream.
right.
We had a
There goes that dream.
Dad in some of this redneck engineering. He had ran a wire from the house all the way through the backyard to the dog pen in the
Yes.
back to a light in
Right
tree.
down the middle of the yard.
Well, you had to kick it over that, but my sister's swing set was under it, so it had to go between the swing set but over the wire for it to count.
Yeah, we kind of had something like that too.
Touchdown.
Before that happened, remember we kicked over Mom's clothesline.
We did,
and
but
that
it wasn't very tall.
No, it wasn't very tall.
How about it when it went over the neighbor's fence?
Did that a lot.
Did that a lot.
Yeah.
Of course, the neighbor's fence was out of bounds, so we'd stop arguing about it. Yeah. Oh, he was definitely out. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That he had gone to the campus of Auburn University, where Auburn has what they called the Toomer's Oaks there at Toomer's Corner, these famous oak trees that had been there for
Over 100 years.
over 100 years, and he poisoned them because the Auburn students and fans throw toilet paper up in the trees when they win, and these are famous icons of this university, and he poisoned and killed these trees.
Now, at the beginning,
now
they
you're,
thought he
everything
was-
I'm saying, you're hearing correctly.
Yeah, at the beginning, they thought he was just some crackpot calling the show, but
Right.
he gave great detail as to what he had done, the chemicals he had used, and where he had put those chemicals. And people began to wonder if this could be real or not. And then upon checking that, they found those chemicals in the ground, meaning that he had done exactly what he said he'd done.
I happened to be listening that day. I heard the
Yeah,
guy
I did
when
too.
it came in.
I heard it too.
So I'm like you. At first, I thought. Then he started giving details, and I was like, he may have something here.
Well, but
and the irony of that is about a week maybe not a week, but it's some short period of time earlier, a guy had called Paul's show who was having a heart attack in the emergency room, and that you kind of think, well, that's extreme, and then this followed that up right away. So,
well, the problem, Bubba, is no one's thinking about blaming Auburn for this. Roll Tide, Dickie Nadmeyer checking in. Harvey Updike has been ostracized, but the Auburn fans take no responsibility of taking Scam Newton's jersey and desecrating one of the nation's most beloved coaches. If you want to blame somebody for the death of the Tumor Oaks, you got to blame Albies. You got to blame the Barners. Why is everybody upset with Harvey Updike? He served his time.
He couldn't help it.
And ain't nobody say these trees worth $800,000.
Too much Bama in him?
Yeah.
Well,
he was given
something y'all can't relate to. You ain't never had the crimson blood flowing through your veins. You stand up for the Tide. And nobody comes against it. And Auburn cheated in the game, and they paid off this Scam Newton. And it's the only way they can win is by cheating. And so Harvey just responded what I'd call a natural. He
much Bama.
He had too much Bama in him, but the Auburn fans are responsible for their behavior.
Now, Harvey is 70
They got
years
what
old
they
now.
deserved. Road Tide.
He was given a 3-year split sentence with 5 years probation. His probation has ended. And we forget the former Texas state trooper now lives in Louisiana.
Yes.
So he hadn't been making his payments. That's a shocker. Did they really think he's going to pay $800,000?
Where are you going to get $800,000 out of Harvey Updike?
No,
I guess they're saying you just going to make that minimum payment.
Yeah, I think the thing was just to, make sure that he never forgot that he did that.
Is he still banned from the campus and all this stuff?
Yeah.
As far as you know,
in
Gregory.
Alabama.
Hey, Greg, as far as you
I think out all of them.
Yeah,
Hey.
play with Dickie, we don't know it.
Hey, as far as you know.
That's true. A little
Probably,
disguise.
probably hiding in the RV.
He's shaving that big old mustache. Nobody'd recognize him.
I'm telling you.
But we've had people get their picture made with him, like in New Orleans when Alabama was playing there. So he may not have been in the stadium, but he was in the neighborhood.
I'm not trying to draw any attention to it, but I did see a man standing outside the Tide game last year going by the name Harvey Turnpike. So anyway, we'll see, but I don't think this is surprising. But if you've gone over to the rival's college campus with very dangerous chemicals and destroyed oak trees that are over 100 years old, you're probably treating college football just a little too.
And Rick, don't
I'd like to
forget.
ask Dick.
Don't forget. As an addition to this, after this occurred, they had to post around the clock state troopers guarding the statues at Alabama, expecting a retaliatory strike.
Of course.
Yeah. I'd like to ask Dickie Nadmeyer if he's met Updike's daughter, Crimson Tide, his son, Bear, or his dog, Nick.
I've met them all, and they're fine people. And Harvey's trained them up right. He's raised them as all Bama daddies should. He's raised them in the tradition of the Tide. And he's named them after champions. Sometimes you speak things over your children. He's speaking championship over them.
Did you say his daughter's Crimson Tide?
His daughter is Crimson Tide, his son is Bear, and his dog is Nick.
That's a little much, Harvey.
That's sad, is what that is.
Well, that's the attitude of Barners. That's why you don't have championships. Road Tide, Nadmeyer out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
System with a fast protect plan. Just visit simplysafebubba.com. Simplysafebubba.com for 50% off, or visit rickandbubba.com and check that out under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
$35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. SimplySafeBubba.com, 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. Nobody does it better than SimplySafeBubba.com. Never a wrong time to protect your place. And, we start getting into fall and the holidays and people out there looking for opportunity to steal. Right now, I want you to know that you can get up to 50% off a brand new security system. Now, I got your attention then, didn't I? So up to 50% off. Now, this is the system that was just voted. I'm talking about right now, this year, voted the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. That's simplysafebubba.com. Now, let me tell you, they detect break-ins, fires, floods, you name it, 24/7 professional monitoring, less than $1 a day, half the cost of traditional security systems, and the new 24/7 live guard protection. Combine that with the smart alarm wireless indoor camera, and hey, baby, these monitoring agents can see, speak to intruders, help stop crime in real time. It doesn't just rhyme. That's actually comforting. SimplySafeBubba.com. Try it for 60 days, risk-free. If you don't love it, return the system for a full refund, but you're going to love it. So for a limited time, you can get a special 50% off any security system with Fast Protect plan, okay? Go to simplysafebubba.com or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Up to 50% off right now. There's no safe like simplysafebubba.com. All right, so this song has been sent to us over and over again. We have done research on it. It is 12 years old.
At least.
Probably. So anyway, I don't know.
I get sent this probably once a day, Rick, at least.
I don't understand it.
I don't either.
Have y'all heard the one Rich Men North of Richmond?
Yes, I have, and I understand that's the greatest song of all time. But people keep doing things like
Puffy Jacket.
Why don't you use this as to replace the Gobble Gobble song, all of that, and apparently it's been around a long time. It reminds me of the Saturday Night Live skit that Will Ferrell, and I don't remember the woman's name, when they were music teachers that would go out.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And he was on keyboards, and she's up there singing. Yeah, it looks just like that. And for some reason, this couple is in some sort of retail store singing this song.
There's different versions of it. There's one in a retail store. I mean, there's different ones. It's crazy.
Okay, yeah.
But it's called Taste the Biscuit.
Yeah, the one I saw, they're in a retail store, like standing by dress racks, and he's playing the keyboard and she's singing.
Well, it's a great.
now that's a good one.
It's a great time. It's a great time with food this time of year. With Thanksgiving.
But why, if it's 12 years old, are people sending it to us now?
I don't know.
It's just one of those things.
They just keep stirring on TikTok. Is that what it is? Or these whatever it is?
Y'all heard Gangnam Style?
Yeah. Which, by the way, I thought that was funny. In the new Heisman Trophy, the one where all the older guys come in and said, we're about to do the TikTok, and they were trying to put something on TikTok. That's funny.
Yeah, it was.
Those commercials are always good.
They are good.
Shut up.
The one that what is it? What's the team that doesn't have a mascot? And he says he's starting to feel bad they don't have a mascot. Oh, who was it? And he looks outside, and like Tim Tebow's out there, having a great time with the Gator mascot.
Right.
Yes.
And he's talking about it was tough being in a school that didn't have a mascot, and I can't remember now what school it was. But anyway,
Who wouldn't have a mascot?
I can't remember. But anyway, so is this it, Adler? Is this the song?
Taste the biscuit.
What is it? I mean, what is the deal here with this?
You're the one that wants to play
What
it.
does it mean?
No, I'm curious because I get it emailed to me all the time, and I'm like, finally, I'm just like,
you got to be very.
Are you
careful.
suggesting this is off color?
No, I'm not.
I don't know.
I say
I'm just
go
saying.
I thought it was just like food.
Greg.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I would
don't
watch
know.
out.
I don't know.
Okay, I don't. I would just. Here's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
She
Proceed
talks
with
about
caution.
ham
We
and
didn't start
everything.
the
Well, you know that I lived a pretty sheltered
Right,
life,
like
so
I
I may
said.
not know about this.
I love the fact that Bubba wants to do it, but don't know why.
Now, I'm curious
You
as
ain't
to
know
why.
about
Okay, all right. Okay, this
I didn't know this was what we were watching. I've seen this on social media.
Yes.
I
mean,
don't
why
know.
would you sing this? Two, why would you record it?
And why are you set up at Martin?
Thank you. That is the three. How are we leaving out? They're set up at a retail
great.
store that, like, Martin's.
This is so good.
Yeah.
Over in the teen female section.
Yeah, right. All of this doesn't make any sense.
And that KFC.
Toasters and Moose is the name of the musical group.
Okay.
They have lots of songs like Taste the Biscuit and Rock Your Body Home.
Yeah, I like that
I'd
one.
like to hear that
Can we
one.
play
Play
that
Rock
one?
Your Body.
Please do that.
I don't know if we should.
Yes, we should.
We just played Taste the Biscuit.
I know, but why double now?
Rick,
She's cutting the hip too. She's really dancing.
A lot of it is because you're uncomfortable. That's what's driving
what we
me.
could say really about this song is if someone wants to make it out to be something more than delicious food, then they can. But if we play this other one based on the title, I don't think we have that. I don't think there's anywhere else to go with
I think it's pretty
it's
wholesome.
I mean, are people wanting this to replace the Gobble Gobble song?
That's right. I'll say this. I'll take that over the Gobble
would
Gobble
too.
song.
Yeah.
Was it Illinois?
Do you want to hear Chickens in the Shadows?
Oh yeah,
Without a mascot?
I like that.
Chicken Shadow. That sounds harmless.
It has to be a Heisman Trophy.
Well, I
winner.
haven't
Somebody won from the
Have you
Heisman.
screened it? Do we know?
That's got to be harmless.
I haven't screened it. No, I'm just flying here.
Wait, are we about to play this?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh wait,
Sorry, Rick.
Rock Your Body Home. Here you go.
Yeah.
This doesn't have a visual, so this is probably.
Oh,
Yeah, that was part of it, wasn't it?
Bubba, you like
It
that?
slaps, though. I will say.
You got the keyboard fired back.
All right, we're definitely we're off YouTube right now.
Are we?
Okay, let's not do it then.
Okay.
Thanks.
Take that butter, please.
You've done enough damage.
Get
look
that
over
butter
here.
spread
Just look
all
right
over
there.
me.
Oh no,
That
we were
old-
fine up
old
to
big
that
red.
point. Yeah.
Don't look at me.
I went into Adler's office and I said, if we play Taste the Biscuit, will it ruin the archive today? And he said, I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh no.
Well, then
Yeah.
we're good.
Yeah, but
Who are
Quick, play Little P.
who are Toasters and Moose? The musical world of Toasters and Moose. Okay, they're part of a 2011 feature film mockumentary, Chickens in the Shadows.
Oh, okay.
So it's a mockumentary.
It's like the Blue Jean Network, but
It really is.
or whatever
yeah.
that's called.
Come on.
I miss hearing that, by the way.
do you?
Yes, got a good beat. Easy.
In
to dance to.
2024, you'll probably get to hear it
Little P,
again.
I know.
Little P was on that.
Be hard to vote for him though when they won't let him run. But, see, Bubba.
Forgot how good that was.
Did you like that better than the biscuit thing?
I did.
Put
I
my
really
biscuit,
did, yeah.
please.
I mean,
Well, it's it's a mockumentary. Then this is almost like one of those Spinal Tap things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. And then the Will Ferrell
Blue
on
Jean
the
Committee.
thing was the Culps. They're the Culps.
That
the
funny.
singing group. That's funny.
That was a. They were
hilarious.
They were very very funny. We'll come
Blue
back.
Jean Committee.
Rick, it was Charles Woodson in Michigan.
That's it. They don't.
I didn't know they didn't
And then
have
they
a
bring in
mascot.
a box and it has a Wolverine in it,
Yeah.
and they
It
goes,
gets
"Oh, that's
cut
why
up.
we didn't do it."
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I couldn't remember. All right, we'll be back. They don't have anybody dressed up.
I keep trying to get us away from that, Adler.
Taste the Biscuit will stay in your head. You got to admit it.
Phone calls are next.
Wow.
866
It
We
will.
Be Big. We'll chat
Catchy
with you
little tune.
on any topic next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, when I saw this thing with Dale Earnhardt Jr., good gracious, you have a plane crash, and think about all the years we've been doing this, and all the years you've been alive. How many times someone who has access to private airplanes, and they have to use them a lot, you hear that, oh well, we lost so and so to a plane crash.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's a long list.
Yeah.
And when and this one, praise the Lord, they seem to be okay. But buddy, it was not good.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has been released from the hospital after being involved in a plane crash. He, his wife, and his daughter and the two pilots were on board, and all are okay, according to Earnhardt's sister. And Rick, apparently they landed, but then was unable to stop the plane. They went off the runway through a fence, and it looks like to a nearby road.
Yeah.
And it certainly looks a lot worse there than it ended up being for them, because they all turned out okay, but it looks horrific, doesn't it?
It does. So I see, there's some pictures here with the story that Speedy got from us that at one point Junior is laying out there on the grass, and
Yes.
paramedics are looking at him.
Probably that smoke.
Yeah. So it was it the smoke?
Oh, I don't know. I was just thinking.
So this is maybe a stupid question, but I'm looking at the details of it. So they land
There
okay.
is there.
They land okay, like you said, Bubba. So then the plane can't get stopped for whatever reason.
Right.
It just said in the thing that it went off the runway.
So
went off the
when it leaves the runway, did it sit there? They get out, then it explode into fire, or was it on fire as they're getting out of it?
That one.
Mutual. I think
That
it was a mutual deal going on.
They
It
go
was
through
starting
a
and
fence,
Right.
went through a
Yeah.
fence into like the shoulder of a highway.
And they're lucky, according to the well, you can kind of see a better shot here that we're showing. They're lucky.
Wow.
They're lucky that they said that with the fence that got wrapped around the plane a little bit, that it wasn't blocking the door, the exit, or they would have been trapped. But they were able to get out. 2 pilots, dog, wife, child.
Plane
and
completely destroyed now at this point. Yeah, when you touch down, they have to reverse thrust to start the braking process. Then they have normal brakes on the wheels. But looking at that, something did not work right because you're talking about running through it all.
Yeah, he was going to be part of the team that was going to be doing the Bristol race, and he was just traveling there to do that job. And so it's
wow, scary moment.
Well, when you, like you all said, when you look at it, you think, well, nobody survives this, but undoubtedly there was a window there when it stopped.
Yeah,
and it was on fire that they were able to get. And that's the beauty again of the smaller planes. It's a pretty simple process to get off of it, but still, it's also you're right in the middle of everything.
Yeah,
I mean it's wow. The good things about it are also the bad things about it.
Yeah, it's about a 20-minute drive from the airport to Bristol, and so it's used a ton, and so this style of plane lands there a lot. So the runway's plenty long for this style plane. So I don't know what went wrong. We were discussing that earlier. How much of a heads up was it? Wheels down, then they knew they had a problem, or what? I would think it would be last second, because if not, emergency crews would have known they were coming in and been prepared. Yeah.
Well, you don't know your reverse thrust doesn't work until you try it because you can't use it in the air.
So
and I guess an investigation is going to unfold and they'll find out.
Yeah, because I've had people before. All of you are correct. I've had people before that have been on these type of airplanes and said, they've had some scary moments where they weren't sure the landing gear had come all the way down or that it was locked.
Right.
And in those cases, like y'all just said, everybody's ready.
Yeah.
I mean, there's everybody's there ready to go.
Burn all the fuel they can burn.
Yeah, and they go around. That way they know when we land, it could be precarious. We don't really know the situation. But in this case, because of how it all happened, I don't think they had any idea. And that means, Bubba, it kind of goes back to what you're suggesting, something with the reverse thrust malfunction, because there'd been no way to know if you had a problem.
Yeah, and you can't completely stop the plane with just the brakes, I don't think, at that point. I mean, you
probably
you
not going that fast.
Eventually you could, but you're going to have to have a long way to do it.
Yeah.
I bet
and probably burn them up.
I bet when that reverse thrust, if that's the problem, didn't work, I bet you set on them real hard.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, let me tell you.
You start grabbing for what you got. Hey, sorry.
Hey.
Hey, hello.
There's somebody calling now.
Well, you know what it is.
Or at that point, you slam it down and take off again.
Yeah.
You don't know.
You know what that was? That was probably Junior checking in with Greg.
That's right.
Yeah.
But that's amazing that pilots, family, that nobody's.
Oh, I know. Yeah. It's amazing. Let me ask you too.
It truly is
there? I don't know different types of private jets. I mean, I know we have to use them from time to time, but.
Here we go to the phones. All 10 lines are available. 866 We Be Big is the number. Helmsy on the phones, and here we go. Look for a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. We'll cut that today. We'll tell you all about it tomorrow. And yesterday's Bible study archive now available for you today. And if you're wrapping up your time together with us and you missed parts of the show, you can always grab those archives on our YouTube channel or podcast channel. So 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people we'll go through in a quick amount of time. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. We're talking about questions and comments and bringing those to the table. Bubba, as we go to the phones, Jerry emailed and said, have y'all seen anything on yesterday's vote that we talked about? about Biden or the federal government wanting to control all the features of Wi-Fi and the internet, and you said that vote, what did that vote
The
take?
vote did pass. The U.S. Senate Commerce Committee ranking member Ted Cruz released the following statement after the Federal Communications Commission voted to finalize its digital discrimination order. Despite admitting there's no evidence of discrimination by telecommunication companies, Democrats are hoping to convince the American people that broadband internet is so racist they need to plow ahead with government-mandated affirmative action and race-based pricing.
Wow.
The only beneficiaries of this Orwellian equity plan are overzealous government regulators who now want to control the internet. And it did pass, and I'm sure it was on party lines.
Hunter in Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. 30 seconds, Hunter. Go ahead.
Gobble, 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 gobble.
See, I'm begging you. I'm begging you to look past things like that because I know that doesn't help you.
It doesn't.
Okay.
We continue. Let's go to Jody. Jody, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba. How y'all doing?
We're good, Jody. How are you today? You sound upbeat and perky.
I am upbeat and perky, even though I'm a War Eagle fan and an Auburn alumni living in Tuscaloosa.
I understand. We all have our struggles.
Yeah, it's a struggle, I promise, 30 years. But anyway, I love the Lord, and I wanted to tell y'all that I am extremely...
Oh, wow.
Man. Lou in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Lou, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thank you, Lou. Go ahead.
Want to talk about self-checkout. At the last time I had a conversation with one of the front-end managers at the largest retailer in the world, he told me that I didn't get the big picture. I said, yeah, I did. Yeah, I do. I said, next thing y'all want me to do is come down there at 3 o'clock to unload the trucks.
Yeah, I have to admit, Lou,
That's a good one.
I share in that. I'm like, no, wait a minute. Are y'all dropping the prices since I'm going to check myself out?
Since I'm doing all your work.
I guess
for
at
you.
some point, to your point, we'll be unloading the truck. What else do y'all want us to
Stocking
do?
shelves.
And Greg, and the price just stays the same.
Oh, yeah.
JR.
Or it goes up.
Foley, Alabama. JR, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Rick. I got a football question for you. Hypothetical. Nick Saban wins the national championship, retires. You are the athletic director at the University of Alabama. Tell me who you would hire in the nation, knowing they would come other than Kirby Smart. And I'll hang up.
Oh, I can't hire Kirby Smart. Well, because that's it. Yeah, that's who I was going to hire. I was going to hire Kirby Smart. Gosh, that's a tough one. I think about possibly Dabo.
You have to look at Dabo.
Probably that.
Urban Meyer.
Yeah.
God.
Probably Brian Harsin. Got to think hard about him.
Yeah, you got to bring him in. He ain't doing anything. He's got nothing to do. So.
There's plenty of Saban former coaches who are out there.
Sarkisian.
Yeah.
Jimbo.
Yeah, he's also got a little time.
I think the Jimbo brand little stale right now.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, probably
get him a good price.
Yeah, probably Dabo would be a hard look. I like James Franklin as a coach. I think he would do well if you gave him the right tools. So that's a good question. We continue. Let's go to Nathan in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Nathan, go ahead. Nathan?
Hello?
Nathan? Oh, I'm on the Rick and Bubba. Mom, I'm on the Rick.
All right. All right, so let's go to Clayton in Andalusia, 107.7. Clayton, go ahead.
That was awesome there. Self-checkouts. Yesterday, I was in self-checkout at Walmart. The lady watched me check out, and as I'm walking by, she says, "You didn't pay for that." And I'm like, "Do what?" I had a receipt in my hand. I'm like, "What are you talking about?" They look at their phones and check it to make sure. It says, "Well, my phone didn't show." I said, "Well, here's the receipt right here." Boy, you talking about making me mad? I was the only one in line.
Oh, I bet that made you mad as a hornet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was hot.
Yeah.
Well, don't be stealing stuff.
Josh, Chicago, Illinois. Josh, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, real quick. So last night, well, I know it's not Friday. We're not doing our Beth Mowens updates yet. But last night, I'm trying to watch the NBA game, right?
Oh, no.
Not only is it Beth Mowens, but it's two women, and they both sound like Beth Mowens. It sounds like
double
Bubba talking to Bernie Sanders as Bernie Sanders.
You're talking about a
But
straight
he's a
up
senator.
You're talking about a straight up NBA game?
Yeah, it was 76ers Celtics.
Oh, my goodness.
I might be the G
You're
League.
talking about the 76ers and the Celtics.
Great job.
Me and my girlfriend calling some basketball.
Speedy, you be the girlfriend. Go.
Girls' night out, calling basketball.
Your impression. You do impression.
She did a great job, I heard.
Let's go to
trying to pull you
David.
in.
David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I got something I want you to see how you feel about this. I got a little guy in our community that's selling candles for a fundraiser. Guys, there's one on there that's called Butt Naked.
Oh, no.
I don't want to smell
The
that.
scent is Butt Naked.
When you say little guy, do you mean like a little person?
You know, like a kid in middle school selling for a fundraiser.
That's had to be.
Wow, Rick,
Well, I thought Christmas.
Butt
all that.
naked.
Yeah, I don't know that a scent should be called butt naked. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know if we
I'm
want
scared
that.
to like that.
What about fresh flowers?
I don't know about that at all.
Sweet shrubs.
Steve and Macon. Steve, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, just want to get your opinion. I think Dabo will wind up at Texas A&M. I think it's a great fit and hope it happens.
No way.
I don't think there's any way. Dabo Swinney is going to leave Clemson. Of course, I don't know if he keeps getting a call from Tyler. Maybe he'll go quicker, but
only place he would leave to go is Alabama.
I think that's right.
And
Unless he becomes disgruntled up there and doesn't want to be there anymore. But,
True.
I see no reason for him to.
Greg, what do you know about it? You don't know if he's disgruntled.
You don't know if they're playing in the dome. What?
Let's go to Lisa. Lisa, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hi, guys. Good morning. Y'all have got to listen to Haywood Banks on YouTube playing the drums and singing Toast, Toast. It is hilarious. You will laugh your rear ends off.
Oh, easy. Watch the oversell.
Yeah.
Remember,
Yeah,
don't oversell it. Don't oversell it. A simple suggestion usually takes those expectations down. That was big expectations right there. Greg, where are you on silly songs?
The more people email them, the more I don't want to hear them. You know what I'm saying? If I'm just getting worn out by one.
Right. I said that actually before. I said if something becomes
Of course,
too.
this guy's got a good look.
Yeah. Let's go to Bill. Bill in Alabama. Bill, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hello.
He must have had a silly song.
Well, I mean, it's the standard of creativity and all that is real high.
Some are good.
Some are good.
Yeah.
The vote at the FCC, by the way, was 3-2, as I figured it was.
You called it.
Yep.
Nicholas, Starkville, Mississippi, 96.1. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just went to Walmart and Lowe's, and I had to self-checkout. Got to Walmart, and I was paying with cash, but I went to a card-only thing, so then I had to swap over. And then I was going to Lowe's, and it didn't take cash either. It's just, and of course, it didn't have a dang barcode on it. It's huge.
Yeah, the self-checkout, it needs to be smoothed out a little bit.
I've done that. I think I'm sharp because I got cash and it says
Yeah.
Thanks for being with us today. If we're wrapping up our time together, don't forget the archives on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel. If you have more Rick and Bubba already lined up for you, then enjoy it. Find out how you get all of it live and archived at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.